Hurt feelings. 1. Introduction: Why self-wounding. In early modern England, stories of people hurting themselves abounded. Some were fictional, some apparently factual, though refracted through the storyteller's lens. All raised questions for those who witnessed the acts in person or through the page. What can a wound do? What circumstances does it make visible or invisible? How does it change the way that people relate to one another? What power over the body does it confer or abdicate? This book seeks to answer those questions for the early modern period and examine the little-studied phenomenon of self-wounding in detail for the first time. In so doing, it also raises broader questions about how we approach the actions of historical actors when they feel close to home. Can we bring early modern narratives to bear on modern experiences and vice versa? And why should we want to do so? While interpersonal violence in the early modern period has been the subject of much scholarship, the hurts people inflicted on themselves have been little thought of. Yet self-wounding took place in all sorts of ways and was narrated in all sorts of places. Medical texts gave accounts of men who castrated themselves to shock nagging wives. Plays showed self-inflicted cuts and stabs, calculated to move audiences both on and off stage. Poetry told how grieving women tore out their hair and scratched their faces, and tales of religious self-mutilation struck an uneasy balance between spiritual edification and sinful self-destruction. The following chapters argue that, when we examine self-injury, we witness a practice which was politically, socially, and symbolically active as well as personally effective, with both aesthetic and somatic dimensions. Whereas accounts of pain suffered accidentally, through illness, or at the hands of others show how people chose to interpret what happened to them, stories about self-inflicted wounds show how people chose to embrace pain for a range of ideological or pragmatic reasons. It was, I will argue, readable through a variety of frameworks, of which the medical was among the least important. People who injured themselves might be mentally ill, but they were more likely to be protesting an injustice, proving their authenticity, managing their emotions, or asserting their independence. Though these acts were uncommon, they were imaginatively and socially powerful. Their study tells us much about how early modern people related to their bodies and emotions, and suggests new directions for investigations in early modern rhetoric and embodiment. 1.1 Parameters. What is self-wounding? That the acts described in this book comprise a group of practices that can and should be studied together is not a straightforward proposition. The early modern lexicon has no terminology for self-wounding, meaning that individual instances of, say, self-stabbing, self-gelding, and auto-amputation appear as disparate acts. Part of this project's purpose is thus to demonstrate how we might study such fluidly related phenomena by tracing both unity and variety among self-wounding events. Different kinds of self-inflicted injury were united by common languages and scenarios. For example, I show in Chap. 3 that the fictional of the Spanish tragedies drew much of its meaning from classical stories in which tongue-biting was employed as a means of defiance in the face of tyranny. Though the self-gelding incidents described in Chap. 5 are a different kind of action, they share with both the potential to be read as forms of resistance and a narrative structure, setting, discovery, exposition, which allows them to appear as dramatic interludes within medical and scientific texts. Drew Daniel's model of assemblage is particularly apposite here. Writing on early modern melancholy, he describes that condition as determined rather like we determine the difference between some grains, and a heap of grain not a single symptom, but the accrual of symptoms from a range one open-ended and hybrid. This epistemological effective assemblage is ragged at the edges, and fluid in its composition too similarly. Self-wounding and its effects form a constellation rather than a neatly defined field. Accounts vary tonally as they appear in a wide range of texts, imaginative and instructive, serious and jovial. This book includes stories about and representations of self-wounding from plays, poetry, ballads, medical textbooks, histories, martyrologies, and miscellanies. Self-wounding acts also differ in modality and severity, from face scratching and hair tearing to amputating one's genitals or biting out one's own tongue. What is excluded is also important. Though we might now be horrified to see somebody opening a vein or applying caustic chemicals to the skin, for early modern people these were medicinal practices, which shared little with the other kinds of self-wounding I examine. Extensive scholarship has shown that the painfulness of such acts was sometimes taken as proof of their effectiveness, and conversely, painful experiences might be construed as medicinal. Many early modern patients and medical practitioners seemingly embraced the maxim of, if it's hurting, it's working, as much by necessity as choice for. This book also excludes a broader field of intentionally harmful activities which might linger at the edges of our constellation, such as self-starvation, object swallowing, or self-poisoning. These practices are not treated here partly because, as I discuss below, in-depth work already exists on these topics, and partly because I am interested in the visible wound itself, as the locus of pain, as a tangible proof of the self-wounding act, and as a site where the bodily envelope is open to the wider world. The exception to the rule is Chap. 6, which uses recent work on stories of women's self-starvation to suggest how those accounts might have shaped how a 17th century audience responded to a tale of 8th century self-mutilation. Most of the acts described in this book penetrate the skin, and in so doing draw attention to the uniqueness of that organ as something which encloses the body and yet is itself a means of sensing which cannot be closed off in the same way as sight, hearing, smell, and taste. My choice of the phrases self-wounding or self-injury to describe the acts in this book is therefore a deliberate one. They are the most accurate, though still imperfect, terms to describe the practices I examine, which for the most part break the skin and leave a physical trace. These slightly awkward expressions also underline the rift between the activities and discourses I trace here and those of modern self-harm, a term which came into widespread use in the 20th century. 5. The relationship between modern acts of self-harm and pre-modern acts, which may look the same, has been a subject of debate among historians of medicine for some time, with varying results. 6. Foundational 1987 study of self-harm, Bodies Under Siege, approached the phenomenon as a near-universal and trans-historical one. Self-mutilation, he argued, is a morbid form of self-help, and as such can be found in one form or another across widely varied chronological and geographical settings. 7. And Peter take a slightly different approach. They argue that from antiquity through the Renaissance period, self-injury of various kinds existed and was the preserve of either religious fanatics, leaders and their followers, or outcasts, and the severely disturbed or mentally ill. 8. However, it is only in the past several centuries that self-injury has been defined as a psychological pathology, predominantly belonging to white middle-class young women. 9. Recent studies have been far more cautious about asserting that self-harm is a universal impulse, which is merely named differently in different contexts. Examining the 20th century history of self-harm, sociologist Chris Millard insists that socially directed attempted suicide cannot exist as a concept or pattern of independent of the institutional channels and professional scrutiny through which it is constituted. 10. In her Psyche on the Skin, Sarah similarly argues that, while people had certainly harmed themselves prior to this period, the late 19th century was the first time that diverse acts, from skin-picking to amputation, became regarded as equivalent. One of very few works on self-injury in the early modern period is his insightful article on self-mortification in King Lear, in which he considers Edgar Poor Tom's practice of incising his own arms with pins, wooden pricks, nails, sprigs of rosemary. 22187. Uses modern thinking on self-injury to untangle Edgar's claim to be both numbed and by his injuries, relating the opposition of sense-subduing, numbing, and sense-awakening, mortification, to studies in which the suppression of difficult emotions and the desire to provoke feeling are both cited as motivations to self-injure. 12. He stops short, however, of making claims about concepts of self-injury as either historically specific or transhistorical. Despite these difficulties, I argue that there is nonetheless scope for a nuanced story which acknowledges the resemblance between historical and modern discourses about self-injury without conflating the two. Indeed, to deny any relationship between historical and modern experiences of self-injury may lead us to unjustly exclude people who self-injure from narratives which involve them, violating the disability studies mantra of nothing about us without us. This is timely. The delicate work of finding a balance between productive and reductive kinds of presentism is of much concern in the health humanities. For instance, in her recent work on voice hearing in the medieval period and its parallels in modern narratives of psychosis, notes that the why is curious and justifies the comparison, but also asks, how do we move beyond the superficial small talk of similarities and differences to a more satisfying and deeper engagement, which can open up new perspectives and affect some real change? 13. In this book, I ponder this question whilst using diverse critical approaches to undertake the historicist work of reconstructing early modern approaches to self-wounding and thinking about what self-wounding does in literary texts. In the final chapter, I return to reconsider how my analysis of the uses of early modern self-wounding sits alongside modern sociological and psychological understandings of non-suicidal self-injury, which have its socio-cultural aspects. I do this partly with reference to projects which have run alongside the research for this book, in which people with lived experience of self-injury have been invited to view those experiences in historical perspective and to create works of art and based on those reflections. In addition, the words of these participants serve as epigraphs to each chapter. The whole play devised by participants is appended to the end of the book. They function both as an attempt to provoke thought about how historical and modern phenomena might interact, and to reinsert feeling into the sometimes oddly clinical business of literary historical research. 1.2 Pain and Wounds in Scholarship. In choosing to study self-wounding, this book adopts a unique perspective on early modern experiences of the injured and pained body. Work on these topics to date has tended to a single framework, taking, for example, Stoic or Puritan philosophy, and showing how that lens was applied to a broad range of pain experiences. Wounding, illness, grief, and so forth. 14. This book reverses that model by taking a relatively discrete variety of pain experience and showing how it acquired different meanings through the application of different cultural frames. In this way, I hope to the breadth of interpretations, which could be applied to pain and wounding at any given time. Additionally, scholarship on both pain and wounding tends to focus on things which happen to the wounded or pained person, such as interpersonal violence, accidents, and judicial punishments. 15. In such cases, the person in question has implicitly been positioned as an intentional object towards which action has been directed, and much of the work of pain narratives is involved with helping the person in pain re-establish themselves as an subject, or conversely, preventing them from doing so. By contrast, in self-wounding events, a subject chooses to treat their own body as object, at least in part. To state the obvious, they are at once the doer of violence and the person to whom violence is done. This unique vantage point allows us to examine pain as it is rarely seen, from a proactive rather than reactive perspective. In other words, self-wounding may offer an inside-out look at how early modern people treated pain as a practice that could transform their relationship to the world. And decapitation highlight corporeal semiosis. When a limb is amputated, the detached body part enters a disturbingly liminal state somewhere between subject and object status. Dismemberment tends to expose the social and political inscription of the human body and hence of the subject. 17. That emphasis on wounds as sites of discourse is extended and complicated by emerging work on pain. Rejecting's contention that physical pain stymies communication, scholars of the early modern period have consistently argued that pain was experienced as having personal, social, and religious meaning, and that suffering pain was as likely to help constitute one's identity as it was to threaten it. 21. Kimberly, for instance, eloquently suggests that the 16th and 17th centuries comprised a liminal period in understandings of pain. After its widespread deployment as a tool of torture, yet before it's as a meaningless physical event in the later 18th century. In this space, she argues, emerges the possibility that suffering pain, not just inflicting it, can be, in certain ways, intentional. The real significance of pain is not its ability to disclose the interior, but rather its ability to be manipulated according to an individual's intentions regarding his or her outward. Accordingly, scholars have shown that many philosophical and religious texts contain detailed advice about how to approach pain as a means to personal growth, providing scripts with which people in pain could represent their experiences as meaningful to onlookers and to themselves. 23, for instance, describes how in Puritan texts, women's pain might function as both an effective and exegetical form of piety. 24 similarly. Jenny notes numerous tactics recommended in Protestant godly handbooks, by which readers could manipulate their own understanding of pain and embrace its potential to clarify, discipline, refine, and elevate the sinful self. 25 importantly, she contends that by using such tactics, the faithful appear to have succeeded in changing their actual experience of pain. 26 narratives about pain also appeared outside religious discourse. Lisa Smith has shown how well into the 1700s, humoral models were used by patients and medical practitioners to make sense of pain, despite the emergence of other medical theories such as iatrochemistry and vitalism. 27 crucially, Smith, in common with, and argues that descriptions of pain distinguished hazily, if at all, between emotional and physical suffering. With words we might think of as exclusively physical or emotional descriptors being used as something more than a metaphor, for pains which were understood to afflict body, mind, and soul. 28. 1.3 Emotions, feelings, passions. The importance of pain and wounds in early modern systems of thought, their ability to constitute and communicate identity, to build character or annihilate it, depended on the unique intellectual systems within which early modern physical and emotional experience was. To an extraordinary degree, these systems emphasized connectedness between individuals, between different aspects of the human experience, and between a human body and its environments, all of which I will argue were influential on depictions of self-wounding. They are called passions, because when these affections are stirring in our minds, they alter the of our bodies, causing some passion or alteration in them. They are called perturbations, for that they trouble wonderfully the, corrupting the judgment, and seducing the will. They be also named affections, because the soul by them, either some good, or for the affection of some good, some ill. These passions then be acts or operations of the, bordering upon reason and sense, prosecuting some good thing, or flying some ill thing, causing some alteration in the body. 32. In Chap. 4, I will argue that certain discussions deliberately use the language of passions to differentiate between one's immediate feelings about an event or object and the rounded emotions that resulted from the conscious and unconscious use of effective self-management techniques. In general, however, I use the terms emotions or feelings. This is partly because, as contends, while there are places where the sets of passion and emotion do not overlap, nonetheless, the concept of emotion emerged within the frame of a concept of passions, and as a new way of construing passion. The terms exist in a direct historical relation. 35 Moreover, imprecision is sometimes helpful. Dwelling too closely on the finer points of affections, motions, and perturbations risks failing to see the wood for the trees. What mattered to most early modern people, I will argue, was a general sense that joys, sorrows, rages, and lusts happened at the meeting places of physiology, volition, and rhetoric, where brain, body, and world blow through, and flow leakily and violently into one another. 36. Though this period has traditionally been billed as the birthplace of the individual, much recent scholarship has shown how the extensive influence of outside factors on the and the acknowledged friction between rational thought and passionate urges fostered a view of the self as inwardly multitudinous. Writing on the inconstancy of our actions, concluded from the supple variation and contradiction observable in himself and his fellow men that we not, but we are carried, as things that float, now gliding, now hulling violently, according as the water is, either stormy or. 37. 1.4 Making meaning. since the habitus does not dictate the exact course of action in practice, but rather provides a feel for the appropriate movements, gestures, facial expressions, pitch of the voice, and so on. It leaves space for behaviors not entirely and always predictable, which can also instantiate change and resistance rather than pre-programmed reproduction. Social practice is spontaneous while drawing on conventional forms, individual by virtue of a unique montage of embodied social structures. 41. Even when it is at its most adversarial to power, self-wounding works, because it speaks in the existing language of discourses about the body and communication. Voluntary wound adheres to principles of rhetoric, whilst tongue-biting repudiates the sovereignty of the state over individual bodies, but they are both enmeshed with their habitus, in a way that goes beyond simply influencing or being influenced by it. As Faye Bound puts it, this approach makes mental and bodily experiences of emotion a product of social processes, and social processes as the embodiment of individual dispositions and actions. 42. The apparently contradictory meeting of spontaneity and convention is, I will argue, crucial to the energy and efficacy of self-wounding in this period. Acts of self-wounding were represented as meaningful and useful to those who them, but the manner of their meaning or use depended on the chronological, generic and social contexts in which they were presented. When it appeared in Elizabethan drama, for example, self-wounding served characters as a means of expression which claimed to be more immediate and truthful than verbal rhetoric, and thus aimed to secure and trustworthiness, or, in terms, symbolic and social capital for the practitioner. In other contexts, self-wounding was a form of what calls emotion as practice, a way of doing feeling which drew on prevailing beliefs about the rational imperative to manage one's and passions, discussed in more detail in Chap. 4. Still elsewhere, the way in which self-wounding mimicked forms of judicial or social control enabled it to act as a form of resistance, undermining or exaggerating the subjection of individuals to normative codes. The acts this study examines are always interactionist, always embedded in social, cultural, and political contexts. We cannot recover how it really felt for individuals to injure themselves, but we can see how the meaning of such acts was created, changed, or in the dynamic textual environment of early modern England. 1.5 Outline. The following 2 chapters of this book show how self-wounding was represented in the late 16th and early 17th century as a communicative practice, which lent on the somatic as a powerful, if unstable, basis for asserting the sincerity of one's convictions. In Chaps 4, 5, and 6, I consider how people used self-injury to negotiate their own sense of self, to manage their emotions, or resist existential threat. Chapter 7 is a conclusion of sorts, a brief story of 18th century self-injury through which I question why and when beliefs about this practice changed. Chapter 8 serves as coda, reflecting on wider questions of how we relate to historical phenomena and detailing the co-creative projects related to this work. In Chap. 2, I examine representations of self-stabbing and self-cutting in 2 canonical plays, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar and The Great, Part 2. Both plays, I argue, situated self-injury in relation to discourses about rhetoric and in particular gesture, a practice which both expresses thought and helps to facilitate thinking, and use self-injury as a persuasive strategy, and they present the act of self-wounding, and the wound itself, as evidence of sincerity which exceeds that which can be offered by verbal rhetoric alone. Self-injury supposedly reveals the practitioner's true inside rather than their exterior show. At length, however, this supposition relied on a delicate balance between the symbolic potential of self-injury and its material effects on the body. In Julius Caesar, the voluntary wound upholds her claims to constancy and provides her with a means to be taken seriously in a male-dominated oratorical culture. However, self-wounding was not only formulaic, for its status as pain-causing was what set it apart from other kinds of communicative act. This, I argue, is what causes self-inflicted cut, which likewise aims at impressing an audience, to fall short of his heroic intent, becoming a pitiful sight. Though couches his self-wounding in grand rhetoric, he makes the mistake of denying that it hurts him, and in so doing he robs it of significance. Chapter 3 extends this theme of self-injury as communication to consider how self-injury's persuasive potential interacted with contemporary discourses about one's rights over and responsibilities towards the body. Discussions of suicide show that while self-wounding was generally considered as a separate issue, it sometimes became freighted with some of the moral and religious stigma which attended self-killing, as well as with the countervailing Stoic ideology in which total dominion over the body was a praiseworthy aim. The latter ideology is played out in Thomas's popular 1587 play The Spanish Tragedy, wherein the protagonist bites out his tongue as part of a spectacular revenge plot. I argue that, while this episode may seem nonsensical, it can be understood within the context of Stoic stories in which functions as an act of tongue-biting allows to cast himself as hero, and in so doing to interpellate his captors as tyrants. Nonetheless, moral ambiguity about his actions remains, and later revisions of the Spanish tragedy raise the possibility that actions are not those of a freedom fighter, but of a madman, controlled by metaphysical forces beyond his understanding. I turn in the next section to exploring how self-injury affected the practitioner's own social and emotional experiences. In Chap. 4, I examine representations of violent lament in which grief-stricken individuals, usually women, incorporate face-scratching, hair-pulling, and breastbeating into ritualistic expressions of sorrow. Inherited from the classical tradition, lament persisted in the early modern period as a literary form. Yet it sat uneasily with contemporary thinking about the proper governance of the emotions, which sought to understand how the social, physical, and spiritual aspects of the emotional ecosystem could be balanced with one another. On the one hand, imperatives against immoderate sorrow depicted prolonged grief as both unchristian and potentially detrimental to the griever, who might whip up the melancholy into such abundance that they became dangerously ill. On the other hand, early modern audiences continued to respond to imaginative texts which depicted extremes of feeling, partly because they were felt to offer a cathartic release of emotions. In Edmund's The Fairy, and in various of Shakespeare's plays and poems, including The Rape of, representations of violent lament provide an opportunity to think through the puzzle of early modern emotional expression, and whether doing sadness was helpful or harmful. Chapter 5 also looks at the way in which self-wounding might shape social, emotional, and physical experiences, though in a radically different form. It explores the surprising stories of men who cut off their own testicles, as they are relayed in medical texts, comical ballads, and books of curiosities. Unlike the protagonists of many other accounts in this book, such men were anything but heroic. Their actions fit into a culture in which to lose one's testicles was an occasion for shame, and a good reason for social. Investigating why men would choose this course of action, I argue that self-castration was often represented as a reaction against the pressures of contemporary masculine ideals. Men reportedly gelded themselves because they suspected their wives of being unfaithful or because of impotence, poverty, or sexual shame. In this way, they repudiated the system which equated masculinity with sexual prowess and the ability to dominate one's household. Yet men's self-castration also shows them to be drawn to shame and ignominy. In the latter part of the chapter, I consider how far we might view self-gelding as enacting a kind of social masochism, or even social suicide, which deliberately aims at the annihilation of the person involved as a gendered social subject. Chapter 6 brings together the preceding themes of self-determination and self-annihilation. I examine the horrifying story of Saint, an 8th-century nun who, together with her convent sisters, apparently cut off her own nose in order to avoid rape by Viking marauders. Story is something of a puzzle. It was, as I demonstrate, surprisingly popular among 17th-century readers. Yet it was also difficult to place, actions could be viewed as morally problematic, and they bore an uncomfortably close relationship to physical mortification, a practice decried by most Reformed Christians. In analyzing the unlikely durability of this story, I speculate that in the 17th century, it was partly as a result of other discourses, which cast women's alteration of their bodies as empowering. Tales of female self-starvation in this period emphasized the potential of such acts as assertions of individual spiritual and economic agency. Meanwhile, stories of Amazon breast removal cast the self-alteration of that tribe as modification rather than mutilation, a practical step which also cemented belonging in a radically different sort of society. Story was not emancipatory, however. Ultimately, the enraged attackers took their revenge by torching the still-occupied convent. I argue that this outcome spoke to an early modern climate in which self-injured women, like rape victims, had no imaginable place within the heteronormative economy, and therefore had to die. Chapter 7, The Conclusion, looks forward to 18th century perceptions of self-injury. In this century, I argue, representations of self-harm became less concerned with the agency and needs of the self-injuring person. Through an extraordinary story of self-stabbing by a prison inmate, I suggest that people who self-injured no longer had their injuries read on their own terms, but were instead interpreted according to the agenda of their audience. Serious injuries became more likely to be viewed as unsuccessful attempts at suicide, while minor ones were dismissed as attempts at manipulation. I suggest some possible reasons for this shift, and highlight the factors which made the 16th and 17th centuries a unique period in the history of self-wounding. The final chapter of this book departs from a traditional literary historical format in order to think more expansively about what might be gained, or endangered, in bringing historical narratives of self-wounding into dialogue with 20th and 21st century thinking on non-suicidal self-injury. As I show, the general trend in public and institutional attitudes towards self-wounding has been one of non-suicidal self-injury entered the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders as a condition for further study in 2013, meaning that more research is needed before the phenomenon can be officially termed a disorder. However, in recent years, scholars including Peter and others have suggested an alternative interpretation of this practice based on sociological observation, something people do, rather than an affliction which they have 43. This aligns more closely with the multiple frameworks which this book argues were available for understanding self-injury in the early modern period, though as I show, the two should not be conflated. As well as contemporary scholarship, this chapter is informed by personal reflection and creative practice, particularly art and projects run from 2021-2024. The insights generated by those projects offer another perspective on the problem of presentism by the honesty and generosity of the participants. Finally, I draw attention to the potential pitfalls of public engagement versus co-creation, and the dangers of seeking to impact non-academic participants. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source. Provide a link to the Creative Commons license and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Daniel Drew, The Melancholy Assemblage, Affect and Epistemology in the English Renaissance, Fordham University Press, 2013, 27. Daniel, The Melancholy Assemblage, 28. See for example Jenny, Godly Beds of Pain, Pain in English Protestant Manuals, 1551-650, and Van, Partakers of Pain, Religious meanings of pain in early modern England, both in the sense of suffering. Constructions of physical pain in early modern culture, edited by Van and A. E. Brill, 2008. Nonetheless, deliberate self-injury can add still further to our understanding of medicinally inflicted pain by serving as an extreme example of how taking control of one's bodily experience could be understood as an act of personal agency. Self-harm is now seldom used by clinicians or sociologists, who prefer the term non-suicidal self-injury, NSSI. However, it remains in widespread use in mainstream media coverage of self-injury and among people who self-injure. Issues of terminology are astutely discussed in Drew Daniels' Joy of the Worm, which argues that there exists an important difference between suicide, a term coined in the mid-17th century and which describes a morally and spiritually dangerous act, and self-killing, which is open to a broader range of interpretations and presentations. Simply put, self-killing includes a wider array of forms of voluntary death than suicide, because it is not saddled with overfamiliar connotations of pathology and mood disorder. Early modern literature teems with such an array of forms because it was written before these connotations took hold. Drew Daniel, Joy of the Worm, Suicide and Pleasure in Early Modern English Literature, Thinking Literature, University of Chicago Press, 2022, 7. R. Bodies Under Siege, Self-Mutilation and Body Modification in Culture and Psychiatry, Johns University Press, 1987. A. and Peter, The Tender Cut, Inside the Hidden World of Self-Injury, New York University Press, 2011, 14. And The Tender Cut, 2. Chris Millard, A History of Self-Harm in Britain, A Genealogy of Cutting and Overdosing, 2015, 26. My Italics. Sarah, Psyche on the Skin, A History of Self-Harm, Books, 2017, 13. J. Kinglear, and the Uses of Mortification. Shakespeare Quarterly 67, No. 3, 2016, 319-43. Org 10-135320-160039, 327. Hillary. Voices in Psychosis, A Medieval Perspective. In Voices in Psychosis, Interdisciplinary Perspectives, ed. Ben Day, Charles and Woods, Oxford University Press, 2022, 96-98. See for instance Van, Partakers of Pain, Learning and Teaching Pain, in the History of Emotions in Europe, 1101-700, ed. Lynch and Susan, New York, 2020, 169-82, A Kind of In My Thoughts, Writing Puritan and Nonconformist Women's Pain in 17th Century England, Medical Humanities 44 No. 2, 2018, 125-36, Org 10-113620-170-11407, Godly Beds of Pain. Elizabeth, Torture and Truth in Renaissance England. Representations 34, 1991, 5384. Org Stable 2928770. Marshall, The Shattering of the Self, Violence, Subjectivity and Early Modern Texts, John University Press, 2022. Lisa, Tortured Subjects, Pain, Truth and the Body in Early Modern France, University of Chicago Press, 2001. Marshall, The Shattering of the Self, Taking Tropes Seriously, Language and Violence in Shakespeare's Rape of Shakespeare Quarterly 37 No. 1 1986, 6682, Org 10230-728-70192, Rapes Return, Rehearsing Sexual Violence Among the Early Moderns, Journal 58 No. 1 2006, 5372, Jonathan Davies, Aspects of Violence in Renaissance Europe, New Edition, Publishing, 2013. E. Owens, Stages of Dismemberment, The Fragmented Body in Late Medieval and Early Modern Drama, University of Delaware Press, 2005, 20. Greenfield, Christopher, Swoon Knowledge. PMLA 119, No. 2 2004, 233-46. Org 10-1632030-8120, 4x21289, 233. A God's Handy. In the Body in Parts, Fantasies of Corporeality in Early Modern Europe, ed. David A. Hillman and 1997, 287. Jonathan, The Body Emblazoned, Dissection and the Human Body in Renaissance Culture, 2013. John V. Nance, Gross Anatomies, Mapping Matter and Literary Form in Thomas and In the Age of Thomas, ed. Stephen Guybray and Steve, 2013, 124. The Body in Pain, The Making and Unmaking of the World, Oxford University Press, 1988. Figures of Pain, Suffering and Selfhood in Early Modern English Literature. D. The University of Wisconsin-Madison, 2009, ProQuest, 25. C. Stephen, Seeing, Feeling, Judging, Pain in the Early Modern Imagination, in the Sense of Suffering, Constructions of Physical Pain in Early Modern Culture, ed. Van and A. E. Brill, 2008, 469-98. Green Wounds, Pain, Anger, and Revenge in Early Modern Culture, in the Sense of Suffering, Constructions of Physical Pain in Early Modern Culture, ed. Van and A. E. Brill, 2008, 165-88. Lisa Smith, An Account of an Unaccountable Distemper, The Experience of Pain in Early 18th Century England and France, 18th Century Studies 41, No. 4, 2008, 459-80. Van and Introduction, Constructions of Physical Pain in Early Modern Culture, in the Sense of Suffering, Constructions of Physical Pain in Early Modern Culture, ed. Van and A. E. Brill, 2008, 118. A Kind of In My Thoughts, Writing Puritan and Nonconformist Women's Pain in 17th Century England. Medical Humanities 44, No. 2, 2018, 125-36. Org 10-113620, 170-11407, 126. Godly Beds of Pain, 299, 304. Godly Beds of Pain, 299. Smith, An Account of an Unaccountable Distemper, 462. Smith, An Account of an Unaccountable Distemper, 464. Whose work informs parts of this book, argues that effect is also an unhelpful term in modern settings, because it falsely implies that some feelings are emotions a kind of practice, and is that what makes them have a history? A Approach to Understanding Emotion. History and Theory 51, No. 2, 2012, 193-220, 198n. Thomas, From Passions to Emotions, The Creation of a Secular Psychological Category, Cambridge University Press, 2003, 1. Louis C. and R. S. White, Anatomy of a Passion, Shakespeare's The Winter's Tale as Case Study. In Ordering Emotions in Europe, 1101-800, ed. Susan Brill, 2015, 198. Augustinian, Aristotelian, and Humanist Shaping of Medieval and Early Modern Emotion, and Affection as Traveling Concepts. In Before Emotion, The Language of Feeling, 401-800, ed. Michael W. Champion, Kirk, and a 2019, 187-88. Thomas Wright, The Passions of the Inn. Corrected, enlarged, and with sundry new discourses augmented Valentine Sims and Adam Islip, 1604, 8. Susan James notes that the interchangeability of terms such as passions, perturbations, and so on was remarked upon by Augustine, and widely invoked by early modern authors. Susan James, Passion and Action. The Emotions in 17th Century Philosophy, Oxford University Press, 1999, 11. Wright, The Passions of the Inn, 149. S. Thinking Feeling. In Affect Theory and Early Modern Texts, Politics, Ecologies and Form, ed. Bailey and Mario, Springer, 2017, 17. Miranda Anderson, The Renaissance Extended Mind, Springer, 2015, 103. Of Thee of Our Actions, Essays written in French by Michael Lord of. By John. For Edward and William, 1613, N.P. Surgery and Selfhood in Early Modern England, Altered Bodies and Contexts of Identity. Cambridge University Press, 2021. I am acutely aware that I use concepts here selectively, and far more lightly than he would have intended, in much the same way that early modern studies have tended to embrace Foucauldian analyses of power relations without subscribing to his epical view of history. Himself suggested that literary criticism, at least of realist literature, could be an exercise in showing sociological structures in action, so that if one ascertained the various forms of capital possessed by all the characters, and their relationship with one another through fields of power, then the narrative of a text was predictable as a series of set pieces, experimenting with different combinations and scenarios. He was, however, also committed to eclecticism and to theory as a tool for use rather than an end in itself. See John R. W. Speller and Literature, 1st ed. Open Book Publishers, 2011. Peer Outline of a Theory of Practice, Cambridge University Press, 1977, 78. See also Timothy, Storying, Fragments Towards an Approach to Life Histories, International Journal of Qualitative Methods 14, No. 5, 2015, and The Relevance of, and for Medical Anthropology. Anthropology and Medicine 11, No. 1, 2004, 310. Are Emotions a Kind of Practice? 204. My Italics. Faybound, Introduction, Emotion Theory and Medical History. In Medicine, Emotion and Disease 1701-950, ed. Faybound, 2006. Peter, Making Sense of Self-Harm, Exploring the Cultural Meaning and Social Context of Non-Suicidal Self-Injury. D. Newcastle University, 2013. Theses Handle 104432143, Peter, Steph, and Ruth Graham, The Social Life of Self-Injury, Exploring the Communicative Dimension of a Very Personal Practice, Sociology of Health and Illness 42 No. 1 2020, 15770, Org 10111114679566129994. Why Do We Hurt Ourselves? Understanding Self-Harm in Social Life, Indiana University Press, 2018. Amy Chandler, Self-Injury as Embodied Emotion Work, Managing Rationality, Emotions and Bodies, Sociology 46 No. 3 2012, 44257, Org 1011770038038511422589. Gary Taylor, Castration, An Abbreviated History of Western Manhood, 2000. Millard, A History of Self-Harm in Britain. Sarah, Self-Control, Selfishness and Mutilation. How Medical is Self-Injury Anyway? Medical History 55 No. 3 2011, 37582. Do. Persuasion, Self-Wounding as Strong Proof in Julius Caesar and the Great, Part 2. PORTIA, I was smarter than they believed, smarter than my husband believed. You see, I understood the political climate, and my husband's role in it. Increasingly, I became aware of his involvement in the conspiracy against Caesar. I also saw the doubts he was having about it. But still, he would not confide in me. Still, he would see me as just a woman, someone to just be quiet and submit to him. So I spoke in the only language these brave men seemed to understand. I took a sharp knife to my thigh and let that do the talking one. From the middle of the 20th century onward, self-injurious have been described by some medical professionals as suicide gestures. The defining features of these gestures include dramatic presentation, low medical lethality, and low or no intent to die too. The suicide gesture is instead variously described as a bid for attention, an attempt to manipulate others, or, slightly less, a communication of distress. These descriptions are, as recent scholarship has, problematic, and they reflect the negative attitudes people who self-injure may experience when they seek help in primary care or accident and emergency settings. Moreover, the word gesture may imply that self-injury undertaken for any purpose other than suicide is insincere, illegitimate, or less meaningful than genuine suicide attempts. The terminology of suicide gestures therefore contrasts strikingly with early modern discourses, in which the gestural quality of self-wounding was understood as a part of how the practice made meaning and attempted, albeit with difficulty, to convey sincerity. Throughout this book, I will show that early modern self-wounding functioned as a practice which might accomplish a purpose or send a message, yet which often also resisted interpretation, retaining in the end a certain degree of even when it seemed to be thoroughly explicated. In this chapter, I focus on self-wounding as a communicative act, embedded in Renaissance theories about rhetoric, gesture, and cognition. The first part of the chapter examines early modern writings about the use of the body in rhetoric, and particularly gesture, as a communicative tool akin to language. I show how early modern theories of gesture share features with modern cognitive psychological research on the subject. Both discourses, though in very different ways, the status of gesture as both spontaneous and formulaic, a natural expression shaped by cultural rules. Moreover, both find that gesture may materially affect both the gesturer and their audience. Self-wounding, as it is represented by early modern authors, shares many of these gestural features. However, self-wounding may also go beyond gesture in its ability to create tangible effects in the form of bodily pain and scars, so that both the temporal act and its longer-lasting trace constitute strong proofs. In the second and third parts of the chapter, I apply these insights to two literary examples of self-wounding: voluntary wound in Julius Caesar and self-inflicted cut in The Great, Part II. Both these texts show how self-wounding is used to construct identity by presenting the protagonist to their audience as knowable through and through, and thus allaying anxieties about the gap between presented and authentic selves. However, where self-stabbing broadly succeeds in accomplishing her aims, falls short because it relies on a self-conception that seeks to disavow intersubjectivity in of absolute self-reliance. In both works, self-injury poses questions about how thoroughly it is possible to access the experience of another person. 2.1 Our swords shall play the orators. Self-wounding, gesture, and emotion. The ubiquitous human practice of spontaneously gesturing, while speaking, demonstrates the embodiment, embeddedness, and sociality of cognition. The present essay takes gestural practice to be a paradigmatic and illuminating example of a more general claim. Human cognition is social insofar as our embedded, intelligent, and interacting bodies select and construct meaning in a way that is constrained and defeasible. 3. The physical act of gesturing is part and parcel of a coupled neural bodily unfolding that is itself usefully seen as an extended process of thought. In gesture, we plausibly confront a cognitive process whose implementation involved machinery that loops out beyond the purely neural realm. 5. Such formulations entwine gesture with cognition and imagine cognition itself as embodied and social. Moreover, whilst the discussion of embodied or extended cognition most obviously reaches forward towards transhumanism, it also reaches back. Inadvertently, scholars in cognitive psychology have found themselves on common ground with early modern thinkers, for whom it seemed self-evident that thoughts and emotions were the product of psychophysiological, spiritual, and external factors. Miranda Anderson, whose book The Renaissance Extended Mind addresses this proximity, argues that the Renaissance notion of reading another mind through their gestures and physiognomy is linked to capacities now understood as enabled in part through mirror neurons 9 as a means of mind reading. Gesture was afforded substantial social and cultural importance. Adam describes how the 16th century saw increasing interest in the communicative potential of the body, driven by diverse factors. Voyages into the New World, he argues, led to speculation on the potential of gesture to form a universal language, while at home, a new emphasis on the pedagogical role of clergy, both Catholic and Protestant, sparked discussion about the best ways to absorb and persuade one's audience. 10 Furthermore, conduct texts aimed at cultivating the polished gentleman or courtier dwelt on bodily comportment as an essential aspect of this self-fashioning. 11 Unsurprisingly, therefore, gesture acquired considerable significance in early modern textbooks on rhetoric. In his 1588 for instance, Abraham attested that gesture was both more excellent and more than, as belonging not to those that use the same speech, but to all people, yea to beasts and senseless creatures, as the pictures which being, yet by gesture and action 12. Francis Bacon likewise argued that the motions of the countenance and parts disclose the present and state of the mind, and will 13 such arguments drew from the writings of classical rhetoricians, such as Quintilian, whose had been rediscovered in the 15th century. In a brief but influential passage, they gave detailed instructions for the use of hand gestures and argued that the hands themselves virtually speak. Is it not the case that we use them to demand, promise, summon, dismiss, threaten, entreat, show aversion and fear, question and deny? 14. He first artificers of, hit on the right of, when they in hand that polite device, and elegant design of reducing the gestures of nature into strict rules of art, preparing the undigested motions of nature, and making them more, and fit for the intention of, whose life and force they made much to consist in the just of the hand, whose motions appear as to the eye, as speech doth to the 15. This action they do for the most part to anguish of repentance and matters of mortification, which action of the hand is not always to an inch framed by the receipts of rhetoricians, nor by line and fitted to the rule of art, nor weighed, as in the goldsmith's balance. For they who assume this gesture strike their breast with an audible, when they judge it fit for their purpose, although some, who are more studious of eloquence, do not heartily admit of this loud contact of the hand. 18. Gestural expressions of intention and emotion comprised action we might not consider formal or formulaic, but which, for early modern actors, orators, and spectators, was expedient, mimetic, and a source of bodily puns. Foundational to this way of conceptualizing representation is the idea that nature, in the form of its visceral liquid passion, really does compel the body to behave involuntarily in specific, recognizable ways. For early moderns, the emotions had intrinsic physical manifestations, but more than just the signs of internal operations, it was felt that the adoption of these physical forms could trigger their assigned emotions, an outer to inner causal relationship that anticipates current thinking on the role of gesture in human cognition and language. 19. Cicero that it is almost impossible for him to up a passion in his auditors, except he be first affected with the same passion. It cannot be that he which should sorrow, hate, or anything, that he should be induced to compassion or weeping, except all those motions that would up in the judge, be first imprinted and marked in the 23. As these effects suggest, the considerable power of rhetoric and gesture came with ethical problems. The suggestion that orators should personate, or embody the emotion, they wished to inculcate blurred distinctions between what emotions truly belonged to oneself and which were assumed. Writing on the early modern grammar school system in which oratory and accompanying gesture was learned, Lynn notes that exercises in prosopopoeia, imagining the speech of weeping Hecuba, for instance, offered schoolboys the chance to express their own negative feelings. To turn a figure that weeps for others into a way of weeping for oneself and one's own cause for complaint. 27, this raised questions about the nature of ethos, or character. If one's own feelings were best approached through exemplars, that suggested that, for speaking subjects, relationships to others are constitutive. That is, that character was not merely expressed through, but actually formed via the performance of ethos. 28, as Davis identifies. This implied a worryingly labile kind of selfhood. The equivocal process of ethopoetic rhetoric, as the making and unmaking of individual and social character, becomes of prominent concern. 29. This lability became especially troubling in relation to the stage. One obvious problem was that acting could be considered lying, leading to moral degeneracy among actors. 30, but potentially even worse, was that plays excited dangerously strong emotions in their audience. Psychology for actors boasted that, so bewitching a thing is lively and well-spirited action, that it hath power to new mold the hearts of the spectators and fashion them to the shape of any noble and notable attempt. 31. The noble and notable, however, was not the only direction in which an audience could be moved. Gesture was central to its capacity to infect the audiences with wicked passions, so that in their secret conclaves they play the sodomite, or worse. 32, complain that, it is marvelous to consider how the gesturing of a, which the eloquence of the, is a force to move, and prepare a man to that which is 33 both apologies for and attacks on the how the system of passions, and which knit imagination, emotion and physiology also allowed for slippage between characters, actors and audiences. How were these possibilities and anxieties played out in relation to self-wounding? The question is complicated, because there was no clear line between clearly gestural but potentially hurtful actions, such as breastbeating, as described by, and the more extreme territory of self-stabbing, cutting, or even auto-amputation. Nonetheless, the gestural quality of such events is one of the threads that unites them, even as their effects vary widely. On stage at least, these practices, as I demonstrate below and in the following chapter, took place for explicitly communicative and persuasive purposes. They too were forms of manual rhetoric, which put the body to use. Indeed, this is a principal difference between early modern self-wounding and modern categories of non-suicidal self-injury, NSSI. In contrast to modern discourses about NSSI, which often show it to be secretive and stigmatized, early modern self-wounding is overwhelmingly depicted as something which admits of discussion and examination, even when, like swounding, it is not explicitly public 34-like gesture. Self-wounding also involved cultural scripts. As this book shows, when early modern people read of a man gelding himself, or watched a character bite out their tongue on stage, they might see those acts as having something in common with the self-castration of Origen or the of Zeno the Stoic. Self-wounding thus relied for its intelligibility on the same mixture of codification and natural spontaneity that posited as the basis for successful gestures. It is for this reason that people who self-wounded, even in real life, were not generally identified as mad. Instead, their actions were usually placed in social or personal context. Self-wounding, it was implied, was an idiom that could be understood, provided one had the correct information. At the same time, however, practices of self-injury exceeded gesture in several respects. First, self-wounding was enduring where gesture was ephemeral, though clearly, the endurance of an on-stage wound depended on the audience's suspension of disbelief. Not all kinds of wounding left a scar or a permanent bodily difference, but most had some physical trace which remained visible hours, days, or months after the event. As I will argue of voluntary wound, this extends the time in which the self-injury is readable. In so doing, it allows the self-inflicted wound to be staged in a different context from the one in which it is inflicted, and it facilitates explanation and reinterpretation of the wound and its meanings. In this respect, self-wounding is to gesture as writing is to speech. It inscribes the ephemeral event, investing it with significance and setting it as a point of reference. One could dissimulate the nature or potency of one's thoughts or emotions, but wounding oneself provided surety, as far as humanly possible, that one really was experiencing pain. As a material form of expression, it brought into being that which it sought to express, a feat which depended for its intelligibility on the translation of emotional pain into physical terms. This accords with the contention of Van, and that early modern people locate the meaning of pain first and foremost in its overwhelmingly bodily nature, and so sought to translate emotional into physical sensations. 35, whereas the modern study of pain often focuses on its cultural aspects. They argue, modern perceptions of pain frequently work in precisely the opposite direction. They invoke the physicality of pain to invest other, non-bodily categories of experience with the authority and palpable reality of bodily sensation. 36. There were certainly problems with a translation from rhetorical to physical. As the analyses below demonstrate, self-wounding is a communicative practice which lacks the specificity of gesture, and therefore relies on careful situating to be correctly interpreted. Nonetheless, for visceral affective potential, self-directed violence matches and outdoes gesture, with the onlooker identifying with the protagonist even against their will. There is little to match the involuntary wince induced by the sight of another person being injured. In the case studies below, I analyze how the communicative potential of self-wounding as something akin to gesture is deployed in two popular plays of the early modern period, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, 1599, and The Great, Part II, 1592. I argue that in both cases, the protagonists seek to the wince effect to engage their on- and off-stage audiences and compel attention to the messages they attach to their wounds. In so doing, they highlight both the potential and the pitfalls of self-wounding as persuasive practice. 2.2 Julius Caesar and's voluntary wound. In the plethora of stabbings which populate Shakespeare's Julius Caesar's voluntary wound is often read as one more instance of the histrionic appeal of onstage violence. 37, as Marshall observes. This stabbing works alongside Dream of Caesar's statue spouting blood as part of an image cluster. Around the central motif of Caesar's body pierced by wounds. 38 as the play's first violent act, it also prefigures the voluntary deaths, including his own, which shape the drama's ending, and the eventual fate of the Roman Empire. Here, however, I wish to argue that the status of swound as voluntary sets it apart from both the interpersonal conflict which defines Caesar's death and the cascade of suicides with which the play concludes. This act stands out as a testament to the potential of self-wounding as a persuasive tool and a case study in the relationship between a wound and the gesture it represents. Stab has an explicit rhetorical aim. By stabbing herself, she wishes to construct an ethos which will persuade her audience, that is, that she is a worthy recipient of his secret. Specifically, she aims to prove her constancy, a quality that is prized throughout the drama from Caesar's self-construction as Northern Star to his resolute attachment to a nebulous ideal of. The play's emphasis on constancy is timely, since, as I discuss in the following chapter, Stoicism became an exciting tool for thought in the early modern period. Julius Caesar was published only 2 years after the English translation of Justice, a Stoic treatise which dwelt on the role of Stoicism in times of political turbulence. However, it is clear from the outset that this is one in which the appearance of constancy matters as much, or more, than its actuality. Analyzing Julius Caesar's construction of republicanism and masculinity notes how the drama's male characters present themselves as actors both histrionic and historical amid the lofty scene of politics, performing their parts with the formal constancy of stage actors before an audience of posterity. 39. Caesar and Cassius all, at points, speak about themselves in the third person and employ the stately style of public oratory even during private conversations. Personal subjectivity is constructed almost exclusively in relation to political roles, or as puts it, constituted in and by a social field. 40. Whilst use of Caesar's body as a rhetorical tool has been widely discussed by critics, few have acknowledged that this tactic has already been rehearsed by 46. Far from merely foreshadowing Caesar's stabbing, self-wounding provides a pattern for the use of wounds as narrative tools. To look on's wound, as she invites, and by extension the audience to do, is to engage with the story to which it is attached. This storytelling takes place through the manual rhetoric of the wounding process, akin to gesture in its blend of spontaneity and referentiality. With reference to her wound, is able to deploy well-established rhetorical tactics, including that of invoking one's lineage as support for claims about ethos. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman well reputed, his daughter 47 was famed for having killed himself by tearing out his own entrails because he was unwilling to live under Caesar's autocracy. Though his suicide was violent and disorderly, it was, as Jenny points out, rhetorical. 48. Status as daughter therefore helps to establish her situated ethos gained through pre-existing social status. More specifically, it positions her self-wounding within a framework which sees the body as ideally subordinate to the mind, so that the infliction of pain is read as abnegation of the body in service of a higher goal, rather than as mere hysteria. 49. Thus, though swound her emotional hurt, there is no suggestion that stabs herself in order to relieve emotional distress, or let out her feelings, as is the case in some other representations of self-injury explored in this book. Rather, pain is an opportunity to demonstrate and cultivate that most prized attribute, constancy. In this respect, echoes Cassius's show of daring in submitting himself unto the perilous night, 2-3-46-52. Unlike Cassius, however, she follows through, and her action goes beyond risking harm to actually inflicting it. This begs a question. If the pain of wounding is an opportunity to demonstrate her constancy, why does stabbing take place off stage? In putting the act of voluntary wounding out of the audience's view, Shakespeare reduces its spectacle, though there is still considerable tension in the moment, reveals her injured thigh. However, it also affords the opportunity to control the narrative, which attends her wounding more closely than might otherwise be the case. As I demonstrate below and elsewhere in this book, representations of self-wounding often showed how the meanings intended by the protagonist could be lost in translation. There was an ever-present and worrying potential for wounding to be interpreted as pitiful, ignoble, or simply foolish. However, is able to meticulously direct the revelation of her wound so that the injury appears at the height of her dispute with, and immediately after she has detailed all the ways in which his gestures tell the truth about his discontent. You suddenly arose, and walked about, stared, scratched your head, stamped with your foot. 2-1-2-3-8-43. She has already attempted to her body to make her point by appealing upon my knees to her once commended beauty. 2-1-2-6-9-70. But uncovering her wound shows that she has anticipated how this conversation will go, and is prepared to out-argue her husband. Thus, the wound's political and ethical persuasiveness accrues from its combination of reference to a heroic model, formulaic display of constancy, and emotional context. Here in the thigh is proof of genuine physical pain, of which the meaning is carefully stage-managed. 2-1-300. Calls attention to this bodily site not to remind of her femaleness, her lack of the phallus, but rather to offer the wound as a substitute phallus. Hers is not the involuntary wound of the leaking female body, but the honorifically gendered, purgative, voluntary wound of the male 51. Pastor's reading is convincing, but not final, for even when she commits manly acts, remains something apart from her male counterparts. As Kahn points out, though self-inflicted wounds serve as markers for masculine values, they inevitably also highlight the penetrability which is gendered feminine, making wound ambiguously feminine and masculine. 52. Julius Caesar is frequently concerned with the tensions created when apparently binary qualities coexist, public and private, inside and outside, political and domestic, nature and culture. In this light, his persuasive project is not a matter of refiguring her body as much as one of its potential meanings. Her body is still read according to formulas which designate it as having natural predispositions, but those dispositions now include hereditary stoicism and alongside the supposed weakness of her sex. Moreover, the very act of using her body as a persuasive tool aligns her with male forms of power, specifically the power of rhetoric exercised by Cassius, and, as has highlighted, in establishing as the matter to be persuasively worked upon, intrinsically casts herself as virile and full of mettle. 53. Did not try to question her husband about his secrets until she had put herself to the following test. She took a little knife, such as barbers use to cut the fingernails, and after banishing all her attendants from her chamber, made a deep gash in her thigh, so that there was a copious flow of blood, and after a little while violent pains and chills and fever followed from the wound. Seeing that was disturbed and greatly distressed, in the height of her anguish she spoke to him thus: I am's daughter, and I was brought into thy house, not like a mere concubine, to share thy bed and board merely, but to be a partner in thy joys and a partner in thy troubles. Before this, I put less confidence in these advantages, but now I know that I am superior even to pain. 54. For Shakespeare's, self-wounding as a persuasive strategy seems to bear fruit. Her stated aim throughout the altercation has been to reinstate herself and her husband as a single psychological and physiological unit. Incorporate and make us one yourself, your half. 2-1-2-7-2-73. The bonds of marriage, she argues, stipulate that they should be oneself without limitations. 21282. As such, reaction to her display is to declare himself moved not only to admiration, render me worthy of this noble wife, 21302, but to a new quasi-physical communion with his wife. By and by thy bosom shall partake the secrets of my heart, 2130405. In a system where the physical and psychological components of emotion are indistinct, their reconciliation involves a mingling of their two substances, one's heart in another's bosom. Promises that all my engagements I will construe to thee, the charactery of my sad brows, 2130607. In so doing, he draws on the plural meanings of construe, as both to expound and to form by putting together materials 57 henceforth. This dramatic foregrounding of her individual body will give way to union, in which the charactery, or language, of their two bodies becomes as 158 arguably. Self-wounding also affects a broader emotional contagion, which resonates throughout the play. Though other characters have threatened or foretold violence, is the first to actually penetrate the bodily envelope, and in so doing she seems to open the floodgates. Following her self-stabbing, Caesar receives multiple stab wounds, 3.1. Cassius narrowly avoids being stabbed by 4.2. Cassius persuades to stab him, 5.3. Stabs himself, 5.3. And finally runs on his own sword, 5.5. All this is not to say that the voluntary wound is unproblematic. The hard-won sense of shared existence which has wrested from is fragile, and though it is implied that she will share secrets, we never see this exchange take place. Before can explain himself to his wife, a knock at the door draws him back into the homosocial network within which his plot will be executed. More troubling is reaction to news of his wife's death in 4.3. Hears of the death at line 2145. No man bears sorrow better. Is dead. By line 2160, he is requesting that Cassius speak no more of her. The stoicism which has framed a voluntary wound as proof of constancy is here exaggerated to the point of parody. A man happy to squabble with friends over petty matters, but not to grieve the death of his spouse. At line 2196, however, he hears of the death again, from. His response is again stoical. Why farewell? We must die, with meditating that she must die once. I have the patience to endure it now. 2198-2200. Numerous critics have puzzled over his failure to reveal that he already knows is dead. It is possible that this announcement is a later textual revision, and that the reviser, perhaps Shakespeare himself, simply failed to remove the reference at 432145. If we take the two incidents at face value, however, they indicate a troubling duplicity on his part. He is willing to lie by omission to bolster impressions of his own stoicism. 59. This strange turn of events, therefore, seems to have more to do with his personal shortcomings than it does with his rhetorical prowess. By this point in the play, his capacity for self-delusion is abundantly evident, and he has too much invested in his persona of constancy to let it slip. For the audience, however, that investment actually undermines his claims to equanimity, since excessive attachment to, and therefore to the opinion of others, was identified by contemporary writers as antithetical to the ideals of Stoicism. 60. Notwithstanding the way in which it is reported, I contend that the manner of death vindicates rather than diminishes the force of her earlier self-wounding, by confirming her dedication to keeping her promises. Ever alive to the symbolism in her suffering, her dramatic suicide recollects that of her father, following through on the inheritance which she highlighted as part of her persuasive ethos. Moreover, the image of ingesting hot coals once again draws on several cultural reference points. As I argue in the following chapter, self-injury of the tongue, albeit usually was strongly associated in the early modern period with Stoic ideals, particularly the ability to keep silent. Such a peculiar suicide also brings to mind the stomach, which was said, most famously by Elizabeth I, to underlie feats of courage, particularly masculine courage. Swallowing hot coals, proves her ability to quite literally keep her mouth shut. 2.3 Self-wounding as object lesson in the Great, Part II. Self-wounding appears similar in many respects to only bigger and bolder. Like, he explicitly treats self-wounding as a tool for persuasion, meticulously stage-managing the context in which his wound is interpreted. True to form for a leader so invested in his capacity to shock and awe, the moment of his wounding is preceded by a 20-line monologue, and he expounds the meaning of the lesson for a further 14 lines before venturing to ask his sons, "What think you of a wound?" This overdetermination of the wound's meaning is compounded by a referential context, which is both wider and more ambitious than his evocation of her Stoic pedigree. His principal use of his arm here is to evoke the military arms, on which his personal myth-making project is based. He is constructed as an that hath conquered kings, and with his host marched round about the earth quite void of scars and clear from any wound. II 3298-100. Wounding himself is an attempt, albeit ultimately unsuccessful, to reinforce this impression. Shedding one's own blood maintains the myth that only can wound 61. This attempt to portray himself as simultaneously invulnerable and open also places cut, like Caesar's wounds, within the register of religious sacrifice. Numerous critics have noted that the emperor's invitation to his sons to, "With your fingers search my wound, and in my blood wash all your hands at once," recollects Jesus' appearance to Thomas after the resurrection. 62 Christopher Greenfield describes such resonances as blasphemous but not frivolous. They underlines conviction of the sacredness of his person, while and usefully point out that is already acquainted with the notion of self-wounding as piety, having in Part 1 described the priests of who cut themselves as a sacrifice. I 422363. The outcome of this experiment in persuasion is mixed. While the two elder sons and eagerly embrace their lesson, the youngest child is less convinced. "I know not what I should think of it. Methinks 'tis a pitiful sight." II 32130. Unlike his brothers, that bombastic rhetoric cannot exist in a vacuum, but requires the participation of those it is designed to impress. While the intended significance of the wound, he also sees that he may reject that interpretation, insisting instead that the materiality of the body remains important, and the sight of bodily harm is pitiful, however it may be framed. Articulating this uncertainty also aligns with the audience who, having seen the violent highlights of his military career, may be similarly ambivalent. His wound is couched in terms of his ability to control his body, but as notes, his claim that "now look I like a soldier" has a demystifying effect. Christ's wounds prove that he is the risen, but his mortality, something which up to this point an audience may have doubted. 66 Meg goes further in arguing that the spectacular wound presence, when seen in the context of the ceremony he evokes, does not register as warlike. He wants to look like a soldier, but his ceremony casts him as the sacrificial victim, instead. 67. This ambiguity is part of an alternative narrative in which self-wounding marks not self-mastery, but an increasing loss of control. In Part I, the charismatic force of his appearance and oratory is as powerful as his military genius. Meeting him as a Scythian shepherd in 1.2, for instance, comments that his fiery eyes are fixed upon the earth as if he now devised some stratagem, or meant to pierce Avernus' darksome vaults and pull the triple-headed dog from hell. I 1215962. He is quickly won over by his rhetoric. Not Hermes, prolocutor to the gods, could use persuasions more pathetical. L 210-11. Short-lived alliance with is made through similar means, as describes in odd terms how each part of his body, betokening and excess of strength, in every part proportioned like the man, should make the world subdued to I 2:129-31. Moreover, understands the effective use of visual cues as a part of persuasive strategy. When he lays siege to the Egyptian Soldan, his frowning looks and terror and imperious eyes strike fear into his opponent's eye. 4:113-14. He even deploys a system of visual warnings to his enemies. At the beginning of a siege, we are told, erects white tents, to signify the mildness of his mind that satiate with spoil blood. I 4 152-53. If this fails to work, the second day's tense will be read, signaling his intent to kill any that can manage arms. I 4 157. Thereafter he promises to kill men, women, and children alike, and appears entirely clad in black, from his tents to his spear, his shield, his horse, his plumes. I 4 160. While part II contains moments of similarly compelling spectacle, it is clear by the scene of the self-wounding that, as suggests, what was once a spectacular seduction is now a ham-fisted onslaught. 68. The death of is a typical example of urge to pile rhetoric upon rhetoric overdetermining events in order to make them work to bolster his waning authority. His response to bereavement includes as lists a memorial pillar written in Arabic, Hebrew, and Greek forbidding the rebuilding of the burned town, a streamer bearing Persian and Egyptian crests to signify royal birth, a tablet covered with lists of her great qualities, the golden hearse itself, and finally, a picture of the dead queen. 69. Meanwhile's only request, that refrain from responding to her death with violence, goes ignored. Indeed, only a few scenes later he kills, the son arguably most like his mother, in a display of violence which shocks even his allies and during which the repeated interjections of, and show how far the leader has departed from inspiring obedience through sheer majesty. Viewed in this light, self-wounding forms part of a trajectory in which his ever-widening sphere of influence accompanies a diminution of the personal mythology at the center of his empire. Why does persuasion fail where succeeds? Clearly, there are multiple factors linked to his outsized personality, not least the appalling cruelty, which renders sympathy with almost impossible. At root, however, I argue that self-wounding fails to fully convince his audience because he neglects a foundational principle of rhetoric as described above, that one should actually feel the emotions one wishes to stir in others. As Alexander describes, rhetorical theorists fostered a notion of the ideal rhetor, formulating his own ethos partly through the act of prosopopoeia, being able to move his audience because he has moved himself, and moving himself not so much by the force of actual recollection as by the power of the words he has written, and is uttering 70, however, wishes only to inspire awe in his audience, while continuing to insist that he feels no pain. In so doing, he shows that he has only partly understood how self-wounding works as a rhetorical strategy. He has comprehended the attention-grabbing potential of a self-inflicted wound. However, he presents that wound as entirely symbolic in nature. If the damage inflicted on the body is as insignificant and painless as insists, then self-injury functions only at the level of gesture. Julius Caesar's "that pain is the strong proof of her claims to constancy," providing somatic evidence of her authenticity, fails to grasp this part of the equation, and thus remains vulnerable to the accusations of fakery which I have shown were leveled at rhetoricians and actors alike. Failure to grasp that the materiality of self-injury matters as much as its symbolism is not merely an oversight. Rather, it is consistent with the conqueror's general lack of a credible ethos to which he can appeal to prove his sincerity. What are real feelings? Does he even have any? As has observed, all his interests tend towards acquiring what others have. Even his love of treasure is outward-facing, since the objects he attains have little value but that which is attached to them by others. In taking and bestowing territories and crowns, contrives to turn people who are under his control into caricatures of himself. His manipulation of their hopes and desires creates a funhouse mirror in which his own failure to find satisfaction is reflected. 71, with the possible exception of, who seems as much a possession as a wife. He also fails to form the intersubjective bonds so important to early modern conceptions of identity. Keeping even his closest allies as subordinates, he accepts his sons as his own only if they parrot his ambitions. Be all a scourge and terror to the world, or else you are not sons of II. 1:463-64. The true artificer will not run away from nature, as we're afraid of her, or depart from life and the likenesses of truth, but speak to the capacity of his hearers, and though his language differ from the vulgar somewhat, It shall not fly from all humanity, with the Tamerlanes and Tamercams of the late age, which had nothing in them but the strutting and furious vociferation, to warrant them to the ignorant gapers 75. Thomas heard in's verse both ill-disguised insufficiency, the swelling bombast of a bragging verse and blatant excess, the engrafted overflow and spacious volubility of a, while Joseph Hall dismissed pure verse as a far-fetched concoction, patch-eyed up with terms Italianate 76. 2.4 Conclusion. As a piece of communicative practice, early modern self-injury was uniquely positioned to convince audiences of the practitioner's integrity, their status as just what they claimed to be. By literalizing the violence of a person's feelings or desires, self-wounding manifested a foundational principle of rhetoric, that personating a feeling, whether through words or movements, involved really experiencing that feeling. If one used self-stabbing to convince one's husband of fortitude in the face of hardship, the persuasive act itself involved fortitude. This did not mean that wounding oneself was an automatic route to authenticity. As the differences between and on-stage self-injuries show, this, like other kinds of rhetoric, was constrained by environmental and social context. If it was not made readable, by careful, self-injury risked being interpreted in unintended ways. As the next chapter will demonstrate, this danger was highlighted in Thomas, the Spanish tragedy, where small textual changes could change the meaning of the protagonist's self-injury from heroic to disturbing. Conversely, focusing too much on the self-injury as a symbolic spectacle and denying its materiality also risked undermining the practitioner's claims to authenticity. If it was not painful, then a self-inflicted wound had no more claim to veracity than any other kind of gesture. It was as hollow as some 20th century psychologists found the suicide gesture, an act lacking real intent. Renaissance playwrights thus used self-injury as one means to worry at the question of how one could ever establish another person's authenticity or prove one's own authenticity to others. Though these issues remained unresolved, they seemingly struck a chord with audiences, and later chapters of this book will show that even off-stage, self-wounding was positioned as theatrical. Scenes of discovery of the wounded person often seemed tableau-like, while the narratives which explained such events were neatly constrained and sometimes blackly humorous. The principles established by theories of gesture and rhetoric found new expression in the spectacle of on-stage self-wounding, and they would go on to permeate discussion of self-injury in every other kind of early modern text. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Quote from I Am Worthy, play devised by participants in the Self-Injury Through Time Group, 2024. Jill Compton, Daniel and David. The Problematic Label of Suicide Gesture. Professional Psychology, Research and Practice 41 No. 3 2010, 221-27, 222-24. M. R. Fox, Alexander J. K. Knock, and Jessica Stubbing. The Classification of Suicide Gestures, Examining the Validity, Measurement, and Level of Intent of a Controversial Construct. Suicide and Life-Threatening, 53 No. 2 2023, 188-97. Gestural Sense-Making, Hand Gestures as Intersubjective Linguistic Enactments. Phenomenology and the Cognitive Sciences, 11 No. 4 2012, 599-622. Link Springer com article 10.100, 7 S1109 70 11924449, 600. Gestural sense-making, 604, 605. Clark, gesture as thought. In the hand, an organ of the mind, what the manual tells the mental, ed. MIT Press, 2013, 257. Clark, gesture as thought. 260. Clark, gesture as thought. 259. It is worth noting that mirror neurons, though much talked about, remain a subject of debate. It is unclear if mirror neurons are a separate class of cells, and if so, which species have mirror neurons and how far they can be said to be responsible for qualities such as empathy. Clark, gesture as thought. 259. Miranda Anderson, The Renaissance Extended Mind, Springer, 2015, 158-59. Adam, gesture, visible action as utterance, Cambridge University Press, 2004, 21. Gesture, 22. Abraham the or the of made by examples, Thomas, 1588. J4V. Francis Bacon, 2000b, 94 quoted in Anderson, The Renaissance Extended Mind, 158. 11-380-586, translated by and quoted in Hall, Cicero, and Quintilian on the oratorical use of hand gestures. The Classical Quarterly 54 No. 1 2004, 143-60. Orgstable 3556289, 150. John or the Art of Thomas Harper, 1644, 1617. Joseph R. Roach, The Player's Passion, Studies in the Science of Acting, University of Delaware Press, 1985, 32-33. Tribble, Cognition in the Globe, Attention and Memory in Shakespeare's, U.S., 2011, 34. 46-47. John, Original Gesture, Hand Eloquence on the Early Modern Stage, Shakespeare Bulletin 35 No. 1 2017, 6596, Org 10-135-320-1700003, 67. See also Cooper, The Hand on the Shakespearean Stage, Gesture, Touch and the Spectacle of Dismemberment, Bloomsbury Publishing, 2016, 146. Tribble, Cognition in the Globe, 31-33. Clark, Gesture as Thought. 259. Cooper, The Hand on the Shakespearean Stage, 146. On the similarities and differences between modern and early modern models of extended or embodied cognition, see Anderson, The Renaissance Extended Mind. Thomas Wright, The Passions of the Inn. Corrected, enlarged, and with sundry new discourses augmented. Valentine Sims and Adam Islip for Walter and Thomas Thorpe, 1604, 172. Robert, Rhetorical Affect in Early Modern Writing, Renaissance Passions Reconsidered. UK 2003, 52. Roach, The Player's Passion, 25. A. and Tanya Pollard, Shakespearean Sensations, Experiencing Literature in Early Modern England, Cambridge University Press, 2013, 11. See also Shakespeare and Laughter, A Cultural History, Manchester University Press, 2008. Lynn, Shakespeare Schoolroom, Rhetoric, Discipline, Emotion, University of Pennsylvania Press, 2011, 131-32. Shakespeare Schoolroom, 133. Davis, Guise and Disguise, Rhetoric and Characterization in the English Renaissance, University of Toronto Press, 1993, 35. Stephen, Plays Confuted in 5 Actions, Thomas, 1582. E5R, see also John, A Refutation of the Apology for Actors, W. White, 1615, 55. Thomas, An Apology for Actors, Nicholas Oakes, 1612. B4R, A Refutation of the Apology for Actors, 51. A Second and Third Blast of Retreat from Plays and Theaters, 1580, 95. My Italics, see also Philip, The of Abuses, New Society, 1877. 1583, Of course, there may have been another private world of early modern self-wounding to which we are not privy because it has not been recorded. In the texts I have examined, however, there is little suggestion that this is the case. Self-wounding is rarely concealed and is often undertaken in front of witnesses. Van and A.E. Introduction. Constructions of physical pain in early modern culture, in the sense of suffering. Constructions of physical pain in early modern culture ed. Van and A.E. Brill 2008, 4-5. And Introduction 6. Goth, killing, hewing, stabbing, dagger-drawing, fighting, butchery. Skin penetration in Renaissance tragedy and its bearing on dramatic theory. Comparative Drama 46 No. 2 2012, 139-62, 140. Marshall, Swooned, Dream, Reading Character in Julius Caesar. English Literary Renaissance 24 No. 2 1994, 471-88, 473. Roman Shakespeare, Warriors, Wounds and Women Taylor and Francis Group, 1997, 78. Roman Shakespeare, 79. Ethos, The Rhetoric of Honor and Its Performance in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Philological Quarterly 97, No. 3 2018, 263-85, 264. Miles, Shakespeare and the Constant Romans, Oxford University Press, 1996, 137. Henry, The Garden of Eloquence, The Most Excellent Ornaments, Exornations, Lights, Flowers and Forms of Speech, commonly called the Figures of. R.F. for H. Jackson, 1593, 136. Alexander, Prosopopoeia, The Speaking Figure, in Renaissance Figures of Speech, ed. And Alexander, Cambridge University Press, 2007, 110. Carpi, Caesar's Body in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, and D of Power. 9 No. 2 2015, 281-94. Org 10-1515 Paul 20-150019, 282. David Lee Miller, The Voice of Caesar's Wounds, The Politics of Martyrdom in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, in Forms of Association, Making Publics in Early Modern Europe, ed. And University of Massachusetts Press, 2015, 237, Carpi, Caesar's Body. Ethos, 266. Jenny, Godly Beds of Pain, Pain in English Protestant Manuals. 1551-650, In the Sense of Suffering, Constructions of Physical Pain in Early Modern Culture, ed. Van and A.E. Brill 2008, 307. Marshall, Swooned, Dream, 474. Gail Kern Pastor, In the Spirit of Men There Is No Blood, Blood as Trope of Gender in Julius Caesar. Shakespeare Quarterly 40 No. 3 1989, 284-98. Orgstable 2870724, 288. My Italics. Pastor in the Spirit of Men, 294. Roman Shakespeare, 101. Roman Shakespeare, 77-109. Plutarch's Lives, Volume 2. Revised from a 1683 translation by John Random House Publishing Group, 2011, 580. Godly Beds of Pain, 317-18. William Perkins, A Sallow for a Man, or a treatise containing the nature, differences, and kinds of death, as also the right manner of dying well, John, 1625, 83. Construe, v. Oxford English Dictionary. Ode com Charactery, N. Oxford English Dictionary. Ode com Shakespeare and the Constant Romans, 145. Baldwin explains how the valuing of, and glory as an indication of worth had been questioned by. In order to present a public persona given this atmosphere, it was important not to pour one's whole self into this persona, so that the individual could not be described by referring to the sum of duties or offices held. Not only this, but the self which was reserved had to be capable of judgment, so that it could discern the deception of the world and direct the operation of one or more persona. Baldwin, Individual and Self in the Late Renaissance. The Historical Journal 44 No. 2 2001, 340-164. Orgstable 3133611, 364. R. Martin, Tragedy and Trauma in the Plays of Christopher, 2016, 74. Christopher and the Failure to Unify, Publishing. 2015, 62-63. Greenfield, Christopher Swoon Knowledge, PMLA 119 No. 2 March 2004, 233-246, 240. Lisa and Christopher, Renaissance Dramatist, Edinburgh University Press, 2008, 124. Greenfield, Christopher Swoon Knowledge, 233. Greenfield, Christopher Swoon Knowledge, 236. Christopher and the Failure to Unify, 62-63. Meg Raving, Impatient, Desperate and Mad, Spectacular Collapse. Studies 2, 2012, 87-102-94. Raving, Impatient and Mad, 87. Raving, Impatient and Mad, 90. Alexander, Prosopopoeia, The Speaking Figure in Renaissance Figures of Speech, ed. By Alexander and Cambridge University Press, 2007, 101. Fred B. Playing with Desire, Christopher and the Art of Tantalization, University of Toronto Press, 1998, 68. Dawson, Introduction in Christopher the Great, Part 2, Bloomsbury Publishing, 2003. MacDonald, Rhetoric and Theatre in the Oxford Handbook of Rhetorical Studies, Oxford University Press, 2017, 454. Robert the Smith a Golden, How to Use Thee in Pleasant and Profitable Exercise, John, for Edward White, 1583. A3R. Ben, Timber, or Discoveries Made Upon Men and Matter, in the Works of Ben. 7 printed for D. Midwinter, W. and J. Richardson, J. T. C. Hitch and L. Hawes, 1756, 95. Uncommon Tongues, Eloquence and Eccentricity in the English Renaissance, University of Pennsylvania Press, 2013, 143-44. 3. Protest, and in the Spanish Tragedy. Thus far, I have shown how self-wounding might function as a communicative practice, utilizing a combination of formulaic meanings and perceived naturalness to persuade audiences of a practitioner's authenticity. This chapter develops that theme by considering further what meanings were attached to self-wounding and what happened when these meanings met and clashed. In Thomas, The Spanish Tragedy, self-injury may be read as heroic, desperate, or insane. Through the morally ambiguous figure of extreme self-inflicted violence becomes a means to consider what is now termed, and in turn, to highlight anxieties about contemporary systems of justice and the ethics of staging bodily harm as theatrical spectacle. The first part of this chapter argues that while early modern people did not find a causal relationship between self-injury and suicide, as is usually the case in modern discourses on NSSI, self-wounding was nonetheless conceptually linked to self-killing. Whilst suicide and self-wounding were legally and culturally distinct, both acts could be viewed as an assertion of ownership over the body, whether for good or ill. In particular, Stoic writings construct pain as an opportunity for personal growth, and therefore present self-wounding as a potential means of self-fashioning. The latter parts of this chapter show how these debates might play out on the early modern stage by examining Thomas, The Spanish Tragedy, a play in which self-wounding is overburdened with potential meanings. In this prototypical revenge tragedy, the protagonist bites out his own tongue purportedly to avoid giving up his secrets, but the irony is that he has already revealed his plot. In fact, he revels in its revelation. I argue that this apparent puzzle is solvable if we consider, as an act of resistance, which ideologies attach to self-wounding in general and beliefs about tongues and tongue-biting in particular. Viewed in this way, self-wounding is shown to function as an equal and opposite response to the threats of torture, which threaten his bodily autonomy, and struck close to home for the early modern audience. Indeed, it bears striking similarities to ideas of or as they are presented in modern cultural studies. However, later versions of the play open up other possibilities for his. By suggesting that actions are driven by insanity, these versions self-wounding as a disturbing spectacle, which may as easily be read in terms of anguish as of agency. This may still be madness, even if there is method in it. 3.1. The ethical status of self-wounding. Since the 20th century, self-injury has been deemed a significant risk factor for death by suicide. Some studies indicate that people who self-injure have an up to 40% risk of attempting suicide, while others highlight the versatility of self-injury activities, the number of methods used, as more accurately predicting the likelihood of suicide too. This clear association, self-injury to self-destruction, may seem intuitive, but it is in stark contrast to early modern thinking on the topic. In many of the multiple interpretations of self-wounding in early modern texts, it seems to have surprisingly little to do with suicide. For example, medical and ballad accounts of men's self-castration make clear that those men were not viewed as having a death wish, however dangerous there. Likewise, women who tore out their hair did so as part of a lament tradition that helped ensure that, after a period of mourning, life could carry on. Furthermore, self-wounding and suicide were legally distinct. Suicide was prohibited, and as I discuss below, it became subject to stricter, more rigorously enforced legal penalties in the 16th century. By contrast, self-wounding seems to have incurred no legal penalty. The distinction between attempted suicide and non-suicidal self-injury apparently rested on the way in which the event was framed, by both protagonist and onlookers, rather than the seriousness of the harm. For example, who wrote of having been afflicted by deep religious melancholy in her 1683 God's gracious dealings with the choice Christian misses, recalled how in the depths of her illness she sought numerous ways to die. These included collecting large spiders and smoking them in a pipe, attempting to procure an overdose of opium, taking a coach to woods, planning to stay there until she died of exposure, cutting herself with scissors, and hiding under floorboards in her own home, planning to starve to death. 3. It was clear from narrative that many of these incidents caused fairly mild physical harm. She had not come close to death at any time. Yet, she made clear that these were still suicide attempts, rather than incidences of self-injury. Conversely, the people I describe later in this book who injured themselves very seriously by cutting off their testicles were not thought to have acted from a desire to die, or to be at risk of completing suicide. Self-injury and self-killing were therefore not causally linked in the way they commonly are today. The former was not thought to lead to the latter. However, this does not mean that they were completely divorced. Rather, they were conceptually linked, in that some of the moral arguments around suicide could also be applied to self-wounding. Evidence for this overlap comes principally from the 17th century, when the ethics of self-killing became a subject of intense interest. In the glut of religious and moralistic writings on suicide printed during this period, self-wounding lingers at the margins of the discussion. A 1647 text, for instance, warned that it is dangerous to deface the work of God, as well as to unmake that which God hath made. 5. Another, published in 1652, argued that the commandment against killing forbade men not only to actually take away the life, but also to hinder the health and strength, and to hasten the death of themselves. Or other men. 6. It became a common theme among moralizing authors to self-neglect through unhealthy lifestyles as slow means to suicide, arguing that God may justly challenge them of self-murder, that thus will and drink in spite of health and nature, and so shorten that precious time, which God indulged for better purpose. 7. In a mid-17th century table showing varieties of self-murder, William included neglect of one's physical or spiritual welfare, deliberate sinning, and thrusting one's self in danger, alongside the more obvious means of committing some capital crime, or simply being their own butchers and murderers. 8. A man may be guilty of self-murder by mutilating of and cutting off any of his members, as Origen did, to the hurt and danger of his life, which by the preservation of such a member might have in more safety, For life's perfection is in the perfection of the whole body. Notwithstanding, for the safety of the whole, a man may lawfully and necessarily cut off a member, which cannot be preserved without manifest danger of thereby losing his life. But neither to punish a sin past, nor to prevent a sin to come, may a man destroy or cut off any of his members, whereby he may be able to do the offices and duties for which God hath given him the same 9. Though in courts it be not subject to like, yet if it be accompanied with the same, it is in conscience the same, especially towards ourselves, because it violates the same reason, which is that none may upon the over which he hath no dominion. 13. Texts such as Sand articulated the belief that self-wounding and suicide might be the same sort of thing, because they both treated the body as belonging to the individual, in defiance of any higher authority. Condemnations of suicide rested largely, though not exclusively, on the argument that suicide usurped the right of life and death over the body, which properly belonged to God, and through God's ordinance to the divinely appointed king or queen. In 1673, for instance, Jay wrote that the right of nature over one's own life is only a liberty that each man hath to use his power for his own preservation, not his own destruction. 16. John Adams's essay concerning self-murder similarly asserted that life continued is as fully God's propriety as life first. And therefore it must be an act of the greatest injustice for any man to cut it off by self-murder. 17. This reasoning echoes the much later notion of, which I discuss below, and it underpinned not only the immorality but the illegality of suicide. Opponents of suicide pointed out that, if self-killing were lawful, the power of life and death immediately invested by God in the magistrate, i.e., the monarch, would by degrees shrink to a despicable nothing. 18. It is for this reason, argues Langley, that the self-slaughterer is, we are repeatedly told, a dangerously antisocial individual. 19. As I shall discuss, early modern writers were well aware that suicide and self-injury could happen as consequences of melancholy and frenzy, and they urged sympathy for such cases. Robert Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, for instance, advised that hard censures of such as offer violence to are to be mitigated, as in such as are mad beside, or to have been long melancholy, and that in extremity they know not what they. However, in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, the threshold for judging a suicide to have been caused by madness was set almost impossibly high. In the medieval period, most suicides were deemed mentis, with that verdict being handed down by local courts often composed of the victim's neighbors, and thus sympathetic to the plight of the family left behind. But Langley finds that between 1485 and 1660, government crackdown and small rewards for coroners recording a verdict meant that only 2% of suicides were deemed mentis. 21. Michael Mack and Terence Murphy likewise conclude that the intensification of hostility to self-killing in the 16th and early 17th centuries was the result of the Tudor revolutions in government and religion. The rise of the modern state and the Protestant Reformation. 22. The intellectual history of early modern attitudes toward voluntary death has largely avoided a reckoning with what this book will show is in fact a pronounced contrary aesthetic tendency. Surges of positive affect, humor, and pleasure found within textual representations of self-harm, self-sacrifice, and violent death. 25. One of the principal bases for positive affects around voluntary death in early modern literature, and particularly drama, was the philosophy of Stoicism. Originally a philosophical school of ancient Greece, Stoicism gained a renewed following in Renaissance England with the translation in 1567 of Epictetus's Enchiridion. The central tenet of this work, that one should avoid worrying about things which cannot be controlled, proved so appealing to its audience that it helped establish a new genre in 16th century publishing. A. Long asserts that no secular books were more widely read in the Renaissance than Cicero's On Duties, the Letters and Dialogues of Seneca, and the Manual of Epictetus. 26. A flurry of translated and original works bolstered the movement, including Vers a Buckler against 1622, Tacitus's The 1598 and Essay in Defense of Seneca and Plutarch, 1580. Perhaps most influential was Sir John Stradling's translation of Justice, in 1594. Marrying ideas from Tacitus and Seneca with Christian values was foundational to Stoicism, a system of ethics which emphasized justice and constancy while leaving a considerable amount of room for the practice of pagan and Machiavellian statecraft. 27. Moreover, Stoicism was particularly in vogue among writers. Daniel, for instance, finds that Stoicism gained a following from a niche group of courtiers in the late Elizabethan and early Jacobean eras. Its popularity amongst members of the and Essex circles ensures it would have been familiar to the writers of the dramas. 28. The perennial anxiety regarding those who present themselves as Stoics is that however assiduously they may be seen to be performing their various offices, they threaten to disrupt the smooth workings of a hierarchical political regime, substituting their own scale of values regarding justice, or, for example, for those that are officially and socially sanctioned, and always placing their paramount concern with their own virtue above what others take to be the needs of the Commonwealth for orderly, stable government. 29. This was particularly troubling given the other feature of Stoicism, indifference to pain. Stoics did not deny the reality of pain sensations. Nonetheless, they that pain was not bad in and of itself. Only virtue was truly good, and only vice was truly bad. All other circumstances which we might call good or ill, health, wealth, power, were either preferred indifference or indifference, which only acquired their moral character from the emotional judgments made about them. Feelings of pain, while real, were exacerbated by the emotional belief in pain's undesirability, and this response could be controlled. It is incredible, argued Vere, what power reason and discourse have not to make us constant, but even to make to us sweet and pleasant 30. For that body is all that is vulnerable about me. With this dwelling so liable to injury there lives a spirit that is free. I shall dissolve our partnership when this seems the proper course, and even now while we are bound one to the other the partnership will not be on equal terms. The soul will assume undivided authority. Refusal to be influenced by one's body assures one's freedom. 33. In theory at least, this approach would mean that self-wounding was ethically permissible, and even laudable if done in service of a higher political or personal goal. As one Stoic text recommended, Stoics could use the body as a borrowed garment, to make show for a time of our 34. In fact, as Daniel observes, it might be considered weak not to end one's life rather than submit to actual or figurative slavery. The self-possession implied by self-killing was here not a usurpation of divine rights, but the natural antithesis to enslavement. 35. As I discussed below, this notion of self-possession was strongly evident in stories about. It also chimed with larger discourses about the ideal relationship between reason and passion. The notion of subordinating emotions, or physical sensations to reason, was by no means exclusive to Stoicism. Christopher has argued that throughout the Tudor period, schools of thought from Neoplatonism to champion reason as that which intuits transcendental values, grasping a divinely sanctioned, eternally present morality, which is the bond of all society. 36. Nonetheless, this rationalist, Stoic framework was one readily available to early modern audiences, who flocked to plays in which the heroes professed some version of Stoic ethics. Early modern writers representing self-wounding thus found themselves with a surfeit of possibilities when it came to presenting the ethical dimensions of this phenomenon. Was self-wounding a heroic disavowal of the body's strictures, or a sinful insult to the authority of God and King? Was it perhaps an act to be, just as some suicides were to be for their insanity? In the hands of a skilled author, all these possibilities could be kept in play, with remarkable results. 3.2. As agency in the Spanish tragedy. In dense tomes such as The Ethics of Self-Wounding could seem as far removed from real-life situations as treatises of rhetoric were from most people's everyday conversations. Once again, however, imaginative literature worked to turn these theoretical conundrums into dilemmas which were, if not relatable, then at least compelling. This was nowhere truer than in Thomas' immensely popular The Spanish Tragedy. Beloved by audiences for its twisting plot and self-consciously theatrical violence, the play was a box office hit, performed 29 times by 1597 and published in 10 quarto editions before 1633. Its reach was such that it is credited with influencing Ian Ford and providing inspiration for Shakespeare's. It also offered an exploration of the way in which self-wounding might work as an assertion of Stoic self-ownership, as the protagonist commits a spectacular act of self-mutilation in direct response to the threat of torture. His declaration and his subsequent actions are undoubtedly spectacular. However, they are also puzzling. Ostensibly, this is a means to prevent the king from forcibly extracting information from him about the revenge plot, but has already given a detailed explanation of his scheme. The only point he has omitted is the identity of his accomplice, but as Bell is already dead, this is not a particularly valuable secret to keep. Furthermore, it is obvious, indeed explicitly stated, that is already resolved to die by his own hand, making his tongue-biting even more redundant. 44160. To approach this puzzle, we thus need to consider his actions as linked to suicide in the way I have described above, not causally connected, but conceptually allied through the idea of an individual usurping the state's power over their body. Imagined in early modern religious, rhetorical, anatomical, and literary texts as the most powerful and the most vulnerable member of man, because tongue, like the Latin lingua and the Greek, also means language, the very invocation of the word encodes a relation between word and flesh, tenor and vehicle, matter and meaning. 39. The chiefest perfection, the best to a man, is to moderate his tongue, for overmuch babble is ever subject to controlment, and he that warely his own tongue to be wise, and he that guards his mouth and tongue, guards his own. 41. An example of a is recited by Pliny, of the philosopher, who bereft himself of his, and teeth also, that he wold not reveal a certain secret, which the tyrant sought violently to wrest from him. The like we of a philosopher, which chose rather to cut of his tongue, than to disclose his friends. 45. Zeno the Stoic being cruelly tormented of a king of to utter those things which the king was desirous to know, at length because he not his, bit of his, and spit the same in the tormentor's face. But the of was more, for being taken of all other tyrants, and hearing that by thee of the tyrant he should in a be and broken into, said most constantly unto him in this manner, and this body of mine at thy pleasure, O tyrant, yet shalt thou never diminish any whit of. Then the tyrant, because he could not abide his speech, that his should be cut out of his mouth. But laughing at his, thought he should never have his, and therefore he bit out his, and spit the same by, i.e. pieces, the tyrant's face. 46. A common woman of Athens, who after and had Hipparchus the tyrant being tormented in, to the intent discover the confederates of that murder, spake not one, but biting in sunder here tongue, she spit it in the face of Hippias who caused here to be tormented. 49. Self-destructive violence, then, is both the refusal and negation of sovereignty. Self-destruction not only mobilizes the body in service of resistance, but turns the body, that which is within reach of even the barest form of life, into resistance. These acts do not simply mimic or make visible state violence, but rather refuse the state's assignation of certain bodies as incapable of political action. In this way, the self-immolator mobilizes their body as a subject and site of resistance, and not merely an object upon which state power is exercised. 51. Compared to the shocking violence in the rest of the play, the king's unfulfilled threat to torture might appear insignificant. However, it is not to be overlooked, because for Elizabethan audiences this ready turn to authoritarianism touched a nerve, namely, broader concerns about government and justice. Broadly speaking, the 16th century saw efforts to bring justice under the auspices of the state and out of the hands of individuals. The crackdown on suicide, as detailed above, was one such effort, though attitudes changed again in the later 17th century. As Deborah points out, revenge tragedies of the 1590s and 1600s frequently responded to this shift towards state justice, questioning the effectiveness of central government and the ethics of personal revenge 52, his dual status as knight marshal and grieving father puts him on both sides of this debate. However, the king's willingness to order tortures demonstrates that it is not a simple matter of ineffective state justice versus excessive private revenge. When the state acts like a private revenger, it loses any claim to moral authority, and there is little to choose between sanctioned and unsanctioned forms of punishment. Furthermore, Timothy Turner has shown that unease over the state's use of violence may have informed the Spanish tragedy to a greater extent than previously. The summary justice meted out throughout the play would, he argues, have recalled for an Elizabethan audience some unsettling episodes in which their queen had attempted to use martial law to execute her detractors without trial 53 even more, while torture was associated with Catholicism, and Spain in particular. It was also employed in England, particularly in cases of treason. Given the right conditions, Turner contends, even the diffuse Elizabethan power structure could exhibit near-despotic tendencies 54. Pain becomes a tool of exhibition, or more aggressively, extraction. For example, in the rhetorical tradition and the legal practices that it helped to shape, pain was considered to be an effective way to disable an individual's ability to lie or dissimulate. Following Aristotle, rhetoricians and judicial practitioners considered evidence given under torture to be in proof, one not created by the art of rhetoric. By working on and through the body to get at what was hidden inside, pain seems capable of producing authentic information by disabling an individual's ability to fashion reality as he or she may have liked 57. Discourses about torture and about self-wounding are thus both concerned with the body as a site of information. However, where torture attempts to put somatic experience to extremes in order to forcibly access a truth perceived to be hidden inside the subject, self-wounding can draw on the aforementioned Stoic discourses to construe pain as constitutive of identity, and pain inscribed on the body as expressive of that identity. In terms, the real significance of pain is not its ability to disclose the interior, but rather its ability to be manipulated according to an individual's intentions regarding his or her outward identity 58, by translating an emotional experience into physical pain. Self-wounding transforms individual anguish into political confrontation, and imbues meaning into apparently senseless violence. 3.3 is mad again. In the first extant edition, Q1, 1592, madness is only briefly represented in a couple of scenes, which blend classical motifs with early modern vocabulary of distraction. However, in the fourth extant edition, Q4, 1602, the protagonist's madness is developed further in 5 inappropriately named additions. These 325 new lines are not add-ons, but significant textual revisions that, by transforming madness, make a new play 59. When the soul fires are kindled in the root, a man can without dread and fear lay violent hands on himself. So wonderfully great is its power. For this is madness of the highest degree, since no man, as the apostle said, hates his own flesh, but cherishes it, which ought well to be considered by all jurors concerned in such cases 62. These apparent diminutions of agency correspond with a greater sense, in Q4 of the role of the fates, in determining events. At the close of the playlet, asserts that, I am at last revenged thoroughly, upon whose souls may heavens be yet revenged with greater far than these afflictions. 4.4. 1602 ad. L. 2526. The king and Castile respond with invocations to fall, heaven, and roll all the world within thy pitchy cloud. 4.4. 1602 ad. L. 4445. Madness or potential madness here is less a psychological or physiological outcome than one of the means through which revenge, as a supernatural entity, attains its ends. Moreover, the play's sophisticated, nested structure allows for uncertainty and ambiguity over the degree of madness and of predetermination. If nemesis and revenge are to be considered avatars of the same power, then revenge really is the author of the Spanish tragedy, in the sense that death in that battle is the sine qua of the entertainment for Pluto, and as well as for Ghost, and for us, the audience 66. Critics have long noted the both of the Spanish tragedy's nested structure and its arrangement of critical moments as quasi-tableaus. Bate, for instance, observes how the play is thoroughly suffused with an interest in the resources and semiotic potentialities of there is, for instance, a profusion of wittily deployed props. Box, dagger, rope, book, napkin, pen. 67 episodes of violence are aesthetic events, described by as having their origins in the pageantry of the court, the street dramas of executions. 68 hence, and Balthazar hang in the bower, but they also stab him thus and thus. These are the fruits of love. 2454. Like tongue-biting, this is violence without a clear cause. We can assume is already dead from being hanged, so the stabs are performative rather than pragmatic. It recollects the real-life excessiveness of hanging, drawing, and quartering, or trials which accused the defendant of having killed, poisoned, and murdered their victim. 69. The aesthetics of violence are also at work when describes how he shall conclude his play, with a strange and wondrous show, behind a curtain. 411778. When he reveals corpse, his first words are "See here my show, look on this spectacle." 4488. In its analysis of the play as a piece structured by memorable scenes rather than plot tongue-biting is strangely neglected. In fact, he says that motive hunting for that act is pointless. 70. However, it is clear that as a theatrical device, self-inflicted violence is a literal play on the dumb show, which is also recollected in the noiseless hanging of In the Bower. Indeed, himself imagines the possibility of a play without words, when in the added scene 3.12, he asks the artist to paint a doleful cry. 3.12:16:02 add. L12324. The final spectacle of thus repeats the sensationalism which has been attached to violence throughout the play. Stages his own mutilation, for maximum dramatic flourish. However, if we doubt his capacity, because of insanity or the workings of fate, or both, then the status of that act shifts from spectacular self-determination to simply spectacle. It may have less in common with strong proof than pitiful sight. To an extent, this moment of dramatic indeterminacy reflected a criticism which had long been leveled at Stoicism. Augustinian opponents of Stoicism argued that in reality, no one could truly attain the level of imperturbability it seemed to require. Real human beings needed God's grace to even attempt to steer a virtuous moral course, and to suggest that any individual could achieve virtue without this was downright offensive. Thus, while many praised as the ultimate Roman Stoic, and his suicide as an exemplar of mastery over the body, others present unable to govern his anger and his pride, a Stoic who fails to master his passions. On this view his suicide is ascribed to shame or cowardice. 71. This ideological conflict is in various writings on Stoicism. 72. He broadly praised Stoic ideals in his Of Constancy, and in On Judging Someone Else's Death. However, in the later essay, On the Inconstancy of Our Actions, he admitted that human beings were subject to so many inconsistencies and vicissitudes that it was impossible to find an individual who exhibited even one moral virtue with perfect consistency. 73. Moreover, in Of, he went further to argue that tales of men such as cheerfully enduring torture betrayed frenzy and fury as much as virtue. Faced with such feats, he concluded, who would not judge them to be pranks of a courage from his wonted seat. 74. Question raised a pertinent question for representations of self-wounding. Though a feat of endurance or a self-injurious act might seem stoical, or even mimic Stoic exemplars, it was difficult to know for sure if it was motivated by virtue, madness, or some other force. This in turn raised an ethical issue for audience. Do we, and should we, enjoy the sight of a man doing himself harm? Ultimately, this question remains unresolved. His mastery of structure allows him to create a prismatic world in which two things can be true at once. Viewed from one facet, his apparently nonsensical self-wounding works. Biting out his tongue is a heroic assertion of autonomy, which has the additional merit of exposing the tyranny lurking in apparently genial systems of authority. From a different angle, however, this act of self-directed violence is a tragic attempt to express his pain from a man for whom self-control was always an illusion, now exposed as such by his madness. 3.4 Conclusion. The shifting and heterogeneous meanings of tongue-biting in the Spanish tragedy aptly demonstrate why self-wounding was so imaginatively useful for early modern dramatists. Because self-wounding was discursively homeless, it could be given a home in different cultural scripts. It could be made to signify in a variety of ways. 75 In certain respects, self-wounding was like suicide, and it was condemned on the same grounds that it usurped God's rights over the body. However, like suicide, it also remained open to alternative interpretations, such as that provided by Stoic philosophy. By viewing self-wounding as an act freighted with associations from multiple discourses, Stoic, moralistic, medical, and political, we can see how the Spanish tragedy keeps numerous possibilities in play. In one, tongue-biting is the tragic product of a cycle of violence, instigated and kept in motion by the machinations of supernatural figures, working in part through the mental infirmity of human beings. In the other, it is a deliberate and means of constructing one's own character through the mastery of pain, which in the process cites Stoic antecedents and positions the tongue-biter as heroic, his opponents as tyrannical. The latter reading is more dominant in early versions of the play and the former in later quartos, but both are accessible in each version. The uses of this anamorphosis are partly aesthetic. This play is more interesting for its ability to highlight aspects of the plaguing experience. The playing out of life for a viewing audience of Revenge and Dawn mimics the action played on stage for the benefit of real-life audience, while the bloody conclusion of and raises the specter of how play viewing might go horribly wrong. This play, therefore, invites its audience to speculate on their involvement in an entertainment which constantly threatens to exceed its bounds. In addition, however, the multiple frameworks which meet and clash in also reflect the moral complexity of revenge and justice. Few watching the Spanish tragedy could conclude that a triple murder-suicide is the best way to seek redress for one's wrongs, but placing self-wounding at the center of this melee also centers the human need to maintain individual agency at any cost. The wounded body speaks exceptionally loudly. As suggests, when pain is ignored, then one solution is to simply make pain more visible. 76. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Quote from I Am Worthy, play devised by participants in the Self-Injury Through Time Group, 2024. See Michael Gloria Al. The Association of Non-Suicidal Self-Injury and Suicidal Behavior, according to DSM-5, in adolescent psychiatric inpatients. Psychiatry Research 228, No. 3, 2015, 454-61. Org 101016J20150619, Carrie L. The relationship between self-injurious behavior and suicide in a young adult population. Archives of Pediatrics and Adolescent Medicine 161, No. 7, 2007, 634-40. Org 101001161764, J. Turner, M. Butler, Alexander L. Chapman, and K. How often, or how many ways? Clarifying the relationship between non-suicidal self-injury and Archives of Suicide Research 17, No. 4, 2013, 397-415. Org 10-1080-13811111820-1380-2660. A narrative of God's gracious dealings with that choice Christian misses. Afterwards married to Mr. Reciting the great advantages the devil made of her deep melancholy, and the triumphant victories, rich and sovereign graces, God gave her over all his stratagems and devices. John 1683. See for instance George's History of Suicide, Voluntary Death in Western Culture, John University Press, 1999, 149, Farewell to the World, A History of Suicide, John and Sons, 2015, 82. Joseph, an exposition with observations continued upon the 8th, 9th and 10th chapters of the Book of Job A. Miller, for Henry and John, and 1647, 496. L.S. Natures, or the People's Native Liberty Asserted, W.R., 1652, 21. John Toy, a sermon preached in the Church of Worcester the 2nd of last being Candlemas Day, at the of Alice wife unto Mr. Thomas, one of the of his Majesty's, S.N., 1642, 7. William, the complete Christian and complete and of a Christian, fitting him with all necessary furniture for that his holy profession, or the Doctrine of Salvation, London, 1643, 385. John, Life's Preservative Against Self-Killing. Or in Useful Treatise Concerning Life and Self-Murder, M. Flesher, 1637, 110. See John, the Westminster Handbook to Origen, Westminster John Press, 2004, Wheeler, Fantasies, Castration and Confession. In Becoming Male in the Middle Ages, ed. Jeffrey and Wheeler Garland Publishing, 1997. Alexander Seton, A Treatise of Mutilation and a 1699, 16. Interestingly, this sentiment also appeared in some medical texts, as when the midwife Jane Sharp noted that it was unacceptable to try and make oneself infertile, for men or women to mutilate themselves on purpose, or use obstructive means to cause, I cannot think to be justifiable, though some persons have presumptuously ventured upon it. Jane Sharp, The Book Miller, 1671, 164-65. This caution was apparently justified. Self-homicide murder asserts that a rash of recent suicides may be attributable to reading of Thomas, Self-Homicide Murder, or some antidotes and arguments gleaned out of the treasuries of our modern casuists and divines against that horrid and reigning sin of self-murder. W. Downing for Edward Thomas, 1674. A to R. John, a declaration of that or thesis that homicide is not so naturally, that it may never be otherwise, wherein the nature and the extent of all those laws, which to be violated by this act, are diligently surveyed, John Dawson, 1644, 133. My emphasis. 133. 134. Parentheses, my emphasis. J. The Great Law of Nature, or Self-Preservation Examined, Asserted and Vindicated from Mr. His Abuses, printed by the author, 1673. 2v3r. John Adams, An Essay Concerning Self-Murder, Though Moz, 1707. See also Ezra Pierce, A Discourse of Self-Murder, Rich. Baldwin, 1692, 15. Self-Homicide Murder, 9. Langley, Narcissism and Suicide in Shakespeare and His Contemporaries, 205. Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, 276-77. Francis Langley, Narcissism and Suicide in Shakespeare and His Contemporaries, Oxford University Press, 2009, 212-13. Michael Mack and Terence R. Murphy, Sleepless Souls, Suicide in Early Modern England, Press, 1993, 5. On Emotions as Potentially Sticking to Certain Objects or Activities, see Cultural Politics of Emotion, Edinburgh University Press, 2014. Daniel Turner, The Art of Surgery, in which is laid down such a general idea of the same as is confirmed by practice, 6th ed. 2C and J, 1741, 278-79. Drew Daniel, Joy of the Worm, Suicide and Pleasure in Early Modern English Literature, University of Chicago Press, 2022, 10. Authors italics. A. Long, Stoicism in the Philosophical Tradition. Butler in the Cambridge Companion to the Stoics, ed. Brad in Wood, Cambridge University Press, 2003, 365. G. The Cult of, a leading source of early modern Spanish statecraft. Journal of the History of Ideas 36, No. 1, 1975, 139-52. Orgstable 2, 709016, 143. Daniel John, Republicanism and Stoicism in Renaissance Drama. D. England, Sheffield University, United Kingdom, 2011, 1819. Christopher, Philosophically Pride, Stoicism and Political Thought from 2, Princeton University Press, 2012, 74. Ver a Buckler Against, or A Treatise of Bernard, 1622, 32. Justice, 2 books of. Containing a comfortable conference in common calamities, and will for a singular consolation to all that are distressed, of afflicted, either in body or mind, trans. John Stradling, printed by P. Short for Richard Johns, 1595, 15. And Introduction, 15. Seneca, quoted in The House is Hers, The Soul is but a Tenant, Material Self-Fashioning and Revenge Tragedy. Early 12, No. 2, 2009, 135-61, 137. Ver a Buckler Against, 33. Daniel, Joy of the Worm, 14. Christopher, Passion's Triumph over Reason, A History of the Moral Imagination from to Rochester, Oxford University Press, 2011. Introduction. In Doing, Essays on the Spanish Tragedy ed. Manchester University Press, 2018, 2. Further in-text references are to Q1 unless otherwise. Sins of the Tongue in Early Modern England. Modern Language Studies 28, No. 34, 1998, 93 124. Orgstable 3195467, 94. William Perkins, A Direction for the Government of the Tongue According to God's Cambridge, 1595. In the Unruly Tongue in Early Modern England, 3 treatises, ed. Bayer University Press, 2012, 79. Jean, A Treatise of the Good and Tongue, translated by T.S. London, 1592. In the Unruly Tongue in Early Modern England, 3 treatises, ed. University Press, 2012, 47. Use the idiom first in the tale of c. 1387. Thee is thy then for two, the Riverside, Oxford University Press, 2008, L1219. The authorship of the Revenger's Tragedy is a matter for debate, having previously been assigned to The Sins of the Tongue. A Treatise of the Good and Tongue, 51. Thomas Rogers, A Discourse, the of the John, 1576. 2 R2v. Thomas Miles, The of and Modern Times, William, 1613, 41. Plutarch, called, The Morals written by the learned philosopher Plutarch, translated out of into English, and conferred with the translations and the French by Philemon Holland of Dr. in Trans. Philemon Holland, 1603, 936. Thomas Cooper, Thesaurus and Henry, 1578. 3. By Libby. Public Culture, 15 No. 1 2003, 1140-12. Burning the Body, The Bodily Politics of Tibetan Self-Immolation. Theory and Event 23 No. 3 2020, 573-606, 582. See also Starve and Immolate, The Politics of Human Weapons, Columbia University Press, 2014. Deborah, The Gnawing Vulture, Revenge, Trauma Theory, and Titus. Shakespeare Quarterly 53 No. 1 2002, 2152. Orgstable 3844038, 2324. Timothy A. Turner, Torture and Summary Justice in the Spanish Tragedy. Studies in English Literature, 1501-90053, No. 2, 2013, 277-92. Orgstable 245099999, 282-83. Turner, Torture and Summary Justice, 281, Elizabeth, Torture and Truth in Renaissance England. Representations 34, 1991, 5384. Orgstable 2928770. Burning the Body, 587. Lisa, Tortured Subjects, Pain, Truth and the Body in Early Modern France, University of Chicago Press, 2001, 22. Figures of Pain, Suffering and Selfhood in Early Modern English Literature. D. Wisconsin, The University of Wisconsin-Madison, 2009, 9. Figures of Pain, 25. Carol Thomas, Distracted Subjects, Madness and Gender in Shakespeare and Early Modern Culture. University Press, 2004, 33. Distracted Subjects, 45. James Newton, They that have any friends distracted or melancholy are desired to accept this. S.N., 1675. Thomas, A Treatise of Dreams and Visions wherein the causes, natures, and uses of nocturnal representations, and the communications both of good and evil angels, as also departed souls, to mankind are theosophically unfolded. S.N., 1689, 282. Allusion to jurors here suggests that he too was primarily concerned with suicide, but left the definition of violence open to include self-injury of various kinds. David Irish, or Cordial Counsel to the Sick and Diseased, Isaac Walker, 1745. I use the word anamorphosis here deliberately in preference to polysemy, which is often used to describe words or phrases with more than one possible meaning. Differing interpretations of actions depend not only on single phrases, but on the stance one takes towards his character. Just as anamorphosis in the visual arts allows different images to be seen in the same painting, these interpretations radically alter the tone of the play. On anamorphosis in literature, see Anna Eing the Thought Awry, The Anamorphosis of John's Poetry. English Literary Renaissance 39, No. 1, 2009, 141-62. Eing the Thought Awry, 143. Musica, Vindicating Revenge, in Doing, Essays on the Spanish Tragedy, ed. Manchester University Press, 2018, 49. Jonathan Bate, Enacting Revenge, The Mingled Yarn of Elizabethan Tragedy, in Doing, Essays on the Spanish Tragedy, ed. Manchester University Press, 2018, 35. Michael, The Spanish Tragedy, Architectonic Design in Elizabethan Popular, Plays in Performance, 2005, 111. Francis Bacon, A True and Historical Relation of the of Sir Thomas T.M. and A.C. for John and John, 1651, 18. This was an account of the infamous trial. The accused, James Franklin, was found guilty of having supplied poisons to court beauty Frances, which she had slipped into Thomas' food while he was imprisoned in the Tower of London. The trial is detailed in Unnatural Murder. The Spanish Tragedy, 127. Edwards, Modeling Roman Suicide. The Afterlife of Economy and Society 34 No. 2 2005, 222. Com full 10108003085140500054578212. C. Who argues that repeatedly emphasized his personal idiosyncrasies and desires in a way inconsistent with Stoic ideals. The Unrepentant Renaissance, 208-29. Essays written in French by Michael Lord of. By John. For Edward and William, 1613, 183-87. Essays 192. This phrase is borrowed from Torture and Truth in Renaissance England, 57. Burning the Body, 583. My italics. 4. Healing, violent lament as emotional self-management. In the first chapters of this book, I focused on self-wounding as a communicative practice, linked to gesture and oratory and subject to the same debates about persuasion, authenticity, and that attended those forms. In texts such as the Spanish tragedy and Julius Caesar, I argue, the ability to hurt oneself proves self-mastery over the body in service of rational ideals, and the aims of self-wounding are explicitly outward-facing. By contrast, this and the next two chapters show how self-wounding might be constructed in terms which were in many respects antithetical to Stoicism, and instead centered individual emotional and physical experience. The subject of this chapter, self-wounding in lament, shows how instead of conquering the body in service of social goals, certain kinds of self-injury could be represented as a means of catharsis, enabling emotional and physical self-regulation. Moreover, these acts once again raised questions about the impact of cultural forms on emotional experience. Acts such as hair-tearing and face-scratching accrued meaning from the lament tradition, and texts which depicted lament represented it as both ritualistic and a spontaneous, unfeigned reaction to woe, with potentially beneficial physiological effects. Violent lament thus raised important questions about the relationship between an individual and their humoral, cultural, and social ecologies too. The first part of this chapter briefly outlines the lament tradition inherited by early modern writers and adapted to new purposes. Lament was a gendered form of mourning, designed both to help the souls of the dead and to assist the living in the grieving process. In this process, physical expressions of grief including face scratching, hair tearing, and breast beating were entwined with verbal lament for lost relatives. After the Reformation, religious lament fell out of in England, but rhetoricians continued to engage with lament as a literary form. Moreover, some writers advocated for lament as an emotional purgative, which encouraged the healthy expression of grief, shifting the emphasis of lament from socio-political to psychophysiological. In the second and third parts of the chapter, I show how some canonical works of the late 16th and early 17th century reflect both on the usefulness of violent lament as an embodied practice, and on the difficulties of doing sadness through such practice. In Edmund's 1591-596, the fairy self-wounding appears as an act of catharsis, in which expressing one's passions, both literally and figuratively, prevents dangerous melancholia and aids the grieving process. However, this practice is only appropriate to women, whose colder bodies, naturally, predispose them to displays of passionate excess. When men lament, they are likely to be viewed as womanish or self-indulgent. Like heroines, Shakespeare's lamenting characters present their hair-tearing and face-scratching as natural and necessary expressions of their grief. However, the reactions of other characters to those displays show that such practices are seen as potentially exacerbating rather than alleviating distress, and therefore as fostering emotional inauthenticity. Finally, in considering how self-injury helps do sadness, I engage with the work of anthropologists. I will argue that the early modern debates about violent lament intersect in thought-provoking ways with contention that emotions are tricky to pin down precisely because they are both something people experience and something we do. In other words, we have emotions and we manifest emotions. 4.1 Lament and melancholy in practice. Ozo. Now smite the close-shorn head. Tear your cheeks with your nails. Ah me! I have fallen as a slave to a treacherous foe I hate, a monster of lawlessness, one that by his double tongue has turned against us all that once was friendly in his camp, changing this for that, and that for this again. Oh, weep for me, you Trojan women! Lost and ill-fated. Ah woe! A victim to a most unhappy lot. 4. Much of the lamentation is of the order of the expressively inarticulate, comprised of sobs, moans, shrieks, and sighs, weeping and sudden intakes of breath, as well as of elements of dance, a rhythmic sway of the body, physical gestures of despair, an ecstatic or trance-like manner of performance. But the lamentation also entails performance elements rarely seen in dance, Women tear their clothing, beat clenched fists on their chests, scratch their cheeks or breasts, sometimes until they bleed, tear out their hair, throw dirt on their heads, soil their clothing with dung, soot, ashes, or mud. 7. The result was a genre with the power to do things. Sometimes, this meant empowering women to air grievances which could not be heard elsewhere. For instance, posits that the laments for Hector in Book 24 of the Iliad express moving sorrow, but also question the value of Hector's brand of heroism, given its effects on those left behind. 9. Elsewhere, it involved inciting vengeance. The story of Hecuba, who blinds and kills his sons after losing her own son and daughter, provided a model of lament turned to violent revenge. Tanya Pollard describes how Euripides' Hecuba uses lament, the ritual voicing of mourning for the dead, to transform her grief into violence that is depicted as both successful and justified. 10. Laments also served a social function. Suggests that they moved the individual mourners and the larger community through the stages of loss in order to contain the threat of chaos, providing an aesthetic channeling of intellectual, physical, and emotional responses to death. 11. Significantly, this process could occur even when the women lamenting were paid to do so. Like skilled actors or rhetoricians, they put on grief in order to elicit sympathetic sorrow from observers. Finally, finds lament to have been an essential factor in constructing the public face of the household, the power of the family of the deceased, and the right to claim a part of the estate of the deceased. 12. In each case, body and voice were intertwined, and the centrality of self-wounding to lament's effectiveness was confirmed by the fact that when ancient authorities sought to curtail lament, they specifically outlawed lacerating of the flesh by mourners. 13. What these age-old practices of lament could, or should do in the early modern period, was a vexed question. Lament's traditional role, as part of the grieving process, was admittedly diminished by Reformation-era disapproval of extravagant shows of sorrow for the deceased. Lament, it was feared, encouraged belief in purgatory and intercession, and undermined the conviction that deceased relatives enjoyed a better life in heaven. Excessive and immoderate grief is inconsistent with our hope and Christianity. 14. Nonetheless, in the later 16th century, lament acquired a new, more literary significance. Redirected to the theaters from the streets and churches. 15. The rich prose and verse associated with lament made extensive use of rhetorical tropes, such as apostrophe and prosopopoeia, which English schoolboys were expected to master by imitation. Furthermore, it lent itself to emulation and variation, two of the principal ways in which budding rhetoricians of any age were advised to hone their skills. Thus, those Greek plays and poems in which lament was most prominent, including Ovid's Aeschylus, Agamemnon, and Euripides' Andromache, Hecuba, and Trojan Women, became required reading for the 16th century man of learning. 16. Hecuba, for instance, appeared in 37 individual or partial editions during the century. It was translated into Spanish in 1533, French in 1544, and Italian in 1543, 1550, 1563, and 1592, for a total of 7 vernacular editions, far more than any other Greek play. 17. What often began as a case of affective and cognitive disturbance caused by grief, fear, or sorrow, affected a change in the body through which the original mental disease became more stubbornly rooted. Thus, moral philosophy and religion were thought in many circumstances to be appropriate as early interventions in cases of severe melancholy, and in some circumstances even after, when they were combined with medicine. 18. Against this backdrop, the role of lament, or of literary and theatrical representations of lament, in fostering emotional health was up for debate. In general, works which excited violent emotion in audiences were viewed with caution, and Stephen argues that a tripartite strategy of diversion, emolument, rectification, was consistently recommended as most suitable for 24 art worked as therapy when it distracted the grieving person from their sorrow, provided exemplars of people bearing great tragedy without succumbing to despair, or reasoned for the futility of weeping over somebody whose sufferings were now over. Thus, texts such as the 1671 A Consolatory Discourse exhorted that reason and religion must be called up in all haste, to make as strong a dam as we are able to our sorrow, or else if it have its course, it may overflow us. 25 Not only was excessive grief immoral, warned the author, but was likely to bring about the wrath of God, who is displeased to see us so angry and repining, and often inflicts worse things upon us than those which we make the matter of. So, complaints. 26 Occasionally, violent lament practices were singled out in these discussions. Thomas Lye preached in a funeral sermon in 1660 that the Israelites' propensity to cut themselves and make baldness between their eyes was expressive of immoderate grief, disliked by God. 27 We do seldom the true and effectual comfort of repentance without tears. When the eye can kindly run down with streams of water, then doth our heart begin to feel ease, then doth that burden begin to be light, which before was so, and then will the light of grace begin to shine in upon our souls. 29 Lamenting is altogether contrary to rejoicing. Every man said so, and yet is it of joy to be able to lament with ease, and freely to forth a man's inward sorrows, and the wherewith his is surcharged. This was a very necessary devise of the poet, and a fine, besides his, to play also the, and not by applying a medicine to the ordinary of mankind, but by making the variate, in part, cure of the disease. 35 Poetic lament, as it was described by, was a practice which affected the entire ecosystem of feeling, cognitive and humoral, material and immaterial. This ecological approach to feeling management is reflected in the fact that catharsis, a term now used exclusively in the figurative sense, also possessed a more explicitly medical sense for early modern readers, being commonly used to describe the process of literally voiding matter from the body. 37 Given this dual meaning, lament may therefore be said to be a constructive practice in multiple ways. For the lamenter, it provided an outpouring that was both figurative and literal, since violent lament entailed both the opening of the body, hair tearing, scratching, and effusion of fluids, weeping and bleeding. For audiences, lament modeled extremes of feeling in a way that might provoke onlookers to express their own griefs. The usefulness of these effects, and their potential costs, was to be represented and discussed by the foremost authors of the Elizabethan age. 4.2 The Fairy, Lament as Emotional Self-Management. In Christopher's analysis of Edmund's The Fairy, he argues that a moral imperative to tame the passions resides at the poem's heart. Passions, even apparently positive ones such as pity, are traps for the unwary. They lead almost inexorably to error, and incontinence, if once indulged, will draw one into intemperance. 38 Even more dangerous are those emotions described by as pageant passions, displays of allegorized and anatomized passions which dominate the work's set pieces. 39 Such passions, notably that of despair, may be presented as things which happen to an individual, but in reality they are rooted in the sufferer, who must avoid indulging them. Given the opportunity, he argues, passions will quickly consolidate their power and then overwhelm and eradicate reason, the mind's rival and proper governing force. The waging of a constant suppression of passionate tendencies is therefore a moral imperative. 40 Approaching the Fairy, with an eye to the relationship between body and soul. Michael similarly describes temperance as the quietly heroic virtue which underpins the book's ethical framework. 41 Not only the mind, but the body must be kept in order and balance if a person is to reach their full potential. 42 Though it may be beyond the reach of man, and certainly of women, the ultimate goal of such self-control is to attain a state in which one not only resists temptation, but is serenely immune to being tempted. It seems contradictory, then, that several of its protagonists, including those who may be flawed but are ultimately striving for virtue, engage in the apparently very intemperate practice of violent lament. In Book VI, Canto 5, grief for leads her to tear out her hair and wound herself to the point of bleeding. Sympathy for in Book I, Canto 10 causes her to tear her hair and clothes, and in Book IV, Canto 8, strikes himself in a fit of despair. How might these instances of self-wounding supplement, or endorsement of emotional regulation, emphasizes the authenticity and moral legitimacy of lament by constructing it as natural. As numerous scholars have discussed, early modern natural philosophy frequently perceived similarities between women and children and savages, all of whom were believed to be more subject to passions and less governed by reason than men. At the same time, there existed the capacity for such naturalness to be read in positive terms. Unspoiled by society, savages in particular might be virtuous without being polite, as is shown when the wild man rescues from discourteous assaults in Book VI Canto 7. His actions may be read in similar terms. She is aligned with natural forces both via her association with the wild man and by bodily connection with the forest whose floor she, with her blood. Accordingly, her violence is presented as being at least partly out of her rational control. It is not her mind, but her breast, presumably her heart, which has gathered to itself the powerful melancholy associated with her sorrowful state, which acts to dislodge life by bleeding immoderately. Yet this self-inflicted violence proves effective as a means of catharsis in both the rhetorical and medical senses, for though acts as if she had stabbed herself, and as if she is dead, she does not in fact die. Instead, the stanza's language of launching, lancing, and dislodging implies that self-injury acts here as a purgative, with the resulting swoon now resembling a crisis of the sort believed to precede recovery from feverish illness. This apparently intemperate outburst serves an emotional and physiological purpose. Though the use of injury as purgation in this way might seem unorthodox, it has already been rehearsed in Book I by two of the poem's principal and most virtuous characters, the knight and his love interest. After being tricked by the enchanter Archimago and then the witch into rejecting the pure at heart, being imprisoned by the beastly, and then escaping only to be lured into the cave of despair, the knight is tormented by knowledge of his own sin. He is brought to the house of the allegorical core of the book, where he undergoes a spiritual rehabilitation, which includes punishing himself with corrosives, ashes and sackcloth, and fasting. 44's formal therapy, like spontaneous self-regulation, is by violence. The more extreme aspects of the knight's penance are evocatively described as like an whip, which inflicts bleeding wounds, which are then bathed in salt water. 45 Unsurprisingly, his torment was so great that like a he would cry. And 46. It has been noted by several critics that sufferings are partly martyrological in character, aligned with the Christian commonplace of the sin-sick soul. 47 As Joseph argues, these acts of purification strikingly intermingle a Catholic rhetoric of penance with the discourse of torture common to accounts of martyrdom, so effectively deployed by English Protestants. 48 I shall discuss in Chap. 6. The conceptual blurring, which often took place between secular and religious representations of self-wounding. However, it is worth noting here how this ordeal exploits well-established parallels between God's painful medicine and actual medical practice. His penance is surgical in character, with the superfluous flesh of corrupted thoughts repeatedly excised with pincers, that in him was left no one corrupted. 49 Moreover, even its less spectacular aspects also recall the medicine actually prescribed for melancholia, by bringing cures into line with the advice of contemporary medical texts. Both Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, 1621, and Thomas Bright's earlier treatise of 1586 prescribed extensive bleeding and purges to release the thick blood associated with the melancholy condition, which could otherwise wreak catastrophic psychological and physiological effects. 50's mingling of these two discursive fields reflects the broader tendency of both medical and religious texts to figure purgation as a process in which violence was not only a side effect, but a potentially vital component. Read in the context of the lament tradition, therefore, violent displays of grief, whether on one's own behalf or from pity, need not imply moral failure. Argues that in the fairy, man's condition is figured as an embattled one, but as a condition, too, in which characters are accorded a fair degree of self-determination, and thus the power to combat their rebellious affections through their own resources. 57 In's view, these inbuilt resources are those of God-given reason, the rational self tamping down troublesome emotions. Yet the fairy repeatedly stresses the interconnection which exists between thoughts or affections, passions, and this interconnection makes other kinds of emotional practice possible, based on reordering the body rather than or as well as the mind. Lament allows the expression of grief, and self-injury in lament allows that emotional expression to overlap with physical catharsis, enabling the opening of the body and the expulsion of those which threaten to embed melancholy as a habit of the body rather than a temporary response to tragedy. As points out, the tour of the castle of a thinly veiled allegory for the body, in Book II shows how intensely interested was in the body as a dynamic and porous edifice, which needed excretion to function properly. 58. The ejection of noxious material, in whatever form, is psychologically, physiologically, and ethically necessary to portrait of the temperate individual. 59. Like lament, self-wounding might have therefore been part of an emotional schema that was diametrically opposed to Stoicism, but ultimately it achieved similar results. As I argued in Chap. 3, Stoicism advocated the conscious use of reason to govern one's emotional responses to outside events. This is what describes as the moral imperative of, with reason constantly curbing the human tendency to be buffeted by storms of feeling. 60 in the lament as healthy model. However, the steadying hand of rationality was replaced, or perhaps augmented, by an approach in which it was a good thing for the emotions to attain a pitch at which they burst out in violent displays of woe. Only then could the humoral excess associated with those emotions be purged to the point where rational responses could once again be employed. As several scholars have pointed out, this ambivalent representation of mourning and subsequent violent lament partly reflects this character's status as an allegory for the disgraced Sir Walter, who was likewise out of with his mistress, Elizabeth I. 64 in more general terms, though the problematics of lament also reflect the way in which the moral legitimacy of violent lament rested on beliefs about the gendered nature of the emotions. Women were believed to be more emotionally labile than men by their nature. Himself argued that, for ladies and women to and shed tears at every little, it is nothing uncomely, but rather a sign of much good nature and of a most decent for that sex. 65 women's bodies were leaky, as Gail Kern Pastor has shown, in consequence of their generally colder humoral makeup. They were likely to have more melancholy and less opportunity to burn off humoral excess through vigorous physical activity. 66 Indeed, menstruation was figured as the quintessential and most necessary form of physical catharsis. When one combined these beliefs with the conviction that women were more natural and less rational than men, it made sense that their emotional self-regulation would take place at a physiological level first and an intellectual level second. For men, whose physiology was more to self-discipline, Aristotelian continence, that is, the regulation of the emotions through mental effort, was the more appropriate solution. 4.3 Shakespeare, Marks of Woe. Working at around the same time as Shakespeare's use of lament has been far more discussed by critics. For instance, finds that in his early plays in particular, Shakespeare developed and improvised upon the grand style, and his schoolroom's lessons in copious oratory as the means to produce and reproduce tears and lamentations. He afterward played variations throughout his tragic career on these inventions, repeating, improvising, restraining, and varying these first experiments. 67 Pollard sees Shakespeare's allusion to Hecuba in Hamlet famous for lamenting as well as revenging, as interacting with woeful display, and utilizing the subversive potential of lament. 68 places him foremost among early modern dramatists who eat complaining, a term typically used to signify shameful and ineffective responses to suffering, as a valuable mode of ethical and political action in the social world. 69 Despite this interest in Shakespeare's language of lament, criticism has seldom mentioned the place of bodily practices in representations of suffering. Yet just as Julius Caesar attends closely to the potential for self-wounding to move and persuade, Shakespeare's representations of hair-tearing and face-scratching in lament show a keen awareness of how embodied practices of grief might work alongside or against verbal declarations. Furthermore, the varied responses which these practices elicit help to interrogate the way in which they are both natural and culturally mediated. In exploring the usefulness of violent lament as a response to sorrow, Shakespeare poses questions about how emotional experience is generated and regulated, and how it can be known by others. By means of her long lamentation, as well as her self-laceration, and her aesthetic engagement with a tableau of suffering, actually utilizes various early modern modes of grief management. In each case, a corollary pain distracts from the original agony. And in each case, the restoration of sociality among the suffering offers limited but significant palliative effects. 71. However, this is not an uncomplicated story of successful grief management, and its identification of self-laceration as operating alongside aesthetic engagement is important here. As I have argued in Chap. 2, the gestural component of self-wounding makes such acts implicitly. They are effective because they are associated with certain kinds of scenarios and certain sorts of emotions. In the rape of, however, the act of citing past traumas, whether real or the product of artistic imagination, is brought to the attention of readers as an essential part of accessing and sharing emotional experience. Scholars have long dwelt on the way in which probes the boundaries between metaphor and action. As argues, the poem is occupied with construing tropes in their strong form. That is, not as assertions of resemblance, but of identity. 73 is particularly adept at using existing narratives as means to articulate her own grief. She does so through invoking and seeking to imitate well. L1137, the story of Philomel, the woman nightingale who, after being raped by, imitates an extreme kind of violent lament, as she continually impales herself on a thorn in order to keep sharp woes waking. L1136. As observes of this story, the pain of self-injury reinflicts the unwelcome penetration of the original ordeal. The pain of rape demands representation, but the representation requires the experience, even the deliberate exacerbation, of pain. The relation between emotion and speech seems more a perverse reciprocity than a simple relation of cause and effect. 74. Telling connection between visual images and mourning suggests that her absorption in the representation of mourning will facilitate the passing, or at least the endurance, of her own grief. But her words also suggest something more. The painting will provide the means of mourning, the matter of grief. 76. Nonetheless, the very frequency with which Shakespeare invokes hair-tearing and other violent laments also demonstrates one problem with their use, which is that the balance between spontaneity and formula is a delicate one, always threatening to tip towards the latter. If too much attention is focused on the status of actions like hair-tearing, for example, as culturally scripted, then they lose their efficacy as unfeigned and trustworthy symptoms of an interior state. In Troilus and Cressida, for instance, Cressida's sobbing, hair-pulling, and face-scratching take on a very different aspect if the audience knows that she will soon prove unfaithful to Troilus. At best, those actions lose some of their power to move, and at worst, they may look like cynical attempts at manipulation. This problem also occurs in Much Ado About Nothing, when reports of Beatrice that she down upon her knees, falls, weeps, sobs, beats her heart, tears her hair, prays, curses, "O sweet God, give me patience." 2315456. The audience knows that this report is concocted in order to attract attention and falsely convince him of Beatrice's affection. In choosing to recite the emotional script of breastbeating and hair-tearing as markers of distress, however, shows how far those actions have become tropes which it might be possible to adopt for persuasive purposes, rather than authentic expressions of emotion. If this problem sounds familiar, it is because it encapsulates, albeit in a different form, the same conundrum which dogged discussions of acting and rhetoric and which I discussed in Chap. 2. How can one hope to discern the genuine from the when they look and even feel just the same? Indeed, in such circumstances, what does genuine even mean? The audience in this case know that though Arthur is not yet dead, Constance's grief is all too legitimate. King John has effectively ordered the murder of her child, and though Constance does not know this, later in the scene demonstrates to the audience that for the well-informed, The young prince's death is a predictable outcome of his capture. 82. Constance's evocation of the lament context is therefore entirely appropriate. In asserting that, "I am not mad. This hair I tear is mine," Constance articulates her belief that self-inflicted violence is a legitimate expression of grief which should be as such. She argues for the body-first mode of emotional self-management because she believes that the rational response to the loss of a child is suicide or madness, and thus that her choice to self-injure is, paradoxically, a choice of self-preservation. Implicitly, Constance's insistence on recognizing her feelings also shows that she another danger which attends great melancholy, the loss of one's ability to emote. In his work on King Lear, points out that under certain circumstances, practices such as self-flagellation were understood to stimulate rather than subdue the senses, and that this quality was noted in the popular French text introduction, La Vie Devote. Authored by St. Francis Sales in 1609, and soon translated into numerous languages, 83 Sales suggested that physical mortification might thus prove useful to people in whom melancholy had brought about the stupefaction of the senses. 80, for this claim was repeated by Francis Bacon in his Of Life and Death, when he suggested that those things, which are used to mortification, may be transferred to vivification. For both shirts and scourgings, and all vexations of the outward parts, though the attractive force of them 85 as has suggested, Constance's continued grief may therefore provide evidence that her intellective faculty remains intact. 86. Far from off her head, cast the bright attiring thereof, the frontlet and coif and kerchief and woven band, and the veil that golden Aphrodite had given her on the day when Hector of the flashing helm led her as his bride forth from the house of, after he had brought bride gifts past counting. And round about her came thronging her husband's sisters and his brothers' wives, who bear her up in their midst, distraught even unto death. 87. This uneasiness about thee of lament was linked to a more general suspicion that rather than alleviating grief, violent laments actually stirred up greater emotion. King Philip's cutting rebuke to Constance, "You are as fond of grief as of your child," show that he too regards lament as a powerful form of emotional practice, but one which deliberately seeks the prolongation and intensification of grief rather than healthful catharsis. In his view, Constance does not need to foster feelings, since she has far too many of them already, articulated too loudly, and in the wrong company. This seems unfeeling to say the least. Yet Philip's interpretation, and the audience's potential sympathy for that interpretation, are supported by the fact that Constance is shown throughout the play to be quick to anger or despair. She has been censured by Philip in 2.1 for insulting and belittling Arthur, and in 3.1 talks at length of her womanly fears and grief, so great that no supporter but the huge firm earth can hold it up. 3:174-76. King Philip and Constance therefore embody competing visions of the uses of self-injury as a means to cultivate and regulate feeling. Constance sees herself using lament ingenuously, in the same way as passionate but virtuous heroines. Guided by her emotions, she taps into this rich cultural vein as the best means available to her to purge overwhelming sorrow. By contrast, King Philip sees violent lament as a deliberate and potentially cynical practice, which unhelpfully brings into being the emotion with which it is associated. It is a degree of madness to use reason itself, by art and skill, to conjure up more boisterous passions. Who would him that sets his reason against himself, and studies how to be as miserable as his mind can make him? We need not be so in love with grief as to create it to ourselves. 88. The use of the term emotional practices should imply 1. That emotions not only follow from things people do, but are themselves a form of practice, because they are an action of a mindful body. 2. That this feeling subject is not prior to, but emerges in the doing of emotion. And 3. That a definition of emotion must include the body and its functions, not in the sense of a universal, pristine, biological base, but as a locus for innate and learned capacities, deeply shaped by habitual practices. 90. The deeply ingrained emotional practice of striving to bring a vowel into congruence with actual feeling is what construes inner feeling as actual, rendering expression or avowal dependent on it. A performance can by this definition never be genuine. 91. To this general conundrum, I would finally add a reminder of the complication raised in chap. 2. That is, when the language of lamentation includes self-injury, lament's ability to produce effects is complicated by the addition of visible wounds, which may or may not have greater authenticity and efficacy for being visible to emotional turmoil. Physical harm both testifies to the veracity of the emotions being experienced and the harm which may be being done by actively cultivating those emotions. In a very literal sense, then, violent lament produces the pain it purports to express and enforces remembrance through the marks it leaves on the body. 4.4 Conclusion. It is no coincidence that two of the early modern period's most prominent authors were fascinated by the possibilities of lament. Here was a form of emotional expression which, like literature itself, took place according to rules and yet was no less affecting for that fact. As I have argued for certain kinds of self-wounding, self-directed violence within lament was sufficiently readable that it could be transplanted into different kinds of texts. In centering the female body and its emotions, however, self-wounding in lament drew particular attention to the way in which emotions were generated and regulated. Because the dispositions of the body and mind were both influenced by there was a feedback loop between performing emotions and experiencing them. In different ways, both Stoic and anti-Stoic emotional models sought to interrupt this loop through forms of emotional practice. Stoic philosophy held that by consciously resisting the urge to perform emotions, one could eventually cease to experience those emotions, at least with the same intensity as before. Conversely, the self-management model I have described above suggested that the performance of emotions relieved the psychophysiological factors, which caused them to be experienced so intensely, and thus likewise offered a return to some sort of equilibrium. The power of self-wounding in the latter model was that it gave physical shape to the process of catharsis. As the body lost tears, hair, skin, or blood, it shed grief too. However, just as we have seen that the conscious application of Stoicism encountered problems around authenticity, the therapeutic expression of emotions was similarly fraught. Emotions were intrinsically performative, and that fact meant that it was almost impossible to discern the real from the assumed. Moreover, the performance of emotion could itself generate feeling, just as the prosopopoeia of the skilled actor risked bringing about psychophysiological change. As Saunders asserts, genuineness and authenticity cannot shake off ideological interest, any more than ideology can function without constructing authentic experience. 92 As elsewhere, the infliction of injury in lament was partly an attempt to sidestep this issue, but as King John's demonstrates, it was not entirely successful, for passions, sensations, affections, and imagination were so intertwined that physical proof might be viewed as another endlessly receding target. A phenomenon which no two people could ever experience in quite the same way. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Quote from I Am Worthy, play devised by participants in the Self-Injury Through Time Group, 2024. I use ecology here in the sense that Wilson and propose, a body, or in this case, act, embedded in a larger world with which it transacts. Mary Wilson and A. Introduction, Inhabiting the Body, Inhabiting the World. In Environment and Embodiment in Early Modern England, ed. Mary Wilson and A. 2007, 2. Are emotions a kind of practice, and is that what makes them have a history? An approach to understanding emotion. History and Theory 51, No. 2, 2012, 193 220, 195. Euripides, Trojan Women in Euripides, The Plays of Euripides. By E.P. Volume I. George Bell and Sons. 1891, L28090. Why should calamity be full of words? The representation of women's laments for the dead in medieval English and Shakespearean drama. D. United States, Indiana, University, 1999, 26. Tanya Pollard, What's Hecuba to Shakespeare? Renaissance Quarterly 65, No. 4, 2012, 106093. Orgstable 1010-8666-9345. Saunders, Lamentation and Modernity in Literature, Philosophy and Culture, Springer, 2007, 61. Casey, The Captive Woman's Lament in Greek Tragedy, University of Texas Press, 2006, 10. Reading the Laments of Iliad 24, in Lament, Studies in the Ancient Mediterranean and Beyond, ed. Oxford University Press, 2008, 93 117. Pollard, What's Hecuba to Shakespeare? 1066. Why should calamity be full of words? 23. Introduction, in Lament, Studies in the Ancient Mediterranean and Beyond, ed. Oxford University Press, 2008, 9. The Ritual Lament in Greek Tradition, and Publishers, 2002, 15. Richard Oliver, A Sermon at the Funeral of George Arthur and William, 1700, 17. Why should calamity be full of words? 160. Pollard, What's Hecuba to Shakespeare? 1064. Pollard, What's Hecuba to Shakespeare? 1064. Melancholy and the Care of the Soul, Religion, Moral Philosophy and Madness in Early Modern England, 2016, 12. Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, 363. Melancholy and the Care of the Soul, 3638. Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, 19. Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, 271-72. Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, 272. Stephen, Rhetoric, Grief, and the Imagination in Early Modern England. Philosophy and Rhetoric 43, No. 1 2010, 5485. Orgstable 10532, 543-10054, 58. A Consolatory Discourse to Prevent Immoderate Grief for the Death of Our Friends, printed for R.W. for Francis, 1671, 91. A Consolatory Discourse, 191. The idea that God would be angered by excessive mourning and might inflict further sorrows as a punishment was also found in other texts, including the 1695 An Essay on Grief, which cautioned that the greatest danger that our immoderate grief at any loss we receive can bring upon us is that it will provoke Providence to inflict greater evils upon us. God expects a submission from us to all his appointments, and that we should patiently wait upon his will and pleasure, R.W. An Essay on Grief, with the causes and remedies of it. 1695, 197. Thomas Lye, The King of Terror's Metamorphosis. Or Death into Sleep. A Sermon Preached at the Funeral of Mrs. Elizabeth, daughter to that worthy, eminently pious and charitable citizen of London, Mr. John Walter, deceased, and late wife of Mr. William of London Draper, printed by M.S. for Hen. 1660, 23. Baldness between the eyes refers to the practice of shaving the hair above the forehead in remembrance of the dead, and both the practices to which Lye refers are from Deuteronomy 14:1. You are the children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. Hardy, Lamentation, Mourning, and Woe side forth in a sermon preached in the parish church. Martin in the fields on the 9th day of September, being the next Lord's Day after the dismal fire in the city of London. Thomas, 1666, 10. Edmund Gregory, An Historical Anatomy of Christian Melancholy, sympathetically set forth, in a threefold state of the soul. 1. Endued with grace, 2. Ensnared in sin, 3. Troubled in conscience. Humphrey, 1646, 95. Richard, The Unrepentant Renaissance, From Petrarch to Shakespeare to Milton, University of Chicago Press, 2011. Notably, also argues that the importance of an early modern thought has been overemphasized. When an early modern person got angry, for instance, he or she did not say to her himself, "Oh dear, my liver is heating up, my choleric is being activated," etc. Instead, then, as now, people said, "That makes me mad, and I'm going to try to retaliate or remember," or something along those lines. To make a phenomenology historical, one needs to reconstruct the kinds of things that made persons at some time react. Anger, in both men and women, to continue the instance, was often tied to ideas about honor. To think that people, then or now, directly experience, or experienced, their emotions in terms of scientific theories about the physiological bases of emotions seems to me a category mistake of a rather major kind. 1617. Against Michael's contention that people of the early modern period prized self-control, and embedded this into their management of both body and mind, he argues that such a stance produces readings that are extraordinarily and consistently conservative, readings that entirely support the rule of order, reason, and restraint. 18. Aristotle's Poetics, translated and with a commentary by George Gill, Queen's University Press, 1997, 69. Tanya Pollard, Tragedy and Revenge in the Oxford Companion to English Renaissance Tragedy, ed. Emma Smith and A. Cambridge University Press, 2010, 62. Weeping, Wailing, Sighing, Railing, Shakespeare and the Drama of Complaint, D. Columbia University, 2015, 47. See Shakespearean Tragedy and the Language of Lament in the Oxford Handbook of Shakespearean Tragedy, Oxford University Press, 2016. George the of English Richard Field, 1589, 3738. Rhetoric, Grief, and the Imagination in Early Modern England, 72. See for example Thomas, or, and of the Operations of Medicines in Humane Bodies, T. Doctoring, C. Harper, and J. 1679, 85. Stephen, A Physical Dictionary, J.D., 1684, 34. The latter describes catharsis, or as a purging medicine, which cleanses the stomach, the guts, and whatsoever is and heterogeneous in the blood, and throws it into the common shore of the guts. Christopher, Passion's Triumph over Reason, A History of the Moral Imagination from to Rochester, Passion's Triumph over Reason, Oxford University Press, 2007, 56. Passion's Triumph over Reason, 48. Passion's Triumph over Reason, 56. Michael, Bodies and Selves in Early Modern England, Physiology and Inwardness in Shakespeare and Milton, Cambridge University Press, 1999, 41. Bodies and Selves, 42. Edmund the Fairy, ed. A.C. Hamilton, Suzuki and 2nd ed. 2014. Org 1043249781315834696, Book VI, Canto 5, Verse 5. Further references are given as Book, Canto, Verse. The Fairy, I 1026. The Fairy, I 1027. The Fairy, I 1028. D. A. Beecher, The Anatomy of Melancholy in Book I of the Fairy, Renaissance and Reformation 24 No. 2 1988, 8599, 90. Joseph, The Pain of Reformation, Vulnerability and the Ethics of Masculinity, Fordham University Press, 2012, 70. The Fairy, I 1026. Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, 460-70. Timothy Bright, A Treatise of, containing the causes thereof, and reasons of the strange effects it in our minds and bodies, with the cure and consolation for such as have thereto an afflicted conscience, Thomas, 1586, 269, 275. The Fairy, I 1028. See especially Sympathy Wounds, Rivers of Blood, The Politics of Fellow Feeling in's Fairy, and A View of the State of Ireland. Modern Philology 113, No. 3, 2016, 330 152. In this respect, it functions much like weeping, a phenomenon which Thomas describes as both an expression in the literal sense of a squeezing out, 42, and evidential. In early modern witch trials, fines, the ability or inability to weep was part of the burden of proof for or against conviction. Supposedly, real witches could not weep even when ordered to do so because their bodies were unnaturally dry, though those who did weep could still be accused of faking it. 67. Inability or unwillingness to weep was shared by other dangerous individuals including Stoics, Vikings, the Swiss, tigers, bears, wolves, and werewolves. 73. Thomas, Weeping Britannia. Portrait of a Nation in Tears, Oxford University Press, 2015. Joseph, The Pain of Reformation. Vulnerability and the Ethics of Masculinity, Fordham University Press, 2012, 64. The Pain of Reformation, 17. The Fairy, I 1029. Passion's Triumph over Reason, 73. Bodies and Selves, 61. Bodies and Selves, 62. Passion's Triumph over Reason, 56. The Fairy, IV 84. The Fairy, IV 739. Lisa, Early Modern Masculinities and the Fairy. English Literary Renaissance 35, No. 2 2005, 210-47, 222-23. Is thought by several scholars to have been an allegorical double for Sir Walter, with his temporary estrangement from reflecting's exile from courtly company after falling out with Elizabeth I in 1592, secretly impregnated and then married Elizabeth, one of the Queen's ladies-in-waiting, and was thrown into the Tower of London as a result. Was apparently unimpressed by this turn of events, and Geoffrey B. speculates that's rather unedifying conduct in 4.7 might reflect the poet's doubts about whether was a fit servant for Elizabeth Geoffrey, to Ray fashion a gentleman, his disgrace in's legend of courtesy. Studies in Philology 94, No. 1 1997, 3858-50. Was not restored to court until 1597, well after this part of the Fairy was published, so's representation of's return to is a hopeful narrative rather than a direct record of events. The of English, 297. Gail Kern Pastor, The Body Embarrassed. Drama and the Disciplines of Shame in Early Modern England, University Press, 1993. Shakespearean Tragedy and the Language of Lament, 124. Pollard, What's Hecuba to Shakespeare? Weeping, Wailing, Sighing, Railing, Shakespeare and the Drama of Complaint, 4. William Shakespeare, The Rape of in the Poems. Venus and Adonis, The Rape of the Phoenix and the Turtle, The Passionate Pilgrim, A Lover's Complaint, 2nd ed. The New Cambridge Shakespeare, Cambridge University Press, 2006, 151-238, Org 10-1017978051181909409. Bodies and Selves, 199. On the apparent imperative for rape victims and self-injured women in early modern texts to subsequently kill themselves. See chap. 6. Taking tropes seriously, language and violence in Shakespeare's Rape of. Shakespeare Quarterly 37, No. 1 1986, 6682. Org 10-230-728-70192, 76. Taking tropes seriously, 73. Taking tropes seriously, 80. Marion A. Wells, To Find a Face Where All Distress Is, Ekphrasis and Mourning in the Rape of and the Aeneid. Comparative Literature 54, No. 2 2002, 97-126. Org Stable 4122478, 111. Weeping, Wailing, Sighing, Railing, Shakespeare and the Drama of Complaint, 2122. William Shakespeare, Troilus and Cressida, ed. B. Dawson, 2nd ed. The New Cambridge Shakespeare, Cambridge University Press, 2017. Org 10101787813164188062. Aaron finds that grief was listed as the cause of death of at least 357 people in the Bills of Mortality for London between 1629 and 1660. Aaron, a disease unto death. Sadness in the time of Shakespeare, in Emotions and Health 1200-1700, ed. Brill, 2013, 170-71. Weeping, Wailing, Sighing, Railing, 64. See also J. King Lear and the Uses of Mortification. Shakespeare Quarterly 67, No. 3, 2016, 319-43. Org 10135320-160039, 337-40. A Disease unto Death, 177. After persuading King John's follower not to murder him, Arthur eventually dies in 4.3 from jumping out of a tower window in a doomed escape attempt. King Lear and the Uses of Mortification, 324. Francis of Sales, Introduction to the Devout Life, 1871, 215-33. Francis Bacon, and of Life and Death. Or of the Prolongation of Life, John for William Lee, and Humphrey, 1638, 307-08. A Disease unto Death, 73. Homer, the Iliad. By A.T. Murray, 1924. Book 22, L47075. A Consolatory Discourse to Prevent Immoderate Grief for the Death of Our Friends, R.W. for Francis, 1671, 90, 92-93. Saunders, Lamentation and Modernity, 47. Are Emotions a Kind of Practice? 220. Are Emotions a Kind of Practice? 215. Saunders, Lamentation and Modernity in Literature, Philosophy and Culture, 48. 5. Punishment, Self-Gelding as Social Suicide. Shame is an interesting word. Why do we think some people feel they have to hide their self-injury? Carlos. Some self-harm attempts may be conscious, some might not. Sometimes, there's something or someone inside you that you want to rip out, so much that you'd be prepared to end your own life in order to be free of it. Other times, it's impulsive, and you end up in a pool of blood before you've even had the chance to think of the consequences. How about you, Helena? Well, I told no one, because I held no sense for what I'd done, and certainly no voice. Now I understand that self-harm was the only voice I had. This ballad is one of a surprising number of early modern texts in which men were reported to have cut off their own testicles. The acts described in these texts seem in many ways to fit uneasily with the self-mutilations and self-injuries we have seen thus far. They share some similarities, for like those phenomena, they are described in highly narrative terms. Wherever they appear, they follow the same structure: the circumstances leading up to the event itself, and what happened afterwards. They are also rich in scene-setting detail, worthy of the stage. Accounts dwell on the blood that drips through the floor and alerts residents of the room below after a man castrates himself in an upstairs chamber, or on the single stroke of the razor with which he completes the act. In other ways, however, accounts of self-gelding are profoundly unlike the other stories of self-wounding seen so far in this book. For one thing, they occur in different sorts of texts. Rather than high literary forms such as poems and plays, tales of self-gelding are told primarily in medical textbooks, in books about travel and natural philosophy, and in cheap printed ballads. Accordingly, they wear their intertextuality differently. The men who wound themselves in these texts lack the strong affiliation with classical and heroic antecedents, which we have seen for other sorts of self-wounding. As I will show, self-gelding still relies on cultural traditions for its intelligibility, but those traditions are the ignoble ones of public punishment and ritual humiliation. This chapter begins by examining the significance of castration in the early modern period, as a form of bodily mutilation, which signified the humiliation and even the annihilation of the victim. Castration, I will argue, was embedded in the cultural consciousness by its use as part of the torture and execution of particularly heinous criminals. It later became imagined as a non-lethal punishment, used not by the state, but as part of festive community justice, which sought to shame individuals who had breached the peace through sexual misconduct. I argue that stories of self-gelding drew on these discourses of shame and punishment to present this form of self-injury as a reaction to various kinds of domestic discord and personal distress. Exactly who was being shamed and why was not always clear. Numerous accounts suggested that men gelded themselves as a means to punish their wives for nagging or infidelity. In others, self-gelding was represented as a reaction to sex, too much, not enough, or of the wrong kind. Overall, the stories with which men explained their decision to geld themselves demonstrated the difficulty of living up to the period's masculine ideals. Yet these accounts present self-gelding as a reaction to personal shame which results in, indeed, seems to revel in, yet more shame, both private and public. Drawing on Marshall's work on the instability of subject identity in this period, I suggest that self-gelding provides a means to explore the masochistic pleasure which may arise from abnegating masculine selfhood. 5.1 Precious Stones. The noun eunuch appears at least 240 times in at least 78 different English plays written between 1580 and the closing of the in 1642. Early modern synonyms for the verb castrate appear more than 150 times in the plays of those decades. There are actual eunuchs as speaking characters in 25 dramatic texts written between 1600 and 1640.6. For all their familiarity, however, castrate men were also still objects of horror. Describes how, in contrast to women, men were characterized as capable of achieving a balanced and temperate constitution. This, crucially, was the bodily basis of the link between masculinity and reason, which in turn provided the justification for men's claim to social and political precedence in manhood 7, though that ideal body might be more imaginary than achievable. The idea of the masculine body as more bounded and complete than that of women was powerful. Creating, in Gail Kern Pastor's terms, bodily intactness as an ideological format of gender 8. Thus, as I have argued elsewhere, disability of all kinds was a threat to manhood 9. The threat posed by castration was particularly acute because of the significance invested in the male genitals, which were, as Murray explains, the organs that symbolized men's natural superiority over women with their less perfect interiorized genitals, and the organs that allowed men to dominate women and other men through rape or the production of heirs. 10. A man's sexual capacity, argues Murray, was central to his masculine identity, and c. The locus and symbol of men's patriarchal power was also the site of their spiritual weakness and physical vulnerability. 11. As I discuss below, men who lost their testicles found themselves facing a potential identity crisis, as they were mercilessly mocked or simply shunned by their communities. The women of Wales cut off their privities of the dead Englishmen, and put one part thereof into the mouths of dead man, in such sort that the cullions testicles to their chins, and not so contented, they did cut off their noses and thrust them into their tails' rectums, as they on the ground mangled and defaced 12. As well as sexual transgressions, castration was held to be an appropriate response to treason. William the Conqueror, for instance, added castration and blinding to the death penalty as punishment for treason, a practice continued by his son Henry I-15 in the 16th and 17th centuries. These sorts of penalties were less common, but shows that as late as 1615, emasculation, removal of penis and testicles, was still inflicted on traitors, as part of the bloody ritual of drawing and quartering. 16 Genital mutilation of the victim in executions served both practical and ideological purposes. A quartered, beheaded, and emasculated traitor could have their body parts displayed throughout the city, or even throughout the kingdom. The scattering of their body parts provoked fears about whether they could be raised at the Last Judgment. 17 Additionally, The annihilation of the victim's body signaled the annihilation of their identity as a legitimate subject. In its description of the younger's execution for high treason in 1326, she describes how castration was used as part of a series of degrading events aimed at the systematic removal of the traitor's signs of status and self-image. 18th. She argues, removed the nobility which was supposed to inhere in the aristocratic body, and served as a means to redraw and strengthen the normative boundaries of elite identity. 19. As numerous critics have argued, such extreme judicial violence, over centuries, made an indelible mark on the public consciousness, embedding the partition of the body as a matter of both shame and curiosity. 20. The sheer array of means by which characters could be dismembered on the Elizabethan and Jacobean stage testifies to this. Audiences never seem to tire of seeing new ways in which the body might come apart. What has been less closely examined, however, is that even as the actual use of castration as an aspect of execution fell out of use, an increasing number of texts appeared which imagined the use of gelding as a non-lethal corporal punishment, somewhat akin to branding, nose-cutting, or ear-slitting. Perhaps the archetype for this punishment as far as early modern readers were concerned was a famous assault on the iconoclastic French religious scholar Peter, 1079-1142. In the early 1100s, embarked on a passionate affair with, for whom he had been engaged as tutor. When became pregnant and the affair came to light, his uncle, along with several, accosted in his room at night and severed his scrotum. 21 Thereafter, the story of the unfortunate lovers, told partly through their letters to one another, swiftly acquired quasi-mythological status. It gained further traction when their letters were published in a Latin translation in Paris in 1616, and numerous English translations followed. Castration may have been particularly interesting to contemporary audiences because it seemed like an inversion of the story of the Church Father Origen of Alexandria, c. 1852-53 CE, who was said to have castrated himself specifically to avoid any of impropriety with the female students. In turn, it fed into both joking and serious demands for the castration of lusty priests, as I demonstrate below. Though the miller has been castrated by a gang of women and beaten with a ladle by Sweet Kate, this song makes clear that he is the blameworthy party. His castration is seen as a legitimate reaction by the community to his bad character, and it affects him as much in terms of reputation as in physical disability. We learn that, now for his life, he cannot get a wife. Notably, while Robin the Plowman provides backup, it is the women in this song who run the show and dish out punishments. This partly reflected the topsy-turvy nature of the charivari tradition, on which ballads about community justice were based. Imagining women as the instigators of violence was both a delightfully unusual turning of the tables and a means to add to the humiliation of the victim, who is bested by those he presumably considers his inferiors. In addition, however, there was a strong sense that when it was carried out by women, gelding provided a pleasingly direct corrective to crimes of a sexual nature, an eye for an eye, for ballads were not histories. Even if they described real events, they adapted and embellished them to make a good story. Nonetheless, the recurrence of tales like these shows that there was an appetite among the reading public for imagining punitive castrations, which humiliated men who disrupted community life, and especially those deemed guilty of sexual misconduct. The ballads above were clearly indebted to the charivari or skimmington ride tradition in which communities ritualistically, and sometimes violently, shamed those thought guilty of sexual bad, often men who had been cuckolded or dominated by shrewish wives. 27 As points out, those traditions in turn incorporated punishment models from official judicial contexts. In charivari's two contexts merged, the penal and the festive. These customs are commonly regarded as wholly independent of the formal legal system. But in fact, in this period, they had extremely close affinities with the shame punishments meted out officially by certain courts of law. 28. The thread running through ballads, charivaries, and judicial punishments alike was the certainty that mutilating the body was an act which reverberated through the victim's whole life. Wherever castration was represented, It was shown as a form of violence which humiliated the person, made them pariahs in their communities, and lost them the respect of their loved ones. This was the emotional freight, which castration as punishment would bring to bear on depictions of self-gelding. 5.2 Strange Justice, Self-Castration and the Patriarchal Imperative tells us of a certain peasant in his neighborhood that made himself an eunuch for quite different reasons, which was for passion and anger against his wife. This good man, as soon as he came home, was received by his wife, who was jealous of him to an extravagance, and was continually tormenting him with the usual welcome, and said anything against him that came uppermost, and as her furnished her with malicious abuses, he made no more ado, but immediately, with his that he then had in his hand, whipped off those parts which gave her so much umbrage, and without any more ceremony threw them in the good woman's face. 31. A poor hypochondriac, or enthusiast rather, whether on a suspicion of his wife's, and thereby to discover the truth, in case she brought him any more children, which was the common, or to punish his own, I could never rightly learn. But so it fell out, that in a fit of melancholy, having shut himself up in his chamber without any apparatus, he made shorter work with one of his razor, taking both testes and scrotum away together. Upon which so great effusion of blood from the arteries ran through the floor, as made the first discovery, the people below hastening up to him, perceived him in a manner expiring by the loss of blood, and calling presently for help. He was rescued from the most imminent danger, and the wound, after digestion, being brought into a healing condition, the poor man, ashamed of his late enterprise, nor daring to stir out of the house, removed his quarters by nights, and was never after heard of. 35. We had two in this our city of Norwich which, to castrate themselves upon the very thoughts of not marrying, mistrusting that if ever they should have any children, they could not maintain them, the first of which had taken out and cut off both his testicles, but hereby occasioning such a flux of blood as was past his skill to stop, he for of our town who speedily stops this and heals up the wound, and cures the patient. The second not being so, but entering upon his intended operation, could not with such dexterity act his part, but upon undertaking to take the first out, he occasions such a flux of blood, as he thought would speedily have rewarded his bold attempt with death. Hence he was forced to send for a, who after having stopped the flux agglutinated the wound, and the patient remains in very good health. 36. Writes of a monk being cured, who by reason of his zeal of chastity but yet indiscreet and less rational obsequiousness did cut off his penis, from which issued a great flux of blood, which required great care and industry to stop. For here it behoves every of the veins to be taken up and to be bound up, that their mouths might be stopped, the which being done, the remainder of the cure was not very difficult until the wound was almost quite cured, and he healed. I have also read of a baker who, suspecting his wife for adultery, to be avenged of her, doth amputate his testicles. Who should she conceive? He was resolved not to own it, making himself destitute for any such operation, by his amputation, whence he should certainly know as he conjectured by this mad trick, than which surely could never be a greater, whether his wife was honest or not. 37. 5.3 Punishment and Pleasure. While these stories varied widely in terms of the media in which they appeared and the specific scenarios they related, in essentials they boiled down to the same thing. The men involved found themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place, between the social imperative to certain masculine roles and the difficulty of actually doing so. As scholars including Mark and have shown, prevailing patriarchal value systems held that men were superior to women on religious grounds, and on the basis of their temperament and anatomy, which were closely linked. As a result of this superiority, men had a greater right than women to hold property and status, and to pass both those things on down the patrilineal line. At the higher echelons of society, this system depended, as has demonstrated, on men's ability to conduct relationships through as well as with women, securing homosocial bonds by the strategic use of marriage. 38. While this might work out well on paper, for men at least, real relationships did not always follow theoretical hierarchies. Has shown that despite the construction of the patriarchal body as the self-contained and complete ideal from which other bodies deviated, it was painfully evident that actual masculine bodies suffered from any number of deficiencies which caused them to deviate from this ideal, including various pathologies and disabilities, but also limitations as inevitable as age and class 39, even if it were somehow possible to perfect oneself. Other people, both male and female, were another matter. As notes, women could never be dominated to the degree implied in the patriarchal ideal, and expressed their noncompliance with this system in a vast range of ways, from nagging to infidelity. 40 In addition, men's ability to father legitimate children was undermined, as the above stories show, by factors ranging from poverty to impotence to other men's unwillingness to refrain from cuckolding one another. In the homosocial network, which governed much of early modern economic, social, and civic life, heterosexual reproduction was thus both the weakest link and the most necessary component. This weak link may have come under particular strain during the early modern period. Tim and have identified increasing anxiety about men's sexual performance, based in part on shifting medical understandings of gender, and more widely on demographic changes, which saw men marrying later in life. 41 Drawing from Lawrence Stone similarly argues that the pace of social and economic change during the 16th and 17th centuries provoked increased attention to matters of gender identity and sexual ethics. The number of sexual offenses brought to trial in the Elizabethan period increased dramatically, including defamation suits from women protecting their reputations. 42 There was also a steady stream of new bills passed by Parliament relating to fornication, bastardy, and adultery. 43 As a whole, contends, the period was decidedly nervous about social disorder in general, and at least from the perspective of men. That threat was all too easily located in misogynistic caricatures of women, and in depictions of female sexuality as monstrous or destructive to themselves. 44 In her vernacular bodies, Mary provides further evidence of what she as a crisis in paternity in the second half of the 17th century, notably, the period from which all the above ballads and medical accounts are drawn. In popular medical books, in ballads, and in political propaganda, paternity was in crisis. Medical books problematized any easy assignment of paternity, showing how easily disrupted paternal inheritance could be. In ballads, men were repeatedly deceived by women, cuckolded constantly, and never sure about which children were truly theirs. On the national level, questions about monarchical succession quickly turned into scandalous, about the king's mistresses, and the paternity of his acknowledged illegitimate sons. 46 Previously, clinical observations forced upon us the view that the part instinct of masochism, the one complementary to sadism, is to be understood as a recoil of the sadism on to the ego itself. A turning of the instinct from the object to the ego is, however, essentially the same as a turning from the ego to the object, which is just now the new idea in question. Masochism, the turning of the instinct against the self, would then be in reality a return to an earlier phase of this, a regression. The exposition I then gave of masochism needs correction in one respect as being too exclusive. Masochism may also be what I was there concerned to deny, primary 55. Various discourses give evidence to a concept of the self in late 16th and early 17th century England as not merely volatile but paradoxically affirmed in its moments of self-canceling or shattering. The degree to which early modern subjects were conflicted in their emergent selfhood, not just unstable structurally, but dynamically, and often simultaneously pulled toward opposite extremes of dissolution and coherence, has been downplayed by humanism's developmental emphasis. In fact, the contradiction between autonomy and instability defined the emerging subject. 57. This view accords with recent scholarly work on shame in the early modern period. It has been argued that the 17th century saw a shift from a shame culture to a guilt culture, or from reputation shame to guilt shame. 61 In the former, bad on the part of an individual is externally and sanctioned, whereas in the latter, an individual and sanctions their own bad, or as they may understand it, their sin. In reality, however, the experience of shame in early modern England was far more complicated. Certainly, shame often relates to what one has done to other people or what one has been seen to do by other people, and in this respect, it is social. However, it is also deeply personal, not least because of its physical effects, including rapid heartbeat, sweaty palms, and most potently, the sensation of blushing. Early modern writers were perennially fascinated by the topic of blushing, which displayed on the human body the immediacy of the humoral connection between emotions and bodily fluids. 62 Moreover, blushing in turn is visible to others as a marker of shame, completing a cycle in which shame recirculates between the individual and others. Shame therefore provides an example of a social affect which reinforces the extent to which one's identity inheres. In phenomenological terms, in being for others 63 explains the very physicality of shame, how it works on and through bodies, means that shame also involves the deforming and reforming of bodily and social spaces, as bodies turn away from the other who witnesses the shame. 64 Even when one is ashamed of something which nobody has witnessed, the sense of oneself as an object which can be objectively viewed by others is integral to the negative affect of shame. In this way, shame rehearses the push and pull between narrative identity and socially constituted identity, which Marshall describes, the opposite extremes of dissolution and coherence, between which early modern subjectivity was generated. Dawson argues that the threat of public shame was central to the development of the 17th century's mushrooming public sphere, of coffee houses, salons, and societies. By making people conscious of the way their actions were perceived by others, she contends, reputational shame encouraged individuals to regulate their 65. However, it is more difficult to see any constructive element to the shame courted by men who self-gelded. When one has completed a permanent bodily alteration, the opportunity to adjust course to become socially acceptable once again is lost. If normal shame tests the boundaries of social acceptability, self-gelding smashes straight through them. Instead, we might think of self-gelding as an exercise in owning the shame one experiences. Just as in masochism, the victim possesses some discernment over the nature and timing, if not the exact degree of their pain. The cuckolded, impotent, henpecked, or sexually incontinent man is ashamed of himself because he fails to live up to the demands of the patriarchal ideal. The gelded man, however, has both the opportunity and the burden of living up to that ideal removed. His liminal status is reflected in the way he is apparently shunned by his community and especially by women, becoming an almost ghostly presence. We are repeatedly told of castrate men that no woman will e'er come near him, not a wench of them all will his presence come near. Far from creating a new gender identity like the eunuch or castrato, the self-gelded man remains conspicuously outside the reach of any identity category. They find themselves worthy of, and then complete the acts which secure there by others. 5.4 Conclusion. The kind of self-wounding enacted by men who gelded themselves was in many ways diametrically opposed to other modes of self-injury represented in poems and plays. Where violent lament was serious, representations of self-wounding were jovial, poking fun at the protagonist and those around them. Where dramatic renderings of self-stabbing leaned on heroic antecedents and classical philosophy for their significance, self-gelding was associated with humiliating punishments and shaming rituals. These differences were reflected in the cultural work that was done by representations of self-gelding. It matched failure to live up to the patriarchal ideal with literal emasculation, so that to fail to be the right sort of man was by implication to fail at being a man at all. While it may seem far removed from the concerns of formal rhetoric, however, self-gelding retained at its heart the same preoccupations about how the self was constituted and experienced in relation to other people. By enacting upon themselves the most extreme version of the punishments which could be imposed for their failure to control their households and themselves, men who self-gelded assumed agency over their own bodies, just as tongue-biting asserts his agency by appropriating the state's ability to impose bodily destruction. The difference in these cases, however, was that the men in question were not acting in response to an imminent threat by another party. Instead, they reacted to insidious, deeply embedded social judgments, which meant that even when one's shortcomings and transgressions stayed secret, they still caused gnawing shame and anxiety. Ironically, living in society meant having one's perception of self socially constituted in a way that was so firmly that it could drive the most extreme and antisocial actions. Whether self-gelding actually worked as an opt-out from the demands of masculinity is debatable. Most of the medical and ballad accounts of these men depict them as abashed, rueing their hasty decision. However, we may wonder if the black of these texts is a form of nervous laughter. Unlike or the self-gelded man is no hero, but he is certainly difficult to place. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. The Quaker's wife's lamentation for the loss of her husband's jewels, who gelded himself in Petticoat Lane, to vex his wife, printed for James, 1684, R187358. From UCSB English Broadside Ballad Archive. English Ballad 21317. In common with early modern texts, this chapter uses both the terms gelding and castration to mean removal or the testicles and scrotum. Removal of the penis was much rarer, and I specify in text where this seems to be what is meant. The Complete Surgeon, or the Whole Art of Surgery in a Most Familiar Method. Printed for M. Gilliflower, T. and M. J. and R. Parker, 1696, 238-39, Joseph Law, A Treatise of the Operations of Surgery. Wherein are mechanically the causes of the diseases in which they are needful, to which is added A Treatise of Wounds, translated from the 3rd edition of the French, corrected and by the author, Joseph Law. Printed by R. for D. Brown and W. Mears, and T. 1712, 107, Daniel Turner, The Art of Surgery 6th ed. 2. Printed for C. and J. 1741, 274-77, The Surgical Section, 1692, Library MSMSL 32, 211. Surgery and Selfhood in Early Modern England, Altered Bodies and Contexts of Identity, Cambridge University Press, 2021, 1634. John a Man, or The Printed by William Hunt, 1653, 357-356. Gary Taylor, Castration, An Abbreviated History of Western Manhood, 2030. Allen's Soldiers, Rhetorics of Masculinity in the Age of the Armada, Publishing, 2002, 48. Gail Kern Pastor, In the Spirit of Men There Is No Blood, Blood as Trope of Gender in Julius Caesar. Shakespeare Quarterly 40 No. 3 1989, 284-98. Orgstable 2870724, 292. Missing Parts in the Shoemaker's Holiday. Renaissance Drama 45 No. 2 2017, 161-79. Org 101086694329. Murray, Sexual Mutilation and Castration Anxiety, A Medieval Perspective, in the Thesis, Essays on Christianity, Social Tolerance, and Homosexuality ed. University of Chicago Press, 2006, 265. Murray, Sexual Mutilation and Castration Anxiety, 265. The Project. The Texts, 1587. Accessed 13 January, 2017. English Ox Text 115875006. 2528. This episode was sufficiently notorious in later years to reappear in Shakespeare's Henry IV, Part 1, though without explicit mention of the victim's mutilation. Murray, Sexual Mutilation and Castration Anxiety, 254-72, 256. Murray, Sexual Mutilation and Castration Anxiety, 260. And the Dismemberment of Will, 299. Deconstructing Identities on the Scaffold, The Execution of the Younger, 1326. Journal of Medieval History, 33, No. 1 2007, 87-106. Comfol 101016J200, 701006, 94. Though church authorities insisted that God could bring together a person's scattered parts for resurrection, wheresoever they might be, religious and popular practices show that people remained afraid of their bodies being partitioned after death. See Surgery and Selfhood in Early Modern England. Of Edward II experienced a dramatic fall from grace when Queen Isabella and Roger took power. Found guilty of treason, he was, according to contemporary sources, hanged until unconscious, then decapitated and quartered, with his genitals being removed presumably as part of the quartering and burned in a fire. Some emasculation as part of the execution may have been connected to accusations that he was a sodomite, as well as to the desire to undermine his position as a member of the aristocracy. Deconstructing Identities on the Scaffold, 93. Deconstructing Identities in the Scaffold, 106. See for instance Lisa, Tortured Subjects, Pain, Truth and the Body in Early Modern France, University of Chicago, 2001. The Spectacle of Suffering, Executions and the Evolution of Repression, From a Pre-Industrial Metropolis to the European Experience, Cambridge University Press, 1984. Jonathan Davies, Aspects of Violence in Renaissance Europe, Publishing, 2013. Rethinking the Spectacle of the Scaffold. Juridical Epistemologies, An English Revenge Tragedy. Representations 89, No. 1 2005, 3058. Orgstable 101525 Rep 200, 589 130. An iconoclastic religious scholar began an affair with while they were both living in Paris in the house of his uncle. When became pregnant, sent her to his family in Brittany to give birth, and proposed marriage, which she reluctantly accepted. When upon being questioned by the marriage, sent her to a convent inn to avoid her uncle's rage. Unfortunately, interpreted this move as an attempt by to get rid of. Was accosted at night by his uncle and his testicles removed in a violent attack. After the event, used his status to himself, while was obliged to remain a nun Martin Irvine, and rewriting the male body, castration, identity, and in Becoming Male in the Middle Ages, ed. Jeffrey and Wheeler Garland Publishing, 1997. When the perpetrators were caught, they were subjected to both castration and blinding, a penalty that reinforced the long-standing connection between injuries to the eyes and to the testes. The priest gelded, or popery at the last gasp, showing the absolute necessity of passing a law for the castration of popish ecclesiastics, A. 1747, 13. Robin the Ploughman's Courage, or Harry the Miller's miserable misfortune in courting of young Kate, who declared he had lost his testicles, and therefore far unfit for wedlock. Printed for P. J. Deacon, J. Blair, and J. Back, 1675-1696. From UCSB English Broadside Ballad Archive. English Ballad 21321. The Nine Maidens' Fury, to the Hertfordshire man, who would have gelded him, but that his sweetheart Susan coming in, begged his pardon. James, 1685-1688. From UCSB English Broadside Ballad Archive. English Ballad 21289. The Hertfordshire men's Fears of the Maidens' Furies. It being an answer to the Nine Maidens' attempt in gelding the young man, James, 1685-1688. English Ballad 21290. Writings, Rough Music and the Reform of Popular Culture in Early Modern England. Past and Present 105, 1984, 79 113. Orgstable 650546, 9697. Writings, Rough Music 92. Jonathan Wright, The Undoing of a Man, Cuckoldry in Edward IV. Ben Jonson Journal 24 No. 2 2017, 246-67. Com 10-336-620-170196, 257. My Emphasis. The Miserable, or the Kentish Man's Cruelty. Who in a passion himself, to the unspeakable grief of his loving wife, and kind friends. J. Raven. Indeed. From UCSB English Broadside Ballad Archive. English Ballad 33671. Charles Italian Love, or Eunuchism Displayed. Describing all the different kinds of eunuchs, showing the esteem they have met with in the world, and how they came to be made so, wherein principally is examined whether they are capable of marriage, and if they ought to be suffered to enter into that holy state, occasioned by a young lady's falling in love with one, who sung in the opera at the Haymarket, and to whom she had liked to have been married. Written by a person of printed for E. 1740, 63. The similarity to stories of here is striking. In both cases, hurling the disembodied organ at the antagonist serves to underline the declarative nature of the self-injury. Robert Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy, John and James Short, for Henry, 1621, 689. N.H. The Ladies' Dictionary, being a general entertainment of the fair sex, John, 1694, 388. The Wonder of the Little World, or A General History of Man, printed for T. R. J. and T. 1673, 125. Italian Love, 62. Daniel Turner, The Art of Surgery, in which is laid down such a general idea of the same, as is confirmed by practice, 6th, 2 vols C and J, 1741, II 279-80. John, A Complete Discourse of Wounds, both in general and particular, E. Flesher for William Jacob, 1678, 327. A Complete Discourse of Wounds, 327-28. Mark, Anxious Masculinity in Early Modern England, Cambridge University Press, 1996. See also David, The Three-Piece Suit and Modern Masculinity. England, 1551-850, University of California Press, 2002, 5170. Meanings of Manhood in Early Modern England, Oxford University Press, 2006, 68. Writings, Rough Music, 97. Tim and Introduction. In English Masculinities, 1661, 800 ed. By Tim Innes, 2014, 9. Anxious Masculinity, 19. Anxious Masculinity, 19. Anxious Masculinity, 21. Mary Elizabeth, Vernacular Bodies. The Politics of Reproduction in Early Modern England, Oxford University Press, 2004, 208-14. Vernacular Bodies, 197. Turner, The Art of Surgery, II, 279-80. A Complete Discourse of Wounds, 327-28. Robert, or The Witch is a Rhapsody, 1683, 6. Sarah, Imagining Sex, Pornography and Bodies in 17th Century England, Oxford University Press, 2007, 116. Mackintosh, The Social Masochism of Shakespeare's Sonnets. Studies in English Literature, 1500-190050, No. 1 2010, 109-25. Org Stable 406584222, 117. Mackintosh, The Social Masochism of Shakespeare's Sonnets, 123. John Wilson, Pain, Pleasure, and Perversity, Discourses of Suffering in 17th Century England, Publishing, 2013, 189. Mackintosh, The Social Masochism of Shakespeare's Sonnets, 123. Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Dover Publications, Incorporated, 2015, 47. Marshall, The Shattering of the Self, Violence, Subjectivity, and Early Modern Texts, JHU Press, 2002, 20. Marshall, The Shattering of the Self, 14. Marshall, The Shattering of the Self, 2. Marshall, The Shattering of the Self, 53. The gelding of the devil. Or the jest that was known, how the baker's wife her skill hath shown. Then listen a while, and I the news will tell, betwixt the baker and the devil of hell. Documents. British Library, 2.19293. 1670, 165. Dawson, Shame in Early Modern Thought, From Sin to Sociability. History of European Ideas, 45, No. 3, 2019, 377-98. Org 1010800191659920, 181534447. Jennifer, The Nice Anatomy of Shame, English Literary Renaissance 48, No. 3, 2018, 34244, Org 101086699030. Dan, Shame, Self and Other, Oxford University Press, 2014, 236. Cultural Politics of Emotion, Edinburgh University Press, 2014, 103. Dawson, Shame in Early Modern Thought, Org 1010801916599920, 181534447. 6. Defense, Mortification to Modification. As the Danes overwent this land, their common was to have ado with where they them, for of their. At the last they came to a sum, where all the good had cut of their noses, and their overlaps top lips to themselves, and so to escape the ye may and ye won. Ultimately, however, story concluded, like many stories of women's self-injury, with her death. In the final section of this chapter, I argue that in early modern culture, the self-mutilated woman, even more than the self-wounded man, resisted interpretation. Like the rape victim, she became a figure for whom a social value, and thus a continued existence, could not be imagined. Mutilation and her death are intertwined, and her nose-cutting may be read as at once agency, abjection and annihilation. 6.1 Identifying. Confusion surrounds almost every aspect of the story of Saint. First, her name appears differently in various sources, or. Secondly, she is easily confused with another, also prioress of. The elder was the daughter of an Anglo-Saxon king, and apparently founded monastery in around 642 CE. Like the younger, her spirituality was famously entwined with a desire to escape male sexuality. She founded the monastery in part to avoid the attentions of a suitor, prince, whom she did not wish to marry, and it was said that due to her prayers, the tide stayed high around for 3 days, preventing him from visiting. It was also alleged that shortly after the elder's death in C683 CE, the priory burned down, in of a prophecy which had been made some years earlier. This aspect of the story clearly complicates matters for the younger, who is supposed to have occupied the same priory 200 years later, but the discrepancy is not mentioned in early modern texts, which sometimes amalgamate the elder and younger into one historical figure too. In the Marches of Scotland, the Passion of S. and Martyr, descended of the kings of Northumberland, with all her sisters in the monastery who in the first Danish incursions, under the and Hubba, cut of their noses and upper to themselves, to the barbarous lust of the pagan, who seeing them so mangled and defaced, their monastery to be, and so they all ended their course of 4. Afterwards sainted, then abbess of nunnery in Yorkshire, being more afraid of the loss of her virginity than her life, calling her nuns into the chapter house, made there a most pathetical speech to them, setting forth the lust and cruelty of the Danes, and also exhorting them to follow her example in avoiding it, which they all unanimously promising to observe, she then took and cut off her own nose and upper lip, in which she was immediately followed by all the sisters. Which being done, those cruel tyrants coming thither the next day with their forces, and seeing so horrible a spectacle, they not only ran out of the monastery and left them, but also gave order to their followers, that they should set the house on fire, which was punctually put in execution. So it was burnt to ashes, together with the abbess and all her, who thought themselves happy in thus suffering martyrdom for the preservation of that which was dearer to them than their lives. 5. Story was therefore well known in this period, and we can reasonably assume that it was familiar to most people with more than a passing interest in Scottish and English history, or the history of the Church. What is less clear, however, is what kind of story this was. It was presented as a sort of hagiography, but it was a resolutely unusual one. Since was sainted pre-congregation, it is unclear exactly which aspect of her life warranted, and there is nothing in the account of her death to suggest a miracle has taken place. Nor was this a straightforward story of martyrdom. Though numerous 17th texts describe as martyr, following the example of the Florus, the issue was complicated. Mutilates herself to preserve her virginity, but it is unclear whether this action contributes to her death, or whether death was inevitable in either case. Moreover, some 17th-century authors mingled their admiration for, with ambivalence about her self-sacrifice. In the preamble to his account, above, he suggests that actions indicate, and if not too great a love of chastity ate in so doing, he directly repeats James' 1696 account in the History of England, indicating that this was an anxiety which circulated from one text to another. Other versions of the story, while not as explicit in their qualms, emphasize the unusual zeal, which led to mutilate herself 9 on the other hand. As I explore below, several texts suggested that the nun's beauty was a temptation or bait to the attackers, and thus implied that if they did not mutilate themselves, the nuns would therefore be complicit in their own rape. 10. And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. Neither to punish a sin past, nor to prevent a sin to come, may a man destroy or cut off any of his members, whereby he may be able to do the offices and duties for which God hath given him the same. Seeing that both for chastisement and prevention of sin, God hath appointed other means, which we are to use, and therein to depend upon God for not in man's forced disability to act sin, but in the renovation of the heart consists true sanctification. That of pulling out the right eye, and of cutting off the right hand, Matt 5:29-30 is meant of mortification, whereby these members are made, and as if they were not to any use. 11. Despite this clarity in some quarters, it is less obvious whether mutilation to prevent one being sinned against, as in this case, was similarly forbidden. As I discuss below, the early modern glorification of chastity skewed discourses towards promoting its preservation by any means. Thus, when the churchman Clement interpreted 529, he noted that though in general it should be taken metaphorically to mean denying one's lusts, yet even maids have with satisfaction chosen, not only to deny themselves the greatest pleasures of the sense, but to sacrifice the seat of them, the body itself, to preserve the satisfaction of being. Nonetheless, there was at least one authoritative voice warning against suicide to avoid rape. Thomas More's A Dialogue of Comfort Against Tribulation, written in c. 1534, and published in 1573, drew on Augustine's tale of Roman virgins drowning themselves to avoid rape to point out that according to Augustine, it is not for any other maid to follow their sample, but rather suffer other to do her any of violence by force, and commit of his own upon her against her will than willingly, and thereby sinfully her, become an homicide of her. 14. Once again, More's advice did not specifically cover actions, but it accorded with a trend in contemporary moralistic texts of emphasizing the importance of submission to God's will, and reiterating the impossibility of ensuring one's own salvation through deeds. 6.2. Is this mortification to murder ourselves? 15. The problems of which attended story, good or bad, brave or foolish, reflected long-running uneasiness about stories of religiously motivated self-injury. Stephen observes that in the Christian corpus there was undeniably a link between mutilation, as a universal emblem of corporeal vulnerability and abjection, and holiness. 16, that link found expression partly through the stories of martyrdom, into which tale was imperfectly fitted. Such stories were undoubtedly popular throughout the medieval and early modern period. Accounts such as demonstrate how saintly tales continued to circulate, even when the saint themselves no longer had much place in religious teaching. Moreover, the bloody conflicts of the Reformation breathed new life into the concept of martyrdom, largely through John's popular and lengthy Acts and Monuments. 17. should not wear a belt of any kind next to her skin except with her confessor's permission, or wear anything made of iron or hair or hedgehog skins, or beat herself with them, or with a scourge weighted with lead, with holly or with thorns, or draw blood, without her confessor's permission. She should not sting herself anywhere with nettles, or scourge the front of her body, or mutilate herself with cuts, or take excessively severe disciplines at any one time to subdue temptations. 19. In 1532, Luther's great associate, commenting on Romans 12:1, present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, and acceptable to God, urges his readers to think that we always stand bound and garlanded at the altar, reaching our necks out to enemies who strike us. But quickly adds, though saint commands us to be sacrifices for Christ's sake, it is not because we injure or destroy ourselves, but because others injure us. For the reformer, Catholic self-mortification is one of a range of practices that are neither holy nor acceptable to God. 22. The greatest part of popish religion, of that which looks most like religion in their profession, consists in mistaken ways and means of mortification. This is the of their rough garments, whereby they deceive. Their vows, orders, fastings, penances are all built on this ground. They are all for the mortifying of sin, the of the Romish Church, who are said to torment men so that they should seek death and not find it, think that they did it by their stinging sermons, whereby they convinced them of sin, but being not able to discover the remedy for the healing and mortifying of it, they kept them in such perpetual anguish and terror, that they desired to die. 26. You made one whip himself so long, till he, and was thought to be past hope of recovery, so that hot water was instantly fetched to revive him. As a priest told, saying saw it and boasting of the meritorious work, a woman about a since so cruelly scourged her, that died of it. 28. 6.3 Religion, Power and Starvation. Given the long association between self-inflicted pain and religious belief, one might expect that many reports of self-injury in early modern England would cite faith as a factor. Yet in fact, very few narratives of self-wounding mention religion at all. Moreover, the handful that do mention faith strongly resist any meaningful connection between self-injury and piety. In 1679, for example, the surgeon James was called to an incident in which a young man had cut off his testicles. The patient told that he had acted, on a religious account, to cure salacious heats. 30, however, found this an unconvincing explanation. Though the young man might be acting Origen, in his methods, said, he thought it likely that he was motivated by some disappointment in love, rather than any real religious fervor. 30, the connection between religion and self-injury remained present in certain accounts of people who hurt themselves during episodes of madness, but such episodes were represented as melancholy delusions, in which it was more likely that the patient perceived themselves to be prompted by the devil than by God. Probably the most striking example of this was narrative of her long struggle with melancholy, in which she repeatedly poisoned, starved, and injured herself, motivated by belief in her own wickedness. 32. First, women's food behavior, fasting and feeding, was an effective way of manipulating the environment in a world in which food was woman's primary resource. Second, women's radical asceticism was less an internalizing of the Church's negative views of flesh and female than a rebellion against the moderation of the high medieval Church, which was moving toward a more positive sense of the body. Third, food asceticism, food distribution, and Eucharistic devotion did not, to medieval people, mean self-torture. Rather, they were ways of fusing with a Christ whose suffering saves the world. 34. The medieval belief in starvation, as a means to higher spiritual and moral calling, remained current in Thomas's time, i.e. early 1600s. Batty, for example, bases his argument of fasting on the belief that the and is heavenly, but the body we have in common with beasts. By the end of the 17th century, however, fasting had become a medical and scientific rather than a purely spiritual phenomenon. For late 17th century observers of female starvation, the woman in question is no longer of interest for speculation about the relationship between her body and soul and mind. Instead, her body is an object of interest in and for itself. 38. Stories and plays about female food refusal overtly demonstrate a social order that is able to control the potential unruly nature of a woman's body, at the same time as each of the stories suggest that social order is unable to control that body. These coincident oppositional meanings allow us to see the distinctive stress that an expression, or perceived expression, of human agency places on institutional authority in early modern culture 42. And Frey note other examples, both real and fictional, of food refusal as in A Woman Killed with Kindness. For instance, they view the adulterous wife Anne's food refusal, from which she eventually dies, as not only penitential but emancipatory. By voluntarily self-starving, Anne violates the body perceived as property and resists and successfully eludes the male-determined symbolic. Likewise, they note the case of Elizabeth Carey, who was left destitute after separating from her husband in 1627 and refused to eat while awaiting the outcome of her petition to Charles I-40 for these women, no longer positioned fasting explicitly as a means to draw closer to God. However, like medieval fasting maidens, women who refused food in the early modern period used their bodies as a site of political apprehension and cultural change 45 rather than exerting power through interpersonal violence. They took the feminine virtues of chastity, silence, and obedience, and transformed them into radical displays of self-mastery, in which the subjection of the body to the will was writ large 46. Story was thus read and circulated in a culture in which understandings of female asceticism were shifting in ways which allowed ever more forensic examination of female physicality, and yet continued to leave room for women to manipulate the social meanings of their bodies. The parallels between such figures were not exact. After all, fasting women differed from women who injured themselves because the latter actively harmed their bodies, while the former passively allowed them to decline. Moreover, fasting women's experiences were highly, while they wrought social effects, they did so through the practical means of sealing off the body from the world. Stories about, as I shall discuss, stress the way in which her mutilation provided an example to her sisters. Nonetheless, fasting, along with self-mortification, provided a well-established context linking bodily self-sacrifice with self-assertion. The continued debate around these practices, and thus about women's proper use of their own bodies, helped to ensure that story remained relevant long after her untimely death. 6.4 Religious Amazons. Texts which scented religiously motivated flagellation, fasting, and asceticism often asked variations of the same question. When were these practices self-sacrificing, and when were they self-serving, or even self-aggrandizing? In the 17th century, this question was joined by another. Where was the line between harming the body and simply changing it? This is a query which has often been asked in modern writings on self-harm, as many psychologists have identified that the differentiation of body marking practices into healthy and pathological subcategories is a normative and inherently political process. The DSM-5 specifies that self-injury disorder only includes actions that are not socially. Almost as many have sought to show either that body modification and self-harm arise from the same impulse, or that body modification may lessen the risks associated with self-harm by providing a comparatively safe outlet for the need to alter one's, and I discuss this view of self-injury as useful in Chap. 8.48. Conversely, some sociologists of self-injury have sometimes proved keen to distance that activity from body modification by arguing that whereas modifications are clearly communicative, self-injury is more closely associated with a need to feel pain. 49. As we have seen thus far, wounding oneself in the early modern period was widely understood as at least partly a communicative practice, and hence its relationship to bodily modification was arguably even more vexed than today. Moreover, it was a relationship brought into focus by the increasing capacity of surgery to transform the body. As I have explored elsewhere, procedures such as the creation of castrato singers raised the possibility that acts which were clearly harms in one context could be experienced as beneficial in another. 50. The greatest source for such examples, however, was in the ever-expanding genre of ethnography, which told tales of distant peoples for whom bodily mutilations were in fact expressions of group identity and aids to beauty or function. Plentiful examples of such practices were provided in John's immensely popular, printed in 1650 and again in an expanded edition in 1653, this text depicted natural monsters, men with their faces in their stomachs, covered in hair like beasts, improbably tall or diminutive, and monsters of such as cannibals. However, it also depicted scores of people who changed their bodies through self-inflicted injuries, such as scarification, tattooing, or the elongation of the lips or earlobes. Of these, perhaps the most fascinating, with a surprising relevance to the story, were the Amazons. Amazon women had long been the topic of texts of ethnography and history, including Thomas, 1624, Walter Raleigh's 1596 discovery of the large, rich, and beautiful empire of Guyana, and John's Voyages and Travels, printed in 1582, with numerous translations and editions from the 14th century onward 51 in the 17th century. Amazons also appeared in various plays, most famously Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, 1605, but also John's The Amazon, 1667, John Fletcher's The Sea Voyage, 1622, and Jasper's The Amorous, 1648. Nonetheless, details about this tribe remained hazy. Some accounts placed them in Guyana, others in the Congo. Some, such as, believed them to have originally been Scythian women who migrated while their husbands were away at war and formed their own society, while others believed that the Amazons were a separate tribe who warred with the Scythians or bore children by them. 52. The effect of this uncertainty was to allow speculation to flourish, especially about the most distinctive physical feature of the Amazons, their removal of one breast. This was the metamorphosis on which text focused. The ancient Amazons, of whom we read so oft in learned authors, were wont to off their right breasts, which was then the archer's fashion. Says, the Amazons sear off their right paps, that more nourishment going into the hand next to it might increase the strength of that which was but by nature. Others say that the Amazons much helping themselves in the wars with bows and arrows, and finding that in this and other exercises of arms their dugs or breasts were a very great hindrance to them, they used to off the right pap, both of themselves and their daughters, and thereupon they were called Amazons, which in the tongue no breasts. The of the guard of the king of Congo are Amazons, who off their left paps with a hot iron, because it should be no hindrance to them in their shooting. In his reports of the kingdom of Congo, makes the like mention of these Amazons, who serve the makes mention of these women serving this, who after the manner of the ancient Scythian or Amazons have their breasts cut off. 56. For they were ordained to be a kind of covering and defense for the heart, and that themselves having received heat and from the heart, might again return unto its warmth, such as we get by garments we buckle about us. Another penalty of their crime against the offended majesty of nature they must needs incur. With their breasts they put off the very nature of woman, since another use of the paps, according to Hippocrates, was to receive moisture. For if, saith Hippocrates, any disease or other event take away a woman's paps, her voice becomes shriller, she proves a great spitter, and is much troubled with the pain in her head. 57. The connection between breast, nourishment, and generation is made explicit by observation. Others take thee of this a privative, and of that bread, for that they live not with bread, as those that have been nourished out womans. Amazons demonstrate symbolically a willingness to starve themselves, even to extinction, since their removal of breasts and men puts them on a precarious progenitive threshold. 59. The Amazon, like the fasting woman, undermines their role as nourisher of others at the same time as they refuse nourishment themselves. Unlike the fasting woman, however, the Amazon acts as part of a group, and it was the link between that groups and their bodily difference which often seemed most concerning to commentators. According to, the Amazons would famously suffer no men to live among them, nor to have rule over them, instead periodically inviting men to copulate with them. 60. This notion was expanded by Raleigh to include the idea that when the Amazons took male prisoners of war, they would use them for sex before eventually killing them. 61. Moreover, they would either abandon their male infants entirely or give them to other tribes to raise. A repudiation of maternal instinct, symbolically linked to their decision to limit their milk-producing abilities. Like the stripes of medieval flagellants, the of the Amazonian woman was thus no longer only a means to a practical end, but a way of asserting belonging within a community of individuals, whose belief in their collective identity was amplified by the injuries they inflicted upon themselves. In common with many of the other kinds of self-wounding described in this book, for Amazons, at least as they were represented in early modern texts, the practical utility of mastectomy was matched, and often superseded, by its symbolic power. Convened all the sisterhood to a chapter, and burst forth in the following words, saying, "There have lately come into our district most wicked pagans, men ignorant of every kind of humanity, who traverse every part of this region, and spare neither the sex of females nor the age of infants. They trample upon churches and ecclesiastical persons, they defile women bound by the holiest vows, and crush and destroy whatever they meet with. Therefore, if you are willing to adopt my advice, I entertain certain hopes, founded on the divine mercy, that we shall be able to escape the rage of the barbarians, and to preserve the modesty of our perpetual maidenhood." And when the entire assembly of the virgins had given her their pledge and most solemn promise that they were desirous to obey her maternal injunction in all things, then that abbess of admirable courage, openly giving to all the sisters an example of chastity which should be profitable not only to those nuns, but which should be worthy of being followed by all succeeding virgins, and by all who should at any time exist, took a razor, and cut off her nose, and her upper lip close to the very teeth, and so made herself a shocking sight to all the bystanders. And as the whole assembly which beheld this memorable deed admired it, they all inflicted similar treatment on themselves, and followed the example of their mother 63. Jesus prefigured expands and embellishes the story. In so doing, it demonstrates how stories of Amazonian mastectomy provided some contemporary authors with an alternative framework for self-mutilation, imagining it as a practical act of defense by a gynocentric community. This interpretation did not replace self-mortification, martyrdom, or asceticism as a context for the well-worn tale. Rather, it supplemented and reinvigorated the issues of self-sufficiency and agency raised in those discussions, ensuring that story remained alive for further generations of readers. 6.5 Death follows self-injury. I have argued that in the 17th century, self-injury could be read in new contexts and against or alongside new kinds of text. This intertextuality raised questions about what kind of a story this was, but also helped to renew its relevance and make it readable as a tale in which extreme bodily self-control allowed one to resist the violation of one's spiritual or psychological integrity. Nonetheless, neither modern nor early modern readers could see self-mutilation as a straightforward triumph for female agency. While I have argued that shared much with the gynocentric Amazon society, including the use of self-injury as a means to bond an all-female community, the irony remains that sisters were united in duty to their heavenly husband, Jesus Christ. Their protection of their virginity was thus as much an expression of that wifely faithfulness as it was of their bodily autonomy, and this was, and praised in numerous accounts of the ordeal as an example of chastity and fortitude. 68 Moreover, while these stories decried the barbarity of the invaders, they also located the wondrous beauty of the nuns as a factor in their likely rape. 69 Several texts even explicitly suggested that the nun's beauty was a bait, or to their attacker 70, and her sisters were therefore embedded in a culture which blamed women for their own rape, and they were presented as arguably having a moral obligation to mutilate themselves, one whose was rewarded by being burned to death inside their home. Every version of the story concluded with this event, which reflects a seeming rule in early modern writing that sooner or later, defiled women had to die. As noted at the beginning of this chapter, academic sources advised that rape victims should not end their lives out of a misplaced idea of virtue, and Augustine even suggested that to do so displayed an attachment to that was prideful and therefore sinful. 71 However, as I have discussed in relation to Christian and Stoic discourses of suicide. The official, religious opposition to this practice and its representation in imaginative texts were seas apart. Just as the suicides of, or might be represented as, albeit ambiguously, virtuous according to Stoic values, so death, often by suicide, was continually represented as not only the most, but the only outcome for women who had survived rape. Thus, Lucretia served as a pattern for other women on stage or page who died either at their own hand, or in a mercy killing like that of Shakespeare's. The death of the rape victim was tragic, but it was also highly a variation on the grim fascination with violence against the female body which pervaded much of the period's literature. 72. What has this to do with whose actions explicitly prevented her rape? A clue may be found once again in representations of Amazon in early modern texts. Was, as I describe above, a matter of fascination for early modern ethnographers and their audiences. However, as I have argued elsewhere, the one-breasted woman is also a figure who must be kept at a distance, to the extent that she cannot even be directly represented on stage. 73 plays about Amazons reveled in the gynocentric status of this tribe, but consistently obfuscated their bodily difference. In The Amorous, for example, a group of men are tricked into bed with women they believe to be Amazons. The next day, they each confirm that their partner had breasts, unaware that they have been sleeping with their own wives. 74. Moreover, medical writers, who wrote expansively on operations for breast cancer, never drew parallels between one-breasted survivors of mastectomy operations and Amazons. Instead, women who had lost a breast simply disappeared from the textual record. As has argued, the Amazon might be good to think with for a while, but ultimately constituted a threat to society that had to be quelled. Bringing them close to home invites chaos. As separatists, they are a threat, but as mothers and lovers and wives and queens, they are a disaster, participating in and altering the structures that should work to keep them out. 75. The only tame Amazons in early modern literature are those whose bodies are unaltered, and who can be accommodated within norms of heterosexual desire. The textual erasure of one-breasted women and the suicides of rape victims display the hallmarks of abjection. These kinds of bodies are equivalent to the refuse and corpses, which Julia argues, show me what I permanently thrust aside in order to live. They display the vulnerability, contingency, and defilement inherent in living. 76. In addition, however, these erasures also highlight either an unwillingness or an inability among early modern authors, and perhaps among readers, to imagine a social place for women who were no longer valuable as objects of desire and exchange. This difficulty can also be seen in accounts of which the extent to which her self-mutilation leaves her, and the other nuns, utterly disfigured, deformed, and even monstrous. 77. Moreover, like those other unimaginable women, the story of self-mutilation shows how different kinds of bodily agency and anomaly might overlap to create a figure which is unthinkable in more ways than simply being undesirable. That is, convent sisters become unattractive through their self-mutilation, but that mutilation does more by being emblematic of the way in which forcibly asserting one's rights over the reproductive body is itself a form of bodily heresy which cannot be allowed to stand. Wishing to avoid rape is a perfectly virtuous and legitimate desire. Actually managing to do so through the exertion of supreme bodily self-control is quite a different matter, and denotes a degree of personal autonomy which is hard to reconcile with a society in which women are ideally submissive and passive. That admirable stratagem of the Abbas and those virgins, which were in Aur at the time of the incursion of the Danes, who cut off their own noses to preserve their chastity, were both built upon this concession, that the nose anyway mangled or cut off gives the greatest blemish to the face, and proves most destructive to the enchanting beauty thereof. 79. The paragon story of the early 17th century centers on the Duke of Savoy's attack on Geneva in 1590, wherein a virgin fell into the hands of the soldiers, whose chastity when they had attempted in vain, they being enraged cut her nose off. 2 years later, her nose is restored, so artificially that to the admiration of all, it appeared rather natural than artificial, and we are told that she continues unmarried in Lausanne at the time of writing, 1613–84. Losing the nose is thus not only a bid to preserve virtue that looks like a punishment for sin, in much the same way that rape victims. Suicide is a sin that looks like virtue. It is an assertion of moral integrity that, when exercised by women, must be accompanied by annihilation. In this way, nose mutilation might be considered as equivalent to the acts of self-castration examined above. After all, the nose and the phallus were conceptually linked. 86. Both self-mutilation and that of self-castrating men were by fear of a loss of sexual control, a motivation which makes self-injury comical in the case of castration ballads and tragic in stories of martyrdom. However, where castrated men commit social suicide, self-mutilated women almost invariably end up dying for real. Like the rape victim, the mutilated woman is a powerful emblem of both abjection and endurance, but she cannot be allowed to persist, lest she flesh out an identity that is neither whorish, virginal, married, or widowed. 6.6 Conclusion. Self-mutilation, and that of her nuns, was a horrifying story, but it remained popular throughout the early modern period because at every point, it spoke to contemporary questions about identity and integrity in terms that were relevant to its audience. Viewed in one way, had much in common with self-mortifying flagellants or self-starved medieval maidens. From another angle, and her sisters seemed more akin to Amazons in their willingness to disavow their beauty. While the story of May have changed little over 800 years, what it meant for readers to learn the story of might alter with the times. This flexibility depended in large part on the enduring ambiguity about what kind of story this was, martyrdom, tragedy, or something else. By remaining unfixed, the account remained able to multiple functions. Ambivalent hagiography also highlights how enmeshed ideas of martyrdom were with early modern ideas of self-injury, morality, and personal integrity. Even when Protestant readers rejected the idea of as worthy of sainthood, the idea of protecting one's ideological and spiritual self through the voluntary loss of physical integrity retained its power. Tale was not included in the public work I shall describe in Chap. 8 for what are hopefully obvious reasons. Yet, her story as it was told and retold over the 16th and 17th centuries unites many aspects of narratives about self-injury in this period. Like Shakespeare's, is a gifted rhetorician who understands that actions may speak louder than words. In common with, she carefully frames her self-mutilation as an act of self-sacrifice, but cannot easily escape the moral proximity between this act and the sin of suicide. Narratives about highlighted her beauty prior to mutilation, just as stories about violent lament often use the injuries inflicted therein as an opportunity to linger on the sexuality of the lamenter. Finally, was, like the self-castrating man, effectively erased by her self-injury, though unlike those men, erasure was not merely symbolic and social but existential. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. John Bale, the first two parts of the acts or examples of the votaries gathered out of their legends, and by Bale, 1551, 52. See for instance Thomas Fuller, who mixes up the elder and younger in this passage. Saint was born in Northumberland, being daughter to the king thereof. When her father was taken prisoner, she got hold of a boat in Humber, and passing along the raging ocean, she safely landed at a place in Merch in Scotland, which is the promontory of Saint Ebb unto this day. Becoming prioress of in that country, to preserve her own and Felonon's chastity from the pagan Danes, she cut off her own nose, and the rest to do the like. Thomas Fuller, The History of the Worthies of England, J.G., W.L. and W.G. for Thomas Williams, 1662, 304. Westminster, The Flowers of History, especially as relate to the affairs of Britain. By C.D. Henry G., 1853, 1410, Robert Persons Parsons, An Examen of the Calendar or of Martyrs, and by J. On Fox, and prefixed before his great volume, of Acts and Monuments, 1603. John Wilson, The English, A Summary of the glorious and renowned saints of the three kingdoms, England, Scotland, and Ireland. Collected and distributed into, after the form of a calendar, according to saints. V is annexed in the end O of those who suffered death in England for defense of the cause, since King Henry VIII. His breach with the sea this day. By a priest, 1608, 230-31. John the Life of the Great, by Sir John. From the original manuscript in the Sick Library, with considerable additions. Lancaster, 1709, 34-35. Michael, the second part, or a continuance of Polly from the 18th song containing all the tracks, rivers, mountains, and, intermixed with the most remarkable stories, antiquities, wonders, rarities, pleasures, and commodities of the East, and parts of this isle, lying betwixt the two famous rivers of Thames and Tweed, 1622, 101. James Heath, England's Chronicle, or The Lives and Reigns of the Kings and Queens from the time of Julius to the present reign of K. William and Q. Mary, printed for Benge. N&G, 1689-45. The Life of the Great, 34. Daniel, a tour the whole island of Great Britain, divided into circuits, or giving a particular and diverting account of whatever is curious and worth observation. G. W. Mears. R. S. Chapman. R. and J. Graves, 1724, 9. Fuller, The History of the Worthies of England, 302. John, Life's Preservative against Self-Killing. Or in Useful Treatise Concerning Life and Self-Murder M. Flesher, for R. and L. 1637, 110. John a Man, or The Printed by William Hunt, 1653, 359. Clement, Three Ministers Communicating Their Collections and Notions. Touching several texts of Scripture, wherein the law and gospel, in short, the substance of Christianity is set forth, printed for Samuel, 1675, 127. See also one of his, Tales of Self-Gelding in Early Modern England. Social History of Medicine 33, No. 2, 2020, 377-393. Org 10-1093-100. Thomas More, O of Comfort Against, made by Thomas More, and set by the name of an N.N., not before this time imprinted, 1553. K1 v. K2R. John G. The Foot Out of the Snare, with a detection of sundry late practices and impostures of the priests and Jesuits in England, H. Loans for Robert, 1624, 81. Stephen, Mutilation and Meaning. In the Body in Parts, Fantasies of Corporeality in Early Modern Europe, Ed. David A. Hillman and 1997, 223. C. John N. King, Introduction, In's Book of Martyrs and Early Modern Print Culture, Ed. By John King, Cambridge University Press, 2006, 120, Org 101017 CBO 97805114836460002. Martyrdom and Literature in Early Modern England, Cambridge University Press, 2005. Anne Ruth, The Persistence of Saints in Early Modern England. D. United States, Virginia, University of Virginia, 2011. Esther, The Modulated Scream, Pain in Late Medieval Culture, University of Chicago Press, 2009, 27. Bella and Medieval English Prose for Women, Selections from the Group, and I Oxford University Press, 1992, 137. My Emphasis. Mutilation and Meaning, 229. Marshall, The Politics of Self-Mutilation. Mutilation and Meaning, 230. William Watts, Mortification, John for John, 1637, 16. Thomas, The Doctrine and Practice of Mortification, T.C. for John Sweeting, 1641, 10506. The Doctrine and Practice, 10506. John Owen, Of the Mortification of Sin in Believers, 3rd edition. Ponder, 1668, 27. Robert A., Mortification on Parade, Penitential Processions in 16th and 17th century France. Renaissance and Reformation, 22 No. 1 1986, 12346, 123. John G. The Foot Out of the Snare, with a detection of sundry late practices and impostures of the priests and Jesuits in England, H. Loans for Robert, 1624, 8182. G. The Foot Out of the Snare, 82. James, or an account of the many admirable virtues of Oleum, printed for J. Martin, 1679, 76-78. A narrative of God's gracious dealings with that choice Christian Mrs. Afterwards married to Mr. Reciting the great advantages the devil made of her deep melancholy, and the triumphant victories, rich and sovereign graces, God gave her over all his stratagems and devices, printed by John, 1683. Caroline Walker, Holy Feast and Holy Fast, The Religious Significance of Food to Medieval Women, University of California Press, 1988, 210. Holy Feast, 218. Marshall, The Politics of Self-Mutilation, 17. Marshall, The Politics of Self-Mutilation, 18. Christopher Frey and My Breasts, The Self-Starved Female Body and a Woman Killed with Kindness, early 7 No. 1 2004, 4567, 47. Frey and My Breasts, 46. Thomas Robbins, The Wonder of the World, Though Moz, 1669, 15. H.A. or The Non-Such Wonder of the Peak in Derbyshire, T&G, 1669, 62. Thomas, Letter 183 2030, October 1668, Thomas to John. In the edition of the Works of Thomas. 7. The Correspondence 2. 1661-679, ed. Noel Malcolm, Oxford University Press, 1994. John, A Discourse upon Prodigious Abstinence, occasioned by the 12 months fasting of Taylor, the famed Derbyshire, proving that without any miracle, the texture of humane bodes might be so altered that may be long continued without the supplies of meat and drink, printed by R.W. for and 1669. Nancy A. Shall She Then? Female Food Refusal in Early Modern England, 2016. 34. On notes that she starved herself apparently from grief over the death of the brother, and an autopsy suggested that she had died from a broken heart, rather than poisoning. Stripes seen on the outside of her heart were taken to be broken tendons or heartstrings. This, along with the other of her emotional distress, allowed her death to be read as noble rather than sinful, and she was the subject of an epitaph by Ben. Frey and My Breasts, 62. Frey and My Breasts, 50. Shall She Then? 20. Both contemporary sources and later critics have noted that most self-starvation in this period was undertaken by young women. For instance, wrote that most of these fall to this abstinence between the age of 14 and 20 years. A Discourse upon Prodigious Abstinence, 21. However, there were male examples of fasting, most notably that of Roger, the English who espoused a vegan diet and lived for periods of time on grass alone. Used his fame to amplify his political and religious beliefs, and has been described as an opposition hunger artist by Rick Bowers, Roger Crabb, opposition hunger artist in 1650s England. The 17th century, 18 No. 1 2003, 93 112. Org 10 10800026, 8117x200310555521. K. Telling Tales. Using ethnographic fictions to speak embodied truth. Qualitative research 10, no. 1 2010, 2747. Org 10 11771468794109348681, 2728. Ancella, and My Body and Me, Self-Injurious Behaviors and Body Modifications in Eating Disorders Preliminary Results, Eating Disorders 21, no. 2 2013, 13039, Org 10 1080106402662013761087. L. Pierced Identities, an investigation of the relationships between body modification practices, borderline personality pathology, and identity diffusion, ProQuest Dissertations Publishing, 2015. And Tattoos, Body Piercings, and Self-Injury, Is There a Connection? Investigations on a core group of participants practicing body modification, Psychotherapy Research 18, no. 3 2008, 32633, Org 10 1080105033007015066938. M. and Jim D. Taylor. Sociological Approaches to Self-Injury. Sociology Compass 9, no. 12 2015, 1514, 1007. Surgery and Selfhood. Thomas, or 9 Books of Various History. Women Inscribed by Ye Names of Ye 9 Muses, 1624, 215-23. Walter Raleigh, Discovery of the Large, Rich, and Beautiful Empire of Guiana, by Sir W., with a relation of the great and golden city of which the Spaniards call El Dorado, etc. 1596. Society, First Series, Publishing, 1848, 2729. John Sir, The Voyages and Travails of Sir John Knight, wherein is treated of the way towards, and of the merveils of with other lands and countries, printed by Thomas, 1582. 220. Allah Hymen's, or Love's Master, being that so much admired romance, intituled Cleopatra, in 12 parts W.R. and J.R., 1674, 159. Raleigh Discovery, 2829. The Voyages. Eltv. 223. John Mann, or The Printed by William Hunt, 1653, 321-23. 324-25. Pastor the Body Embarrassed, 64-112. Frey and My Breasts, 52. The Voyages. L3R. Raleigh Discovery, 2729. A Description of the Body of Man. Together with the controversies thereto belonging, William, 1615, 650. Westminster, The Flowers of History, 1410. Richard Smith, The Of Religion, The and Protestant Religion are weighed together with the weights of prudence and right reason, 1609, 315. John Stowe, The Abridgment of the English Chronicle, first collected by M. John Stowe, and after him augmented with very many memorable antiquities, and continued with matters, and unto the beginning of the 1618. By E. H. Gentleman. Edward and Nicholas Oakes for the Company of Stationers, 1618, 34. William, The History of Great from the First Peopling of this Island to this Present of or sick Happy and K. Printed by W. for Rich, 1621, 201 N. The Lives of All the Roman Emperors N and I Oakes, 1636, 289. William, or the exact recorder, being the most remembrancer of the most remarkable transactions of a state, and of all the English laws, printed for Francis Coles, 1659, 64. Fuller, The History of the Worthies of England, 304. James Heath, England's Chronicle, or The Lives and Reigns of the Kings and Queens from the time of Julius, to the present reign of K. William and Q. Mary, containing the remarkable transactions and revolutions in peace and war, both at home and abroad, as they relate to this kingdom, with the wars, policies, religion and customs, success and misfortunes as well of the ancient Britons, as Roman, Saxon, Danish, and Norman conquerors, printed for Benge. N and G, 1689, 45. James, The History of England, as well ecclesiastical as civil, 1696, 269. The Life of the Great, 34-35. The Euphrasia referenced here is Saint Euphrasia of Constantinople, who in the 4th century CE refused to marry a suitor for her by the emperor and instead joined a nunnery. Her presence here significantly links and the nuns to a tradition of monasticism as an assertion of self-determination, which is also a turning over of oneself to God's will. John Abbott, Jesus, or of the Holy Name of in 5 books, 1623, 80. Abbott, Jesus, 80. Richard Baker, A Chronicle of the Kings of England, from the time of the Romans, unto the of our Lord, King Charles, containing all passages of state or church, with all other observations proper for a chronicle, printed for Daniel, 1643, 11. A Tour the Whole Island, 8. Fuller, The History of the Worthies of England, 304. Louis, The Great Historical, Geographical and Poetical Dictionary, being a curious miscellany of sacred and history, printed for Henry Rhodes, and John, 1694, N.P. John's Lucretia and What Augustine Really Said About Rape, 2 reconsiderations. 74, 2019, 335-73, 337. On this trope see Drew Daniel, Joy of the Worm, Suicide and Pleasure in Early Modern English Literature, Thinking Literature, University of Chicago Press, 2022, 43. Surgery and Selfhood in Early Modern England, 3554. Jasper the Amorous, S.N., 1648. 5.1. Tough Love, Amazon Encounters in the English Renaissance, Duke University Press, 2000, 23. Julia, Powers of Horror, An Essay on Objection. By S. Columbia University Press, 1982, 8. John Bale, The First 2 Parts of the Acts or Examples of the Votaries Gathered Out of There, and by Bale, 1551, 52, Wilson the English, 231, 649, 64, Fuller, The History of the Worthies of England, 304, Heath, England's Chronicle, 45, Baker, A Chronicle, 11. 116. 118. Parsons, An Examen, 47. Skinner, The Gendered Nose and Its Lack, Medieval Nose-Cutting and Its Modern Manifestations. Journal of Women's History, 26, No. 1 2014, 4567, 53. Skinner, The Gendered Nose, 56. Losing Face, Saving Face, Noses and in the Late Medieval Town. History Workshop, Journal 40, No. 1 1995, 115. Org 10 1093 4011. Cock Exchanging Flesh, Prostitution and Plastic Surgery in 17th Century England, D. University of Adelaide, 2013, 215. Another interesting story to consider here is that of St. After praying to be spared marriage so that she might remain celibate, one of his eyes spontaneously falls out of her head, and by this means she became, that man sought after her more. She then enters a monastery, after which her eye is miraculously restored because her spouse Jesus would not endure that she who had desired to loose her to preserve her should in such. Porter, The Flowers of the most renowned of the 3 kingdoms England, Scotland, and Ireland writ, and collected out of the best and manuscripts of our nation, and distributed according to their feasts in the calendar, 1632, 119. Losing Face 5. 7. Conclusion. On 18 March 1741, the Ordinary of Newgate made an account of how the people who were to be executed that day had conducted themselves whilst in prison. Those of whom the Ordinary approved had lived quietly, expressed repentance for their sins, and attended religious services. The bad apples of the jail had either been sick when those services were taking place, or had refused to engage with them, and or defended their crimes. On Sunday the 14th of December, while he was at chapel, Charles, one of the men who looks after the criminals, going into Jackson's cell, found some bloody rags, which gave him a strong suspicion that Jackson had done himself some mischief, whereupon he acquainted a gentleman who was a prisoner in the press yard therewith, and desired him to examine him about it, as he came down from chapel. Accordingly he did so, and put it very home to him, remonstrating to him how dreadful it would be to add the sin of suicide to that of the heinous murder which he had already perpetrated. Jackson at first it very obstinately, and on the gentleman, telling him of the bloody rags found in his cell by Charles, said the reason thereof was, he was troubled with the bloody flux. However, the gentleman still pressing him yet more earnestly to acknowledge the truth, he condescended at last, though with great difficulty, to confess that he had himself in the belly, and pulling up his shirt, them the place. Hereupon a surgeon was immediately sent for, who having and dressed his wound, enquired when, in what manner, and with what instrument he had made such a large gash. His answer was, that he did it the very night he was committed to Newgate, being on Friday the 28th of November, between 8 and 9 in the evening, with a knife, which he afterwards threw over the hatch belonging to the old hold. As to the manner of doing it, he said it was as follows. Whilst he sat on the stairs of the hold, he took the knife with both his hands extended, and thrust it aslant with all his strength, which divided the umbilical vessels. Accordingly, on searching his cell, the second time, a large lump of proud flesh was found, which he had extirpated from the navel, being a sort of fungus, or proceeding from the aforesaid cut, and occasioned by the wounds not having proper care taken thereof, immediately after its being given. Hereupon the surgeon, how he came to cut off that part. To which he answered, it was so weighty and troublesome, he could not bear it any longer, adding that it stunk to that degree, and was so very offensive it was. He was then, if he expected to have saved his life by cutting it off, or whether he thought it would have put him out of pain, he know but that he did it to ease himself and not to destroy himself, as also that if it pleased God to spare his life, he never would attempt the like again, being willing to be made a public example, that it might deter others for the future from committing murder, a crime too frequently perpetrated in the city, and for which he was very justly won. When his warders first approached him, Jackson was insistent that his acts of self-injury, first stabbing himself, later cutting away the fungus tissue that resulted, were not suicide attempts. In particular, his second act was undertaken to ease himself, and not to destroy himself. The intended purpose of his self-stabbing was obscure, but his narrative shared features with some of the accounts of self-injury which this book has examined. Jackson's first act was theatrical in character. In a scene strikingly reminiscent of self-stabbing, he too did the deed in private, but later recalled it in vivid detail and attempted to use it as the basis for a moral argument. The second attempt was meant to ease Jackson, but not by alleviating pain. Instead, his description of excising a troublesome, offensive piece of flesh speaks to the protagonist's continued ability to exercise control over his own body despite incarceration, a mixture of do-it-yourself surgery and curious symbolism. The bloody rags and the hidden discarded flesh cut from the umbilical vessels bring to mind an aborted, while Jackson's bizarre decision that cutting off a lump of his own tissue would be preferable to living with an suggests that the flesh had acquired metaphorical meaning. Did this proud flesh stand for an aspect of himself which he rejected, as in 17th-century tales of self-gelding? Or was its excision meant to communicate a message to other people, as in's? It is clear that whatever his original intention, when he was confronted, Jackson optimistically surmised that his self-inflicted wound might do communicative work by making him a public example. Thus, he hoped, this act of apparent self-destruction might actually prolong his life. He did not live long after making this discovery, for on Monday the 15th of December, Abraham, a very faithful and trusty old servant belonging to the going about 8 in the morning, being the usual hour to unlock the cells of the criminals, and see whether they wanted anything, when he came to that of Daniel Jackson, he desired him to fetch him a glass of warm wine, for he was very faint, and prodigiously indisposed, adding that if he did not make a great deal of haste with it, he should certainly die, wherein he proved a true prophet, for before Abraham with it, he gave up the ghost too. When Jackson wrote the letter, he clearly knew he was dying, in addition to the fact that he was condemned to be executed. It does not necessarily follow that he had injured himself several weeks earlier with suicidal intent. While his letter talked of wishing to follow his wife into the grave, this was not something which he had mentioned when the wound was first discovered, and indeed he initially any such plan. Indeed, the fact that Jackson, in prolonged possession of a knife, chose to follow up his self-stabbing by cutting off and hiding a piece of his flesh rather than more expediently slitting his throat, suggests that suicide was not his primary intention. By contrast, William Byrd, who was jailed in 1740 for having killed his wife, stabbed himself 6 or 7 inches into his body with a sword as soon as his wife was dead. For when Byrd was asked how he had done such a thing, he asked for his sword back so that he could demonstrate. Unlike hapless captors, the attending surgeon wisely rejected this request. Robert, who awaited execution for murder in 1721, stated that he wished to die and was upbraided for that desire by the ordinary. Nevertheless, he fasted much, and said he deserved not to eat 5. The fact that the ordinary readily and insistently interpreted Jackson's actions as suicidal, despite obvious differences from other attempted suicides by prisoners, thus suggests a possible change by this period in how self-injurious acts worked, symbolically speaking. Incidents with the hallmarks of attempted suicide were lumped in with phenomena in which death was clearly not the intention. The authority to determine how an injury was judged no longer rested with the person injuring themselves, but with the onlooker. I thought proper to give Mr. P.N. notice of my departure, and easily prevailed on my brother to give him a letter, but how was I frighted when he, returning in few moments, told me Mr. P.N. had stabbed himself with his penknife. I ran all in tears to my mother, entreating her permission to go and see him. She appeared much concerned, and sent for him to come to us, which pleasing summons he readily obeyed. But I could scarce forbear laughing at my own credulity, when my wounded swain came to us in perfect health. He had indeed given himself a scratch, on purpose to terrify us, and had just such a desperate wound as I have frequently received from the point of a pin, without complaining. 6. After the wedding, 3 happy months, I had all the satisfaction that innocent marriage and excessive love in a bride could give me. Then I began to consider a little my affairs, and proposed to my wife my being naturalized, that I might look after hers. She swooned at the name, and when she recovered, she snatched a bayonet of mine and wounded herself under the left breast, but not much. I cannot express my surprise. We hushed the matter for fear of her mother, and I employed some of my soldiery skill to cure it, which had the desired effect. I inquired into the reason of this extravagancy. She told me the discovery of interest in me, when she had believed love was the only motive of our marriage. 8. Upon some disgust he had received from his mother, with a large Flemish knife himself about 2 inches above, and on one side of the navel, through the right muscle and into the abdomen. From out the wound hung forth a large piece of the omentum, which had so done for 4 hours, for so long after it was that I saw him. It being winter time, the air having it, and being I made ligature upon it, and cut off the part near the tying, and having fomented it with warm brandy, I put in the omentum again, leaving the thread hanging forth to the wound. I used a digestive for 3 or 4 days, afterwards a balsam, whose basis was turpentine, so without any supervening symptom he became well in less than a fortnight. 9. Her husband, not presently granting her unreasonable demand, took one of his sharpest knives wherewith he used to work, and herself obliquely into the epigastrium. The wound was small, and so was the knife, which I saw was bloody about 2 inches or more, and it bled but little, wherefore I took blood from her to prevent inward bleeding which I feared. I dressed the wound with a short tent with a digestive. Thereafter 2 days a large round about the wounded place, of which she complained very much, and proved to be only from wind, for upon the use of warm fomentations it was wholly, and she in 7 or 8 days became well. His first patient gave himself an injury markedly similar to that of the condemned prisoner described above. His second responded violently and impulsively to a perceived slight in the same manner as the woman described by Lady. Yet the way in which these instances are described differs radically from those later examples. Does not approve of self-injury, but he does not go out of his way to against it, mock it, or assign probable causes for it. When his patients declare the cause of their actions, he believes them. Moreover, he does not surmise that the patients in question intended suicide. This is in part a function of genre, was a meticulous surgeon, with a keen interest in the healing of wounds. Nonetheless, when set against comparable examples from only decades later, the accounts are striking for their seriousness, and for centering the voice of the self-injuring person. Taken together, these tales tentatively suggest that the window during which self-injury could be read as a valid means of self-expression began to close in the early 18th century. Instead, interpretations of these acts now routinely occupied what had been the two extremes of their possible meaning. On one end, foolish and unserious attempts at attention-seeking, and on the other, sinful attempts at suicide. What was more, people who witnessed self-injurious acts insisted that they were the ones who should decide on the act's meaning, and the ability for a person who self-injured to communicate how their actions were to be interpreted by others was curtailed. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. When self-injury was read as evidence of extravagancy, foolishness, or degeneracy, then attempts by the protagonists to cast their actions in a different light were disregarded. They were, after all, extravagant, foolish, or degenerate, and not to be credited. In work on pin swallowing in early modern England, notes a similar trajectory. Ingestion of objects such as pins, which was taken seriously as a supernatural or natural sign in the 17th century, later became read as evidence of either trickery or hysteria. 2023. This 18th century shift away from viewing self-injury as a legitimate means of communication remains a topic for further study, beyond the scope of this book. It preceded, and possibly paved the way for, the invention of self-harm as an object of study in the 19th and 20th centuries. Sarah, for instance, finds that in the 19th century self-mutilation, a new category of psychiatric symptomatology was firmly associated with both madness and immorality. Through its use as a rhetorical device in novels, it was represented as the ultimate act of selfish preoccupation, showing a worrying disregard for the social instinct, understood to underpin normal society. 11. This interpretation of self-injury as a pathology, which was also morally freighted, continued into the 20th century. Chris Millard suggests that during this period self-harm was interpreted as a largely uncomplicated attempt to die, or later, a pathological communication, with interpretations focused on sociality and affect regulation only coming into play late in the century. 12. Such readings closed down possibilities imagined in the early modern period. The expansive, sociologically oriented readings of self-injury, which we see in the next chapter, are a recent phenomenon, reopening a field of interpretation previously narrowed to include only medical and moral perspectives. Why, then, did the 16th and 17th centuries allow, and encourage, a richness and variety of interpretations of self-wounding which later centuries did not? As the preceding chapters have shown, the answer is linked to a raft of complex social and cultural factors, mostly having to do with the significance of pain. Pain in this period was to a greater extent than in subsequent centuries. Judicial corporal punishments told citizens that pain was a means to destroy the individual, while interrogatory torture sought to crack open a person to discover truths hidden within. This idea interacted in complex ways with religious representations of martyrdom and bodily sacrifice. Catholic hagiographies frequently depicted the ability to withstand pain as a form of, which was also spiritually purifying. Mortification could be imagined as both an abnegation of the self and an assertion of one's personal relationship with God. Though Protestantism ostensibly rejected these stories, it also rehearsed them through tales of religious martyrdom. Stoicism also had an important part to play here. Its relatively minor revival was through the lens of popular drama. The precedence of classical literature in boys' education, and the consequent flush of plays, meant that mass audiences were repeatedly exposed both to notions of self-sacrifice as potentially noble, and violence itself as having aesthetic value, an idea which looped back to the spectacle of executions. On stage, violence was both, and invested with political and moral purpose. That the body assumed such symbolic and social importance was also due in part to the way in which it was understood. The doctrine of the inextricably linked physiology and psychology, so that inner life was reflected in the flesh and vice versa. This too was what made accounts of bodily difference, such as those from the New World, so intoxicating for early modern readers. Arguably, however, all these factors united in the centrality of rhetoric to 16th and 17th century culture. By including gesture as a central part of rhetoric, and insisting on the personation of emotions by the ideal rhetor, the theory of rhetoric wound together expression and experience, emotional suffering and physical pain, symbolic form and somatic content. Discussions of rhetoric were always reaching for a way in which a rhetor's authenticity could be proven or disproven, and though this would ultimately prove elusive, self-wounding looked, at times, like a good way to demonstrate one's sincerity. Altogether, these factors allowed self-wounding to be considered an act which did things for the protagonist. What those things did might be dependent on the context. In plays which drew on Stoic antecedents, self-injury was readily imagined as a supreme example of self-mastery. To hurt oneself was, in some cases, to declare the supremacy of the mind over the body. In others, it was to reclaim. Having sovereignty over oneself requires that all the body's capacity, including its capacity to be destroyed, remains within one's own control. Offstage, poetry and polemic engaged with life's messier realities. Self-injury could be used as a way to manage the emotions, giving physical form to mental pain, and thus making that pain visible to others. When it wrought permanent alteration, it might declare one's intention to exit systems, which insisted that certain sorts of bodies automatically entered into relationships of subjection or dominance based on gender or status. Most of these uses for self-injury were attention-seeking in some sense. Yet, that did not have the same pejorative connotations as today. Individuals sought to communicate what was happening, inside distress, anger, determination, devotion, by marking their outside. This was appropriate to a culture in which verbal rhetoric was vitally important, but also distrusted, and where visible proof was of ever-increasing importance. That is not to say that for early modern people, self-injury was normal or welcome. Acts of self-wounding still shocked those who saw them, and this was part of their power. They demanded witnessing. Nonetheless, early modern responses to self-wounding tended to ask why, rather than demanding stop. This was not a problem in need of a solution. The following chapter, the last in this book, looks at some recent sociologically focused work on self-injury as a communicative phenomenon in the 20th and 21st centuries. These readings, I argue, reopen a range of possibilities for self-wounding with striking similarities to the shifting, lively narratives I have described at work throughout the turbulent 16th and 17th centuries. At the same time, comparison between the modern and early modern risks flattening the complexity of both, and creative interventions into the topic highlight the risks and rewards of presentism, as well as fault lines in the notion of impact. As Daniel Jackson and the Newgate Ordinary knew well, the meanings of self-wounding were often hard to puzzle out. However closely one might examine the deed, its significance was never fixed. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Old Bailey Proceedings Online Org, version 9, Ordinary of Newgate's account September 1731, OA 17310-924. Org Record OA 17310-924, accessed, 13th June 2025. Ordinary of Newgate's, account September 1731. Ordinary of Newgate's, account September 1731. Old Bailey Proceedings Online Org, version 9, Ordinary of Newgate's, account March 1741, OA 17410-318. Org Record OA 17410-318, accessed, 13th June 2025. Old Bailey Proceedings Online Org, version 9, Ordinary of Newgate's, account April 1721, OA 17210-403. Org Record OA 17210-403, accessed, 13th June 2025. Memoirs of Mrs. Wife to the Revs. Mr. 1748, 135. The Lady's Advocate, or Wit and Beauty a Match for Treachery and Inconstancy, printed for C. Long, 1749, 195-96. Alexander Pope, Mr. Pope's Literary Correspondence, Volume the 3rd. With letters to, and from the Duke of Dean Swift, Lord Lady Bishop of Mrs. Sir Berkeley Lucy, Mrs. Thomas and C.E., 1735, 74. New Practical Observations in Surgery containing divers remarkable cases and cures, James Partridge, 1685, 2425. This chapter in the representation of self-injury deserves further study, especially its links with the growing business of madhouses. Sarah, A Hideous Torture on Himself, Madness and Self-Mutilation in Victorian Literature, Journal of Medical Humanities 32 No. 4 2011, 279, Org 101007S10912011911526. See also Sarah, Psyche on the Skin, A History of Self-Harm Books, 2017. Chris Millard, A History of Self-Harm in Britain, A Genealogy of Cutting and Overdosing, 2015, 2. 8. Coda, Self-Injury, Anachronism and Engagement. PORTIA, I think we need to stop seeing it as attention-seeking. We are all seeking attention, and we communicate this in different ways. Thus far, this book has suggested links between early modern and modern experiences of self-wounding, without fully exploring that connection. Each chapter, barring the introduction and conclusion, is preceded by quotes from the play written as part of creative workshops related to the public part of this project, and there are some more substantial points of connection. In Chap. 3, for instance, I briefly considered how the modern of some self-injury events as unconnected with suicidal ideation, and therefore less worthy of notice, compares with Renaissance representations of self-wounding as powerfully communicative. Throughout this project, however, the complexities of comparing actions which look the same but are understood differently have been keenly felt. This final chapter is therefore an unusual intervention in a primarily historicist text, an attempt to reflect on those challenges through theories about historicism, self-injury and publicly engaged research, and via a description of my own imperfect practice. The first part of this chapter examines the topic of anachronism broadly. It does so in part by considering the debate over, which took place in the pages of the PMLA in 2013, prompted by thought pieces from Jonathan and. This debate has revolved around queer studies. However, I consider whether, and how, the principles and critiques of might be of use in medical humanities, particularly in medical history-inflected studies such as this one. The second part of the chapter looks at how self-injury is in the 21st century, and what those theories might share, or not share, with the stories in this book. Self-injury is now highly, but it has also been the subject of recent sociological studies, which communication and self-regulation as motivating factors for people who self-injure. Are these areas of shared interest best understood as parallels between two separate phenomena, historical and present self-injury, or as evidence of what And would call a unifying. I suggest that while histories of self-injury should not be, they may nonetheless help to queer our understanding of modern self-harm by multiplying the possibilities for this practice. The third part of the chapter suggests the importance and difficulty of bringing these theoretical debates to bear on research practice. I relate the public-facing events, which formed part of this research project, in which people with lived experience of self-harm were invited to reflect creatively on the history of attitudes towards self-injury. This kind of research may help to close the perceived gap between past and present, but it is not without its issues. As I will discuss, over the course of these events, publicly engaged research turned to co-creation, and in so doing revealed much about how research affects both academic and non-academic participants. Finally, the fourth part of this chapter reflects on the lessons of these events. I show that participants identified striking comparisons between their own experiences and those of historical figures, which led to reflection on the biases surrounding self-injury. The notion of attention-seeking provides a strong link across the centuries. However, they also highlighted the difficulties implicit in a university system which positions impact as the necessary end of engagement. Drawing on recent scholarship on the ethics of community engagement, I suggest that genuinely co-creative engagement requires a less pedagogical and more democratic approach, which resists the temptation to treat co-creators and their experiences as subjects in need of improvement. 8.1 Anachronism versus. As I identified in the introduction to this book, this research project consciously imposes a modern category, self-injury, onto a group of acts which did not share a terminology in the period of which I am writing. I have argued that disparate stories such as self-cutting and the jealous Quaker's self-gelding share narrative features and motivating logics. I hope to have shown that they exist in relationship with one another, though those relationships may be loose and sometimes unstable. What is less clear is what relationship this constellation of acts has, or does not have, with the modern phenomenon of non-suicidal self-injury, NSSI, or self-harm. This question requires some specific attention to the phenomena under discussion, which I provide below. However, it is also involved with broader debates in literary and cultural theory, namely with how we approach the past. Is it true that, as the saying goes, the past is a different country, they do things differently there? Or does insistence on viewing past phenomena as bounded by their unique and contingent contexts reinforce an unhelpful binary between then and now? These questions have informed the work of numerous scholars for almost a century. Oscar Morrow, for instance, names, and as having pioneered anti-presentism in the 1930s, with this doctrine eventually having led to the emergence of new historicism in the 1980s, and its dominance as a mode of reading thereafter won since the 1990s. However, academics, and in particular queer theorists, have increasingly engaged in what describes as contentious debate over whether people living in the past were fundamentally different from modern people or more or less the same too in particular. The debate has been focused around whether, as suggested in his 1976 History of Sexuality, earlier periods of history knew sodomy as a category of sexual activity but not orientation, with the homosexual emerging as an identity category in the 19th century. In a series of thought pieces in the PMLA in 2013, and historicists clashed. Jonathan and argued animatedly that historicist methods were usually, perhaps inescapably, teleological, and that teleology was fundamentally incompatible with queer ways of reading. Queer reading, they argued, rejected alterity. Why has it come to pass that we apprehend the past in the mode of difference? How has history come to equal alterity? And what effect does the privileging of the hetero have on studies of sexuality? 3 Instead, they proposed a that would be invested in suspending determinate sexual and chronological differences, while expanding the possibilities of the non-hetero, with all its connotations of sameness, similarity, proximity, and anachronism. 4 Importantly, This would not mean arguing that past sodomy was more similar to than different from present homosexuality, but rather jettisoning such definitions and resisting the strictures of itself. 5. Furthermore, such an approach would seek to deconstruct historical fields such as early modern, since they both divide the past into arbitrary segments and implicitly position it as having meaning chiefly in relation to the present. These radical suggestions proved highly influential, and versions of including some which precede and peace have been highlighted by and Chris, among others. 6. However, in a response to Queering, published shortly afterwards, contended that the argument was lacking in substance. While they might repudiate bounded time periods, she argued, many of these scholars continued to write about the medieval, or the Renaissance, for the same reasons of utility that literary and historical scholars have always focused on particular stretches of time. Moreover, the insistence on deconstruction was, argued, an overreach. Readings are not the same thing as history, and deconstructive and psychoanalytic interpretations of literary texts, while they contribute importantly to historical understanding, do not necessarily conduce to a historical explanation. These critics overestimate its analytic capacity and explanatory power. 7. To equate the difference between sequential and non-sequential views of time with a series of other differences, homo-hetero, change stasis, distance proximity, was, she argued, a rhetorical act rather than a logical conclusion, and though time could be sliced and diced in various ways, including disruptive and subversive ways, time itself could not be dispensed with. 8. Even where anachronism cannot be avoided, history writing can lead us to critically examine the continuities and breaks between the past under examination and our present. In some cases, such as in the preceding examples, we may conclude that there is a bridge connecting us to them, assuring us that just as we are born of them, so our categories are also born of theirs, that the transformations and ruptures that make our present different from their past also arise out of that past, rather than being wholly external to it. The application of the code to the past may illuminate the emergence of the code, the former structurings and forgotten histories that have brought us to our present historical situation can be and re-examined, so that historical inquiry yields a better understanding of the tradition that produced us and through which we speak. 10. This conclusion is one implicitly shared by many medical humanities scholars, whose business is to understand that the researcher, whether scientist, literary scholar, geographer, or anthropologist, is embedded within their own cultural context, and that this unavoidably affects the kinds of questions they can ask. The health humanities are a particular case in point. Most academics in this field can attest that even if they steadfastly refuse to draw connections between historical and modern medicine, any non-specialist reader will readily do the job for them. 13. 8.2. Self-injury sociologies. If we can accept, therefore, that a degree of anachronism is certainly likely, perhaps inevitable, or possibly even desirable, how might this function in the case of self-wounding? What, if anything, might contemporary and historical understandings lend to one another? Modern discourses about non-suicidal self-injury tend to both the potential of this practice to serve as a cry for help and the dangers it poses, including the link between self-injury and suicide. 14. Media coverage also focuses on the idea that self-harm is encouraged through social networks, particularly online. In August 2022, a private member's bill was introduced in the United Kingdom's House of Lords, which would require the Office for Communications, OFCOM, to advise the government about the extent of content on social media platforms which might encourage people towards either self-harm or suicide. Since 2023, the bill has been awaiting a third reading in the House of Lords, after which it would require approval by the House of Commons. Progress was halted by the general election in 2024, and at the time of publication, it seems unlikely that the bill will come to fruition. 15. News stories proliferate of self-harm being encouraged online through various means, from people sharing details of their practice through coded social media hashtags, to malicious invocations to harm oneself as part of online bullying. Digital self-harm is used to describe the practice of writing derogatory or hateful comments about oneself online. However, the level of concern about social media's role in self-harm is somewhat complicated by numerous studies, which have been undertaken on the relationship between social media use and prevalence of self-harm, some of which show a positive, and others a negative correlation. 16. Despite the fact that concerns about online media implicitly self-harm as a phenomenon subject to socio-cultural influence, the discourse about self-harm is primarily medical. It is deemed an indicator of psychological distress, which may be pathological in nature. The latest edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5, the standard classificatory text used by mental health professionals in the United States, introduces non-suicidal self-injury disorder, NSSI, for the first time as a standalone condition. Its criteria are fivefold, including the expectation that NSSI will solve an interpersonal problem, provide relief from unpleasant thoughts and or emotions, or induce a positive emotional state, the experience of one or more of the following: interpersonal problems or negative thoughts or emotions immediately prior to NSSI. B. Preoccupation with NSSI that is difficult to manage, or C. Frequent thoughts about NSSI. That the NSSI is not socially sanctioned or restricted to minor self-injurious. The presence of NSSI-related clinically significant distress or interference across different domains of functioning, e.g. work, relationships. 17. More commonly used in the United Kingdom is the International Classification of Diseases, ICD-11. This text does not list a separate disorder of non-suicidal self-injury, categorizing it instead as a symptom or sign of various kinds of mental disorder, including major depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and borderline personality disorder. The National Health Service website firmly positions self-injury as indexed to psychological factors, advising readers that reasons for self-injury include expressing or coping with emotional distress, trying to feel in control, a way of punishing themselves, relieving unbearable tension, a cry for help, and a response to intrusive thoughts. These reasons can be credited, even when the persons injuring themselves are unclear about why they might be doing so. Such approaches to self-injury contrast starkly and seemingly incommensurably with those of the early modern period. Early modern people saw self-wounding as potentially useful and legitimate for a variety of personal and interpersonal purposes, and rarely a result of mental illness. These purposes, emotional self-regulation, for instance, sometimes matched those listed above, but crucially, reports of self-wounding in the early modern period were almost always of isolated events. People hurt themselves on a one-off basis for a specific purpose, and their actions could not therefore be considered as either a syndrome or a symptom of another ongoing disorder. Conversely, 20th century discourses of self-harm, the repetition of the act over time. The DSM-5 requires that self-injury be undertaken at least 5 times in a year to be considered a disorder in its own right, though it may occur much less frequently as part of borderline personality disorder, depression, or other complaints. I came to think about self-harm as something that emerges out of this communicative commotion of everyday life, as a kind of knot of meaning and action in the webs of significance that surround and pervade us. And as such a knot, I began to think about it as something that cannot be reduced to a static and substantive thing. At work within us lie a virus or a short circuit in the brain, but rather as a living and changing product of the complex facilitating background of meanings and social relations that culturally embeds, and at 18. We thus realize that the concerned individuals are not totally acted on by their disorders, as if they were puppets subjected to their pathologies, and to their youth as the depiction of self-injury as a syndrome suggests. Within their range of possibilities, they seek instead to adjust their actions to situations that they perceive as problematic. They prove to be reasonable. Although there are alternatives to hurting themselves, their use of self-injury nevertheless denotes a certain social discernment and exercise, and a certain practical sense in setting up their behavior. 21. In apparently discovering a repeating form like self-harm, seemingly present in both contemporary and biblical psychiatry, We quickly move to assume the presence of something more natural than cultural, and something that, while subject to historical variation, always remains the same in essence. And of course, more often than not, this is how self-harm has been represented, not as a meaningful pattern of content, but as a mechanical expression of form determined by an underlying realm of biological and psychological facts. 22. Does this mean that we ought to stop making comparisons between the modern and the historical? Only if we fail to understand its content, and instead see it as an urge which simply emerges in different ways at different times. The sociocultural icing. Secondary to the biogenetic cake. 23, while correctly identifies that we are culturally ill-equipped to talk about practices of personal distress in general without engaging in medical discourse of some kind. This is a tendency that may be rather than exacerbated by looking at historical self-wounding. If done with care, 24 early modern people had a radically different concept of both affect and the body. Emotions were not automatically overlaid onto a base of medical discourse as finds of modern discussions. To use his metaphor, they were the cake, not the icing. As I described in chaps 2 and 4, discussions of rhetoric show just how far early modern people understood emotions as not only culturally mediated but potentially generated by art and culture too. The obverse of this belief was the purposeful adoption of culturally significant violence in lament, for instance, in order to both inculcate and express emotions. We must remember that most of the examples in this book are either explicitly fictional or to fit a certain kind of narrative. This means that we cannot surmise that early modern self-injury occurs in response to certain catalysts, such as sexual abuse or family tensions. Stories of self-wounding in the 16th and 17th centuries are also vanishingly rare, and it is impossible to say whether this is because it occurred less, or was deemed less worthy of note. Nonetheless, there is something to be said for the bare recognition that early modern people apparently understood self-wounding as one means by which people sought to change their situations and bridge the gaps between life, as it ought to be, and life in all its messy reality. In this sense it was not unreasoning but, as says, reasonable. I do not wish to suggest that the desire to hurt oneself is a universal constant, which simply emerges in different guises at different historical moments. However, the ability to hurt oneself is one shared by subjects over time, and for some of those subjects, that ability has proved useful. The uses to which it is turned may be radically different, but the usefulness itself is a thread linking some early modern narratives about self-wounding to some modern narratives about self-harm. The rest of this chapter explores what happens when this thread becomes the basis on which new co-creative interventions are built. 8.3 Self-injury in public. From 2021 to 2024, I collaborated with partners including Reading University's Art Lab, headed by Professor Tina, the charity Self-Injury Support and ACTA community, to devise and carry out a number of creative workshops involving people with experience of self-injury. These included a component of looking at historical self-injury in a spirit similar to that I describe above. Self-injury had many frames, of which mental illness was one, but others might be useful in other times and contexts. The aim was not to the past, but to the present, and so create a space within which discussion could take place. The purpose of these workshops was initially as a public engagement exercise. By self-injury, I hoped, we might be able to clinicians the social conditions within which it existed, and which might need to change in order for people to stop using self-injury. For people who experience self-injury, I considered that knowing the antiquity of the practice, and considering changes in what people had historically considered either injurious or normal, would reduce feelings of shame and isolation. Whose research addresses the similarities between modern and medieval experiences of voice hearing, similarly speculates that, for some voice hearers, learning that seemingly similar experiences were valorized and celebrated in the past may prove enriching and allow them to reevaluate their relationship with their voices and their identity as voice hearers. For others, this revelation may have little worth. It won't change their daily lives or transform their treatment 25 in the event. The projects would prove illuminating in more unexpected ways, inviting new connections between the historical and present day, and challenging me to think about the aims and ethics of such interventions. The first project began in 2021, after a lengthy period of preparation, periodically stymied by the COVID-19 pandemic. It was to take the form of a series of 5 art workshops run in collaboration with Art Lab, the University of Reading's art outreach. In each of the weekly sessions, I would deliver a short presentation on the history of thinking about self-injury. In response, participants would work in small groups to first create a sculpture from clay, then scan and digitally animate that sculpture, create a soundtrack, and finally present a short video, a piece of digital artwork. Our hope was that by utilizing unfamiliar tools such as 3D scanning and animation, the art-making process would be, and there would be no best and worst productions. This plan, which seemed simple, turned out to be extremely complex to execute. The foremost difficulty was safeguarding. I sought advice from the university's ethics committee and from Professor Tim Kent, consultant psychiatrist for the Portman NHS Trust, and followed his recommendations. A small group of maximum 15 participants, a mental health professional present at all times, a safe timeout space, careful selection of participants, follow-up contact with directions to psychological services if necessary. We also elected to run a beta workshop for various academics and other interested parties, in which we could test the processes involved and garner further advice on how best to run the project. This proved valuable, for while the group were engaged by the historical material they were shown, including self-stabbing, and so they felt that it was potentially triggering. They also noted the proximity of sharp implements, which could be easily secreted into a pocket. These were sensible concerns, which we were careful to address before commencing work with potentially vulnerable people. Nonetheless, they also highlighted the level of anxiety which the prospect of self-injury raised in academics and clinicians, an anxiety which would stand in marked contrast to the attitudes of our later workshop participants. Perhaps unsurprisingly, these professionals felt a strong moral responsibility to prevent self-injury as well as to understand it. With the lessons of the beta session under our belts, I set about selecting participants for the forthcoming sessions. The recruitment process had not been straightforward. At the outset of the project, I naively imagined that mental health would direct their service users to us, as offering an artistic experience which was beyond the scope of their funding to provide. Quickly, however, we that these overstretched were not inclined to refer vulnerable people into a process which had not been tested, despite reassurances of the consultation that had taken place in the sessions, formulation, and the professional advice which would be available. A new tactic was needed. We opened up the call to include not only those with direct lived experience of self-injury, but anyone with an interest in the topic, hoping to attract friends and family members of people who self-injured, as well as interested professionals, such as teachers and social workers. Gradually, responses began to increase until it became clear that we had gathered far more interest than we could accommodate if the sessions were to run safely. It was also evident that the vast majority of that interest came from young women between the ages of 18 and 25. Using a questionnaire, I unscientifically selected participants with an eye to variety, different ages, backgrounds, genders, and reasons for wanting to join the project. Informed by the beta session, I called each prospective participant to explain the aims of the project, outline the shape of the sessions, and, as far as possible, gauge whether any mental health difficulties were likely to render them at serious risk from a process which would necessarily involve difficult subject matter and challenging conversations. Over 5 sessions, we looked at aspects of my research more or less related to the topic of self-injury. The 4, ethnography and bodily alteration, Renaissance beliefs about gender and sexuality, forms of protest. The participants responded enthusiastically to these talks, and were notably eager to construct a narrative which spanned more than the early modern period, to understand why and how attitudes had changed to become, as they perceived, more stigmatizing and far more fearful. By contrast, the art workshops became a space for conversation and play, often full of chatter and laughter despite the subject matter. We attempted to measure participants' attitudes to NSSI over time, an attempt which failed for reasons I describe below, and recorded parts of the workshop discussions. What we did not measure, however, was the positive effect of simply providing a space in which people could come together to make art once a week, after a year of social distancing. Many lessons were learned during this process, not least of which was the difficulty of retaining participants who had entered an unusual situation largely on the strength of curiosity and hope of some therapeutic benefit. Recruiting for public engagement is notoriously difficult, and I would usually oversubscribe a session by around 30% to ensure an adequate turnout. That was clearly untenable in this case, and after the packed first session, attendance dipped to between 30 and 70% of capacity for any remaining sessions. A number of factors affected this pattern. We were at the height of the Omicron variant of 19, and given that many of our participants were either public-facing workers or students, several had typically contracted or other viruses in any given week. Despite our attempts to explain how the sessions would pan out, there were inevitably those who attended and found that the process was not what they had hoped. In addition to these universal problems, however, the particular subject matter was one in which people were bound to encounter difficult feelings and to withdraw as a result. The stigma around self-injury had most likely combined with the rigorous process of screening, which had taken place before the first workshop, to make these people feel that they could not express their reasons for not wishing to return. Those who skipped sessions and did not give reasons of illness simply ceased communication, and we were bound to respect their desire to avoid any perceived confrontation. As a result, our attempts to compare participants' well-being and attitudes at the start and end of the process were rendered meaningless. After 5 weeks, we were comparing few of the same people. Our conclusion that the workshops had allowed participants to talk about NSSI more openly was based on observation and discussion rather than provable change. This first phase of my publicly engaged research appeared successful and won a university prize. Yet the broader project of interrogating the links between early modern and modern self-injury felt unfinished. The next steps were unclear until an email arrived from a trustee from the charity Self-Injury Support SIS. They had seen the publicity around the first project and the award, and suggested I meet with a member of their team to discuss possible collaborations. SIS had independently been engaged in self-injury, particularly thinking about the history of their own. They were also actively seeking to provide more creative opportunities for their clients. Over several months, we devised a new project. With the community charity ACTA Bristol, we would run a 6-month series of weekly workshops involving people with lived experience of self-injury. In the course of the workshops, we would reflect on the links and disjunctures between perceptions of self-injury in the past and today, and work towards scripting, staging, and performing a piece. The advantages of working with partners who were specialists in therapeutic arts and safeguarding were obvious. SIS now oversaw the safety of the project, screening applicants, and providing 2 support workers to be present at and participate in each session. ACTA recommended a freelance facilitator to run the sessions, and I attended once a month to provide historical context and prompts for the next month's discussions, focusing in particular on a timeline of attitudes towards self-injury and on particular literary examples such as "And Julius Caesar." Once again, however, the reality was less straightforward than we had envisaged. Recruitment was painfully slow, and several participants joined only to leave again for various reasons. 2 months into the project, it was clear that it was not working as envisaged. At this point, the involvement of a reflective practitioner proved incredibly helpful. This is routine practice for many charities, particularly those working in mental health, but remains uncommon among academics engaging in similarly challenging projects. Through discussion with the practitioner, we reassessed what we were hoping to gain from the project. We wanted participants to join because we felt it was a valuable opportunity, but the lack of sign-ups indicated that what we had planned was not what potential participants found useful or feasible. 26. To continue attempting to recruit in the same way would be serving our own purposes, particularly the desire for impact rather than authentically responding to the needs of those with whom we sought to engage. This led us to reconsider the power balance which we had embedded in our plans. What if, instead of engaging with participants from a stance of authority, we instead engaged in genuine co-creation with our tiny cohort of articulate, creative, and highly committed participants, without waiting for the real work to begin? Broader public engagement might come from the resultant outputs, but the participants' role was now to help communicate their knowledge and experience, not to be impacted upon. Such an approach transformed the dynamic of the project. We began to consider how we could facilitate co-creation at different levels of involvement, and opened an online call for audio, written, and artistic responses to the questions we had been addressing as a group. We received submissions from people unable to participate in the workshops for reasons of geography, health, and logistics. Many would be incorporated into the final work. We also what a piece might involve. Playing to participants' strengths, we now included puppetry, music, and spoken word contributions, alongside a small art exhibition. These changes required almost no logistical change but a readjustment of our expectations and ideas of success. In the history-focused workshops we discussed, and the evolution of asylums, medieval saints, and self-flagellation. But it was who became emblematic of the project, a character whose self-injury was explicitly and unapologetically attention-seeking. Why, we asked, did need to hurt herself to be heard? Was her self-injury a feminine tactic? At what point had accusations of attention-seeking become a way to delegitimate a person's actions rather than an understandable and even laudable response to emotional distress? The group devised a script in which 5 fictional characters, including and gathered in a support group to take turns in telling their stories, interspersed with discussions which were largely improvised. The second half of the performance was dedicated to online submissions, poems, written pieces, and spoken word. 8.4. The impact of impact. These projects, particularly the latter, undoubtedly touched those involved. Among the participants of the project, all but one reported feeling more able to talk to either friends, family, or medical professionals about their experiences with self-injury. When asked what, if anything, they would change about the process, the most common response was that they wished it could continue indefinitely. 27. Change wrought in the audience of the performances was harder to measure, but in written qualitative feedback, they reported being surprised that self-injury had a history, and moved, inspired, and soothed by seeing it talked about openly. Several commented that they now plan to discuss the topic with friends and family, including one person whose child had experienced self-harm, who stated that they now wanted to them for their lack of understanding. At the time of writing, the project continues to have an afterlife through an exhibition in Mental Health Museum, Bristol, and through a related group run by Self-Injury Support. It also provides a model for further partnerships, including with Recovery College. This work was therefore impactful in the sense of impact provided by the United Kingdom's Research Excellence Framework, REF, an effect on, change, or benefit to the economy, society, culture, public policy or services, health, the environment, or quality of life beyond academia. Yet I argue that impact may be an inadequate metric for measuring the benefit of such projects. To have an effect on, make change to, or impart a benefit to audiences beyond academia assumes that it is only those outside the academe who require amendment. This point has not escaped the notice of scholars. Jennifer, Jake, and Emma Rich argue that public engagement based on the logics of pedagogy do not necessarily lead to education in the service of publicness, because they position the educator in a position of superior knowledge, and therefore curtail the directions in which learning might be allowed to go. 28 Most public engagement, they contend, is really public pedagogy. And most conceptualizations and enactments of public pedagogy aim to effect a certain intended outcome for or disposition within the individual. 29. The aims of public engagement, too, often presuppose a certain way in which participants will respond or collaborate, thus curtailing genuine curiosity and collaboration. Furthermore, under this pedagogical umbrella, learning is always future-oriented, as learners are urged to become something, and to embrace an ideal of being or doing something better in the future. 30. That urge is, they argue, tied to capitalism, the idea of improving oneself to become a more productive part of the workforce. Scholars might learn to sit uncomfortably in the space that lies between apprehending and eclipsing those pedagogical interventions and pedagogues, especially if we want these sites to retain their qualities of human existence that make new histories and emergent identities possible. If we cannot or will not remain in these liminal spaces, scholarly work on public pedagogy will likely become enervated of its possibility, its alterity to forms of education, and its very viability as a political site of resistance. 32. Forms of engagement, which the creative arts are particularly apt to these aims. Co-creativity, as states, is characterized by shared decision-making and ownership, reciprocity, and 33. It non-academic participants as experts by lived experience, and the academic as potentially equally impacted by engagement, though often in unmeasurable ways. This immeasurability renders co-creative, bidirectional impact difficult to justify in the terms seemingly encouraged by current frameworks, leading some to warn that impact measurement carries the danger of squeezing out participatory and collaborative research at a local scale with small, grassroots movements and activists. 34. Co-creation is also intrinsically unpredictable. As I learned at first hand, to be genuinely responsive to the needs and desires of co-creators means admitting the possibility that the impacts of a project may be very different to those initially envisaged. To insist on impacting non-academic participants in a particular way risks not only slipping into pedagogy, but both the process and those involved therein. Yet there is also a desire to see value for money in such projects, which limits freedom to act responsively to the insights of participatory research. The complete solution is far from clear. However, it might involve 1. Co-design of participatory research from the very earliest stages, involving all the potential interested groups. 2. Willingness by funders to accept the real possibility that a project may not deliver in the way intended. And 3. Readiness among academics to allow that even the most meticulously planned work may veer off course, and to accept these failures as informative. 8.5. Healing the breach. This is a long way from Shakespeare. There is much that cannot be accomplished through the dialogue with modern phenomena that it encourages. Authenticity can only be fully understood with reference to the persuasive tactics of classical rhetoricians, while to appreciate tongue-biting requires knowledge of Elizabethan Stoicism. Furthermore, the internal world of people in the past is mediated by culturally specific ways of emoting and thinking that are now foreign to us, as in Tales of Lament. Conversely, people who experience self-harm in the 21st century may perceive it as anything but useful. It is important, too, that the participants in public projects on this topic are self-selecting. Many people exist for whom self-injury feels far more medical than social, and for whom early modern representations of this topic seem very far removed from reality. Nonetheless, I hope to have shown that there exists some common ground between these two poles. Modern and early modern share, at least sometimes, a sense that self-injury seeks to bridge the gap between one person's experience and another's by translating ineffable emotional experiences into tangible physical ones. This is, of course, a receding target. The exact nature of one person's physical pain cannot be known by another, any more than their mental state. But self-injury brings attention to the universality of pain as a human experience, and seeks connection on that basis. It is attention-seeking, but this is not to say that it is inauthentic. Rather, for people in early modern England, self-wounding simply served to say, "Look here." Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S. and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. Oscar Morrow, Thinking About Presentism from a Historian's Perspective, and History of Science 47 No. 1 2009, 5577, org 10117700, 732, 7530904700-104. W. Queering the 17th Century, Historicism, Queer Theory and Early Modern Literature, Literature Compass 5 No. 2 2008, 378, org 101111J17414, 113200800-527X. Jonathan and Queering History, PMLA 120 No. 5 2005, 160817, 1609. And Queering History, 1609. And Queering History, 1609. And Historicism and in Queer Studies, PMLA 128 No. 3 2013, 78186, Chris, New Approaches to the Queer 18th Century, Literature Compass 10 No. 10 2013, 76170, org 101111312103. The New in Queer Studies, PMLA 128 No. 1 2013, 2139, 30. For their part, replied sharply to that was vital to talk back to the dominant modes of historicism, and that to assume would not yield new insights was baffling. Historicism and in Queer Studies, PMLA 128 No. 3 2013, 78284, org 101632, S0030812900123117X Roland. To clarify and present, anachronism and the relationship between history and social science. LSE Impact Blog, May 10, 2023, blogs 20230-510, to clarify and present anachronism and the relationship between history and social science. Seth, Beyond Reason. Post-Colonial Theory and the Social Sciences, Oxford Scholarship Online. Oxford University Press, 2021, 126. David, In Defense of Presentism, in History and Human Flourishing, ed. M. Mann, Oxford University Press, 2022, 5053, org 1010-93978019762-52620030003. In Defense of Presentism. When talking about early modern medicine to non-specialist audiences, the two questions I am most often asked are, did any of it work? And did they know what diabetes, cancer, depression was? See Michael Gloria al. The Association of Non-Suicidal Self-Injury and Suicidal Behavior according to DSM-5 in Adolescent Psychiatric Inpatients. Psychiatry Research 228, No. 3 2015, 45461, org 101016J2015060019. And Carrie L., The Relationship Between Self-Injurious Behavior and Suicide in a Young Adult Population. Archives of Pediatrics and Adolescent Medicine, 161, No. 7 2007, 63440, org 1010-11617634. Charlie, OFCOM, Duty Regarding Prevention of Serious Self-Harm and Suicide Bill H.L. Bill 18 of 2022-23. Parliament Research Briefings 202200041, accessed 8 September, 2022. Amber Becky Mars Morin. Is social media screen time really associated with poor adolescent mental health? A Time Use Diary Study. Journal of Affective Disorders 274, 2020, 864-70. Org 101016 JJAD 202005106. H. Oliver S. P. Davis, M.A. Sloan, and The Mental Health and Well-Being Profile of Young Adults Using Social Media. Mental Health Research 1 No. 1 2002, 111. Org 101038S4418402200011W. L. Alexander L. Chapman, L. and T. Diagnosis and Characterization of DSM-5 Self-Injury Disorder using the Clinician-Administered Self-Injury Disorder Index. Assessment 22 No. 5 2015, 527-39. Org 10117710, 7319111456587-8 Peter. Making Sense of Self-Harm. Exploring the Cultural Meaning and Social Context of Non-Suicidal Self-Injury. D. Newcastle University, 2013. Theses Handle 104432143. Making Sense 16. Here draws on Susan, who uses the term axes of continuity to describe the socio-cultural factors which enable the advent of, for example, anorexia as a psychopathology. Susan, Unbearable Weight. Feminism, Western Culture and the Body, University of California Press, 1993, 142. Why Do We Hurt Ourselves? Understanding Self-Harm in Social Life, Indiana University Press, 2018, 83. Making Sense 16. My Emphasis. Making Sense 23. Making Sense 26. Voices in Psychosis, A Medieval Perspective in Voices in Psychosis, Interdisciplinary Perspectives, ed. Woods, Ben Day and Charles, Oxford University Press, 2022, 98. The question of payment for participants is a live debate. While I generally pay participants for their expertise, it was felt that this would be inappropriate in this project for a number of reasons. Again, I from the expertise of CIS in this case. To mitigate this effect, we paid participants costs, including providing taxis, and supplied meals during rehearsals and performances. Abrupt endings to projects are a problem with public engagement, especially with vulnerable groups. This project had a debrief session, and participants were signposted to further services, including other creative groups, run by Self-Injury Support. Jennifer A., Jake, and Emma Rich. Problematizing Public Engagement Within Public Pedagogy Research and Practice, Discourse, Studies in the Cultural Politics of Education 38 No. 6 2017, 823-35, 830, Org 10108080159630620161196343. Enrich, Problematizing Public Engagement, 830. Enrich, Problematizing Public Engagement, 831. Enrich, Problematizing Public Engagement, 833. See also Isabel, Is There an I in Impact? Considering the two-way process of public engagement, exchanges, the Interdisciplinary Research Journal 7, No. 1 2019, 8293, Org 1031273V7I1520. Enrich, Problematizing Public Engagement, 833. Victoria, Health Humanities and the Creative Disciplines, in the Companion to Health Humanities, ed. Brown and Us 2020, 88. Rachel Payne, Impact, Striking a Blow or Walking Together. Acme, an International Journal for Critical Geographies 13, No. 1 2014, 20, Org 10142888 Acme V13 I1986.